Welcome back to another game of Mage Knight. I've been playing some lighter games for a time. Some Warp's Edge, some Dragons of Edge and Stone, some Rome, Fate of an Empire. Rome is quite an interesting game if you're a Mage Knight player, because it has similar mechanisms, I think. And if you are already used to optimizing things like this, I currently think Rome is quite easy actually for a veteran. But we will see, time will tell if someone finds more errors I've done or if I really understood the game correctly. But I want to get back into Mage Knight a bit. I was thinking about what scenario to play, and I definitely want to do Volca in the future. But for now I do want to stick with something easier, and I really like to dive back into Life and Death because of the nice glades and graveyards with their rewards, with the artifacts and spells, the overall more enemies on the map, the overall possibility to snowball the faction tokens, and then fighting avatars instead of cities. So I do like the scenario a lot, and I set it up again. I'm not sure on the levels yet of the avatars. Maybe I'm just going with 12 and see how it goes. Maybe not. Maybe I do choose it dynamically, as I did with the city levels. We will see. As for the character, I'm going with Braevalar. I rolled him and Erythia, and I decided to go with Braevalar, even though I would assume most of you like Erythia more. I do think she's probably more powerful, just from her starting deck and some of her skills, but I do like Braevalar a lot too, and I do want to play with him this game. The starting setup is already quite a puzzle, but before I go into any of the details of the setup, I will try to again do the thing where I mark sections that I'm overly long thinking, strategizing, explaining, and maybe cut a shorter video in a longer one. And I will probably mark most of the initial discussions as for the longer video. So with the card in place, let's talk about the initial setup. The first tile is actually in the regular orientation, which is nice because it has this corridor here of very easy travel. But a deep mine here in the desert is really nothing for the first day. It's just far too much movement to get there, and you're at the edge of the map. There's a village in hills. That's interesting because I can hire 2 units in the village, the peasants and the crossbowmen. Actually, there's no place currently where I could hire the magic familiars unless I'm liberating the glade here. But from the village, where do I go then? I could take a peek at the keep, but I won't see the defenders if I go for the village straight away. And it's just a keep, so nothing too fancy. It will increase my hand limit, of course. And this maze here, unfortunately, is in rough terrain, so it will cost a lot of movement to even get there, and then even more movement to choose a path. And seeing the spells, you will see that there are no really good combat spells currently, so it does not help me like loop around here. There's no fireball, something like this lying in the offer. The other tile was rotated once clockwise, which made it arguably worse because then the swamp line is actually breaking the forests apart. So there is a line of 5 movement spaces that's blocking me from progressing. Even getting to the first village is already movement 7. But it is a village as well, so I could hire there, and the hags are actually a nice pull. They just have 5 armor, and with concentrated swiftness, which I even do have in the opening hand, I can just kill them. But 7 movement is nothing to joke at, so I can't even get there currently unless I'm playing 2 cards sideways. But it would be a play, of course, to kill the hags, level, and then, for example, take the Auric Tail to immediately hire the crossbowman and move on. But actually where? Because there's a lot of swampland, so it will be even harder to progress unless I'm hugging the edge of the map, and there's an altar in forest that would make me level again, but it takes 3 mana. And right at the beginning of the game, coming up with 3 mana is not actually that easy. If I would go there first, there would be a play with mana steal, of course, and I have mana draw, so it's actually not that hard. I even have the right colors, but I would have to move for a combined movement of 12, so 2 times 2, a 5, so that's 9, and 3, it's 12. So 12 movement with the starting hand without using mana doesn't sound like a good plan, and I've learned the hard way that mana stealing a die in the solo game with 1 die already depleted starves you for options quite quickly, so mana steal is probably out of the question anyway. So if I'm not going there, well, I could go there and not do the altar and just reveal the next tile, but I would have to go to the glade then, which is nice, obviously, because it does give an artifact. But you have to earn it. So there are crystal sprites, which are not that hard, but they have the defendability. But a range attack of 3 will just kill them, even though they're elusive. They do not have physical resistance. Their armor is 2+1 if you attack them first, so even a regular swiftness will kill them. But the brown enemies are no joke. So this is the Earth Elemental, which is fortified. Not sure this makes a huge difference. But the more important thing is that it has 5 armor and its physical resistance. So without any elemental damage, you will have to come up with 10 attack. There's a chivalry in the offer, that's 6 attack already, so with a rage and enough mana it's already 10. But you also have to defeat the crystal sprites at the same time, obviously. And dealing with the attack of the Earth Elemental is probably your least problem. Even though it's 4 brutal, it is cumbersome, so you can even reduce it with movement. So unless we get a source of elemental damage, it might be hard to kill this unless we get a raw power. And it's a point where you might say that Arythia would have been better, because in a starting deck she can already do fire damage, and with a concentration you can even kill an earth elemental just with the starting cards. And that's true. So what else can you say about that? That's true. But let's play Braevalar. So neither the altar nor the glade are a very good follow-up, depending on what you get, definitely. And we don't know that. So we don't know what we get with the level up skill. We don't know what we get as replacement cards. There's a lot of movement involved, and it's kind of the edge of the map. As for the units, we already talked about that we can hire peasants and crossbowmen, which are good options for the beginning of the game. The familiars we could only hire in the glade if we liberate it. So I probably do want to target the crossbowmen, and if I get to the village, kill them, level, I could even do that with Heroic Tale, guaranteed. I even have the right mana. But I do not have the right mana to play Concentrate Swiftness. Just to point it out, I do have the combo, but not the mana. So I would have to use mana draw as well, which would fix the black die, but it's not that efficient because I do not have another green card. If I would have another green movement card, it would be optimal, because then I could play the mana draw with white, repair the black die, play the concentration and, for example, a march, together with the Druid Path to get here, kill them. I would play a lot of cards, but it would all pan out quite nicely, I think. The advanced action offer shows 2 influence cards, which is pushing you into a certain direction. I do like the Heroic Tale to hire to get reputation and make a nice reputation game, especially in this scenario where you also get a reputation from liberating graveyards and magical glades. This can get you high in reputation quite quickly. You also get the fame, that's not bad, but a chivalry would be the raw power that might be needed to actually battle this. As for the spells, there is another influence spell with Charm, which has to possess Night side, of course, but we are not at night. That would be nice actually to possess the sprites to make 2 damage to the Earth Elemental and bypassing the resistance and the annoying to attack. But again, it's not night, it's not a graveyard, so that doesn't help much. The Wings of Wind is a movement and defensive spell, so not that fond of it at the beginning of the game. And the Underground Travel is a travel spell, granted, and it can help with assaults. But the ultimate target of the scenario, of course, are not assaults. So that's not why it's definitely a nice spell for your spell book. But in this scenario, it's a bit more complicated. The 2 movement portions, Wings of Wind and Underground Travel, could even be nice with this kind of harsh layout. But then again, where would I get a spell? It's in the maze, so I'm already bypassing this anyway. But it could still help over the course of the game to have a nice travel spell. So overall, it's not the best advanced action offer and not the best spell offer, I would say. There might be more straightforward cards that could help me in the current situation. Those, I think, are not helping with this side of the map. There's no mana, advanced actions, for example, that could help with the altar. But most importantly, there's no elemental damage lying in the spell offer, because this would really mean going to the maze first, maybe getting a spell, and then going here would be much better. We don't have to clear that now. We can also loop like this. So let's talk about the left side of the map a little bit. Because this is, in contrast to this village, is 2 less movement points. So with the Druid Pass and the blue mana, we can actually reduce the movement cost of terrain by 1 of 1 type. Unfortunately, the types are really scattered here, so there is no contiguous sequence of types that I actually want to travel to. The only one would be swamps, but I'm not traversing 2 swamps. So the powered ability is pretty much also just giving us 1 movement point, but it is a movement point, which would not work for the planes, of course, because they're already at movement cost 2. But nevertheless, we can reduce the movement cost of either the planes or the hills by 1. So this is only movement 4, and this is movement 4, so I could reach the village just with this card and the blue mana from the source. The problem is what then? Because I do not have the influence to hire, but I could, in between the turns, of course, pillage the village and see if with the cards I redraw and with the pillaging I get influence to then hire something. But I would not have been leveled, so I don't have access to Heroic Tale. That's the difference with this village, which makes this, especially with the combo here, quite a nice target. But 7 movement is actually, well, 2 too much. We only have 4 plus the reduction of 1. So we would need 2 more. I'm not playing the swiftness for movement if I have the combo in hand already. And just to point it out, if I could hire the crossbowman here, the swiftness on the crossbowman could kill this, and I would even have the white mana to power the swiftness regularly. So this would be a nice combination. But then again, it's the wrong order. I did not level, so how do I hire them? Unless I'm rethinking, for example, and lucking into a good influence card. But then again, they are white and red, so I don't have red and the white mana I would need for the swiftness. So it's all a bit backwards currently. And unless I'm playing 2 cards sideways, as I said, for example, the mana draw on the rage, I could not even reach the village. And if I reached it, I would probably have to pause to reroll the die I used to hope for gold or green to actually power this. So that's a bit of a problem. I do think I get some of the cards too early, which might be a reason to rethink. The mana steal, as I said, I can't steal a die which I am not using right away. So if I could reach the altar right away, it would be a play. But again, it's 12 movement. I don't have that much movement currently. So I don't think going there right away is a good idea. But if I cannot reach the village, going here is actually not a play. It's just impossible. And as I said, I do not even have the right mana. So to actually have a chance to go here, I would have to either take the Great Start to get 2 additional cards or do a rethink. But the problem with rethink is that I do have this nice combo and I do have a nice movement card with the matching mana color. I have to keep in mind that there is no red and green. So hoping for either of these colors is useless. And I do already have the mana draw that solves the issue with the black die, because we unfortunately have a black die in the beginning source. So if I want to keep all these cards, there's nothing to rethink. So we would at least have to drop 2 cards to make it even worthwhile, and still a little bit of gambling because the cards that are the replacement cards might not even help me. There is a chance to draw more movement, that would be nice, because it could bring me up to 7, which gets me to the village. And at that point I can make a pause, redraw, reroll the source and see what's happening. But if I don't get green, then what do I even doing then? I might get red and threaten, for example, but again, that's all relying on luck. So what are the less luck-based routes? I could go for the village, as said, right away with the Druidic Pass. It's just 1 card, 1 mana. If I then take planning, I would even draw 2 cards. So I'm up to 6. Have 1 reroll die. I can see what the replacements are. I can, in between the turns, even plunder village to get up to 8. And that might be the safest play. It brings me a bit out of position for the first level up, because I would then be in the village without leveling, of course. I could still go through the swamp to kill them, or cycle around to kill them, or just continue to the maze. The maze would then also allow me to see the defenders, and from this side actually the movement cost is just 2. There's no additional wall, no additional fortification, so I could take the keep and just go on exploring. So I do think this is quite a safe bet, especially if with the 8 cards I then have can hire the peasants or the crossbowmen. They could even be taken into the maze. And I don't like to go into mazes with just movement 2, it's just crystals, I don't like that too much. I really want at least movement 4, which would give me a spell, but I am faced with the same conundrum then again, that what would I do with the spell? So what would I even take? Probably the charm, to be honest, because the possess can be quite a powerful ability, and the influence 4 and getting a discount on hiring or a crystal is really a nice ability. So the first movement could bring me here with a chance to hire. I would then need movement 5 to assault a keep or movement 4 to go to the maze, but of course have another turn then with another movement. But I could start with a hand of 8, move here with a mana maybe, so still have 7 cards in hand. So that could be a possible play if I go with planning. As usual in the tactics discussions, I do not like the Great Start too much. In this case, it could be a solution because 2 more cards can definitely bring me to this village and I can kill this, level up and see what happens. I can even plunder here. So that would be a play, but after the first turn, the tactic doesn't do anything for me. And if I do not draw movement cards, I will still have to play 2 cards face down. Well, I don't have to go there, of course. I could go here. If I'm drawing influence card, it might still be a good route. So that might be a reason to take the Great Start. Planning you can only take if you have a first turn. If you don't have anything to do in your first turn, you just can't take it because it doesn't change anything about your hand. You don't have more mana, you don't have additional cards, you can't replace cards, so yeah. So taking planning and going here is impossible currently because this hand does not have a good first turn for this eastern route. So planning would push me towards the city because then I have a perfect first turn. I can just play this card, reroll the die, redraw 2 cards and plunder another 2. So that's the reason to go for planning. If I go for the left route, the Great Start will still allow me to go for the eastern route, maybe. Mana steal I think is out of the question with the black die, and what would I even do unless I'm using it right away? But I don't see me using a blue and a white mana. For what? This pretty much leaves early bird in the right moment, which I will not take, and rethink, which is a favorite of mine because you are most likely going before the dummy and you can replace cards. But what cards would I actually replace? Probably the Rage, that's the easiest. But with all the movement I have to do, I do not really want to drop this. Dropping this is kind of insane, even though I don't have the mana, that might be a reason. But dropping the combo, just hoping to redraw it again. And mana draw, do I really want to skip that with the black die being in the source? That doesn't sound like a good plan, especially since there's might mana already. So all things considered, it's really tempting to try something here. The easy level up with the village, with the Auric Tile to hire, that's a really good first and second turn. With Great Start we can make it work. But I'm a bit concerned about what then. I can get stuck here. There's a lot of bad terrain here and going at the edge of the map without doing the altar or the glade, that doesn't sound like a good plan. On the other hand, this is solid. I will reach the village. I will have a hand of 6 or 8 if I take planning. I will see more cards and can go on from there. And from there I still have the option to either go to the keep directly. I could even go here, but as I said, it's desert, it's the edge of the map. It's usually out of position, not a good idea. I could go to the maze and scout from there, and depending on how the cards fall, then either enter the maze or take the keep, or even go east after that. I could even go to the swamp and kill this after all, but I would have a good first turn. And I do think with the enhanced reputation and the chance to get heroic tail, maybe giving up a bit of reputation for a better start with plundering is the play here. Although I should consider taking chivalry just for the raw power, and it's also a way to get fame and reputation, like heroic tail. And with these kinds of enemies you really sometimes just need the raw power. 6 attack is not that much, don't get me wrong, but it's flexible, it's white. I think we have to see what a skill is actually. But it's the point also with the western route, where do I level up? Because without a level up I will not have access to the advanced action, I don't have a skill. And if I go here, where's my XP coming from? Do I go to the hack after all? Do I really level with a mace? Well, I do have this combination in hand, so that might be a play. With all the hand limit increases of planning and plundering, keeping them might be possible. So maybe going here and trying to get lucky with an enemy is a good idea. And if I get the crossbowman, it's even like safe to go there. And then there's a follow-up with an easy keep, and I can reveal new tiles from the keep with an even higher hand limit. So the game hasn't even started yet and we are already in a big conundrum on where to go. The setup is quite interesting, I think. Not easy. And I definitely want to clear it at some point, but I don't need to do it right now. And the earth element is really a puzzle we need to solve. I think in the end it comes down to 2 different options. So we either go to this village or this. We have ruled out the early bird right moment mana steal, and to be honest, rethink is probably not a good tactic too, because we would probably only swap out 1 card, and then planning is just superior, I think. That leaves planning with going to the western village with Druidic Pass, the blue mana die, which gets re-rolled. We just need the 5 movement. We will draw with planning, and we will be able to plunder the city for even more cards, so we have lots of options. So we're opening up the option space. We will not level right away, and we have to continue to either the labyrinth, the keep, or go to the hacks after all. The other option would be great start, because then we can definitely reach the village. Currently we have only movement 5, with 2 more cards face down it would be 7. But to be optimal we would really need to draw a march, use the mana draw to fix the source, pay 2 green mana, 1 for concentration swiftness to kill the hack, and march with druidic parts, march powered to reach the village. And we are in no way guaranteed to even draw the march. If we draw some other movement card, it won't work with the mana draw. So it's a bit open what we get with the great start. We won't have any bonus after the 2 cards we draw, and we are setting ourselves up for going late. And if we are not playing 2 turns worth of cards in the beginning, then what are we even drawing cards for? We could probably reach the village level by killing the hacks, but there's no really good contingency plan, because neither level up nor hiring in the village, which we can do with the heroic tail, will set us up for the altar or the glade with the earth elemental. So the safer route seems to be this village, so I'm going to go with planning. So there's a slightly better chance to go before the dummy, but it's just a 2 in 5's chance still. The dummy picks Rethink, so it's scoring before me. Erythia starts by playing white, blue and white, which is 1 more card, which is another blue. With Braevalar's first turn, he steps through the portal. We are then playing Druidic Pass with the blue source die for movement 4 and reducing the movement cost of 1 terrain type by 1 to a minimum of 2. So we are reducing the hills to 2, which allows us to move there for 4. That's all we are going to do, so we are interested in the reroll, which stays blue unfortunately. That's not what we wanted to see. But after discarding, we are drawing 2 more cards because of planning, which is Determination and Crystallize, so that's helpful. The dummy is playing a second turn, which is red, white and red. So unfortunately we are hitting a red card, which is another blue and another white. So at that point we have exhausted the white cards and 2 of 4 reds. Alright, so at that point we have to decide if we want to plunder the village as well to get even more options. We unfortunately did not draw any influence cards, so we can't hire currently. We do have a crystallized play, of course, that can reroll the die and get us a crystal. But the dummy already played 9 cards out of his 16, so there's 7 left. We can't hit a white, so if he had a red first, it's still 2 regular turns where he exhausts and then end of round. So we should have 4 turns left really, but with planning and plundering, we should really be able to accelerate because we have lots of options how to combine cards and look at the source and make the best out of it. I do feel like we should take the opportunity to plunder to see what the options are. If we're drawing any influence, if you're drawing improvisation, for example, that could be a play. I do think with the route I was going, I want to increase the decision space by having more cards and by having a large hand size, play more efficient turns, because we cannot keep on playing extremely slow, so we should really need to get going. And the question here is, do we stay at the village or not? And if we are not staying, we are not hiring, so we would need to hire at a keep. So one option could be to move to the keep, but we did not actually draw any movement cards. So I do think not plundering is probably a bad idea, so we will do that now. So following the original strategy, we will use the opportunity to plunder the village within the dummy's turn to have 2 more cards. So we have a hand limit of 8 actually, 6 by planning and 2 by plundering, which hopefully gives us enough options to make the most out of the village visit, maybe hiring, and then see how we can continue. So we do get a promise, that's influence, that's nice, and a stamina, which is movement, also not that bad. But we do lose a reputation for planning the village. So we are still in the clear, but already going into the wrong direction. Okay, so the promise was what we were hoping for. It's just 4 influence, it's not 6. If we want to pick up the crossbowman, which would make a nice combo with concentration swiftness, to then visit the labyrinth for a combined range attack of 7, that should pretty much kill most of the enemies. So we would need to hold on to these. We would need to hold on to this to move. Promise alone is if we power it only 4 influence, so we are missing 2. Another option would be to just move to the keep, take the keep, maybe with determination and rage. So we can then hire at the keep. We cannot hire the peasants, but we don't need to. That's the nice thing about having 8 cards, that we can spare cards that we do not actually need. Moving to the village would take 5 movement because of the walls. We don't see the defenders, unfortunately, so it's hard to divert after already moving to the plains. Moving to the labyrinth then would be inefficient. We could have moved there directly. So we really are bound to take the keep then. And we don't have that many mana options, especially since we want to power the stamina. Well, we could do that with the mana draw to turn the black die blue, unfortunately, because we would need 2 blue to crystallize into any color and to power the stamina. That would be a play to reach the keep and have any crystal that we can decide on after seeing the defenders, because we can play the crystals later in the turn with the mana token. So we would have access to red if we need it, but we actually do not have that much attack. Yeah, so there are many tokens that would completely wreck us, to be honest. The golem would be probably the worst with 5 armor and physical resistance, because as with the earth elemental, we just need a lot of damage to even kill it, which pretty much would mean that we need these 6 damage, these 2 damage, and we are not even done. Yeah, so I don't like going to the keep without seeing the defenders, which pretty much means that we should probably go for hiring. And we now need to think about if we want to pick up the peasants or the crossbowmen. The peasants would just be a white mana. That would be nice, and we could use the mana tor to crystallize, but it would leave the black mana, but it would reroll 2 dice. Again, we would hold on to this for the labyrinth, and this to move their next turn. We could use the mana draw to put the black die white, which means that we can power the promise and crystallize a white. That can allow us to just power the swiftness, for example with the crossbowman, if we don't need the concentration. But it would mean that we lose access to concentration unless we are rolling gold or green directly. Picking up the crossbowman over the peasants is just too tempting. They just have better armor, they have the better attack and block value, they have a ranged attack, but obviously they're not happy with moving or influence. The movement could actually be good to get us into the labyrinth, but if we stay here for a turn, we can draw back up to 8 cards. So even with a preparation turn where we move, where we play one, we'll still have 7 cards for the labyrinth. And I do think we need to draw up more cards to actually muster the movement, to at least go to the spell route, if not the artifact. But then again, it would be nice to level before taking on the labyrinth. It would give us a skill, and maybe a card like Chivalry. One other interesting option might be to just go for the keep. Most likely we are taking wounds, because we do not have that much damage and block, but we could level by taking in need, being at the keep, and using the wounds to then hire. But we could not heal them at the keep. So we would still need the tranquility to actually get rid of the wounds afterwards. But we would have an increased hand size again, so with the planning we are already at 7 cards. If we just bypass the labyrinth, we can use the keep as a basis to explore these tiles. And maybe this is a strategy I haven't followed that much in my last games. I just always try to make the best of what's already revealed. But like diving deep early can give you access to elite units much earlier. And these tiles, if you are getting lucky with them, can have like stuff like monasteries that are easy to kill with a combination like this. So if we can take the keep without playing those, we still have all the options to go back or just continue pressing on and revealing more tiles. There's always the option to just kill the hags, but we still do not have green mana. We could of course use mana draw with the white die to turn the black blue, power the stamina and the crystallize, get a green mana and play one more card sideways to kill the hags and level, but we would be in the swamps. The other alternative would be to pay 7 movement instead of 5 and at least be at this place here in the woods where we can scout and after killing the hag, seeing the skill, think about how to continue, but we would not hire in that situation. So we are already at the village, so we should probably hire. So do we take the peasants after all? The Utum crossbow more tempting, but we need 2 more influence that we currently do not have. Or do we use the concentration with the promise? But again, we have no green mana. That would solve the influence issue, but it would lower our range damage back to 5. And again, we don't have the mana. But if we want to hire the crossbowmen, we would need to pay 2 sideways cards or just be content with the peasants. Unfortunately, we will not level twice that quickly unless we are getting really lucky with this token and level again with the keep. So we could go for the peasants, go for the labyrinth, get lucky with the range attack, level once, take the keep after seeing the defenders and picking a card that suits us, and then with the second level up get our second command slot and then pick up the crossbowman. But at that point we would be at -1 influence bonus because we would take another penalty to our reputation by taking the keep, and there's no orcs or something like this that actually helps us repair our reputation. Having the mana draw in hand, it would be nice to repair the black die, so I really do not want to just use the mana draw to use 2 dice and use crystallize and promise, for example, leaving the black die and leaving it all up to re-rolling the dice what colors I have access to. So I really want to repair that, which would mean using a white to turn the black die to any color. And it would be nice to have the 2 mana that I can actually use in the same turn. And with white I can only crystallize, and again, not having access to this. So if I stall for a turn, if I, for example, use the promise now with the white die and not using anything else, well, I might not even be able to power the mana draw at that point. So this really means that moving is probably more efficient because the mana draw can repair the die, turning it blue, unfortunately, because we already have another blue die. So maybe that's not that big of a deal because we will have 2 blue mana that we are using anyway. We have already played a blue card, so there's really not that much left to do with blue mana. If we play the promise and a mana draw to pull the blue die, we can use it to crystallize into green, so we definitely have the green die for the concentration swiftness combination, but we will not be guaranteed to have a blue die to actually power the stamina. And pulling an extra die just to color it, but not having a real turn with an extra mana doesn't sound efficient as well. But if I just play the influence with the white die, reroll and see what happens, and taking the peasants, I will have more options due to the peasants. I will redraw 1 card if I plunder again. If I do not, I have 7 cards, so I would take the penalty just to draw 1 card. I don't think that's a good idea. I think I should play at least 4 cards this turn. Otherwise I will not even draw 2 before plundering. Maybe it's the play to just power the promise, play 2 cards sideways, maybe even those, to hire the crossbowman, keep this combination, and maybe use the mana draw to get rid of the black die after all and crystallize into something that I actually need. So actually it doesn't work like that, because getting 2 blue would mean I need to move. Yeah, I do think the first battle we need to take on with the crossbowman and this combination. So determination and rage, at that point I don't have much use for, and I will probably just take the keep afterwards with the remaining rage. Maybe assigning damage to the crossbowman. We will see what the defenders are, if this is possible or not. But I don't think I need these cards badly. Okay, so let's do it after all, and let's stick with the black die. I'm not really liking it to leave that there, but turning it blue is so pointless because we have another blue die anyway. Alright, so we decide to stay at the village and hire. And to do that, we will play the promise with a white die, and we will have to use 2 cards that we currently don't need because our battle plan wants to use the swiftness and concentration with the labyrinth. So we are playing them sideways for 6, which will leave these cards, and we are picking up the crossbowman in the village as our first unit, which gives us access to up to 7 range attack, but we do need green mana to power this. But with any luck, we can use the mana draw to actually get 2 green to power this and also a march. We could use the mana draw now to also crystallize with the blue, but that would leave the black die and reroll 2 other dice. And I don't think we need to play that hasty. Let's just see what we get here. We will redraw 1 card and we can plunder again. So we are leaving it at that, which means we are discarding these 3 cards and reroll these die, which does come up red for a change, and we haven't seen that many red cards yet. And since we do have 2 cards left and hand limit of 5 and planning, we will draw 1 more card, which is a green movement card. So it's a March equivalent of Braevalar that also gives us access to healing or block. But first, Arythia does her turn. So she plays 3 cards and we only want to avoid red. So there's a red, that's perfect. A green and another green. So it's just 3 cards. If we are lucky in avoiding the last red, we will even have 1 more turn than expected. So now we again have to decide if we want to plunder again to get up to 8 cards, which means that if we play one, for example stamina, to move here, we will just play one card and stay with 7. If we are not doing a plundering, we will just play this and have 5 instead. So it's just a net difference of 2, unless we are staying at the village, of course. And I do think I just want to play this, reroll the blue die, be here. But the question is how to deal with the source. If we are now playing the blue die on the stamina to move there, we are in position to have a nice mana draw play if we get access to white mana. The blue die will no longer be there to color it white. Unless we are rolling gold or white, we will not be able to do it. Actually, blue will do it with crystallize. We can color it white and then have 2 green. And white will do it, gold will do it, and green might be able to do it since we can just power this. And then, for example, use crystallize with the mana draw of any other color to repair it. I do think we have to chance it anyway, and I really do think we should go up to 8, move there, go down to 7, instead of sitting at 6, playing 1, going down to 5. It's just 2 more cards for Labyrinth, and we do need all the mana we can get and all the cards we can get. So to have 7 cards with the Labyrinth instead of 5, if we are moving now, we will plunder in the turn of the dummy. So let's reduce the reputation first, and we will draw 2 more cards, which is another March and a Tranquility. So unfortunately, these are not cards that we want to see to fight Labyrinth. Maybe the March will be helpful, but we do have the one with the land. But then again, we do know that we have a lot of healing in hand. So if we get to green mana, there will be a place where we can actually take some damage and heal it right away. So this is helpful knowledge. And one flaw with the plan actually is that if we move the stamina now, we will have another turn with just playing 1 card. So we are cutting ourselves quite short. So if we are hitting the red card, we will just have 2 more turns after this, so 3 in total. If we are not hitting red, we will have 3 more turns after this. And we really need these 3 turns, 1 for the labyrinth, 1 for the keep, and maybe 1 more for exploring, for example. So maybe another option worthwhile thinking through is to actually use 2 movement cards, to not use a mana to move, get into position, use the blue die to crystallize a white, which I can then use with mana draw to produce 2 green, powering another movement card for the labyrinth and concentration, and have a green die sitting there for Tranquility to heal afterwards. What I do not like about it is that I will not have any movement cards left, except the other swiftness and improvisation, so we can't explore that much. But it would play more cards than just the stamina. It would actually play 3 of 8, leaving us with 5, which does mean we draw 1 card at least for the labyrinth. But we would go for the spell route only, but I do like that I could get the white mana to have definite green, and even turning a die green so we have even 1 more green mana afterwards, because we still have all the green cards available to us. And I do think we have to plan for the worst case that we hit the red, so we only have 2 turns left, which would leave a labyrinth turn, then needing to draw the rest of our deck, including the rewards and level up card, and playing just 1 more turn. This will not change if I play more cards, of course, but I will get through my deck quicker. And if we do have 1 more turn, I think we can stretch that out. There are some nice movement cards in the offer, in the spell offer, if we are going into the labyrinth with 4 movement. But I am tempted if I'm drawing a swiftness, for example, to play this for movement to the artifact route to see what we get. Picking up charm might be really tempting for the coming night and maybe a graveyard to then, with these double enemy encounters, to just disable 1 attack and use it against the other token. So do I play just 1 card or do I play 3 and draw 1? Also, if I'm just playing the stamina, I will reroll the blue, so I might not have white, which means that I cannot even guarantee to use mana draw to produce 2 green, so this would not work at all. And I would have, even if I have access to blue, for example, I would have to use a die from the source, no matter what, to actually power this, so I would not be able to use yet another mana. If I'm picking up a white crystal, I can actually use 3 mana for the labyrinth, because I can use a die from the source still. So I do like that a lot. I think I will probably go for this and just use these 3 cards, crystallize, and just live with the fact that I've played my movement cards. It was always clear that labyrinth is not easy to take because you do need to come up with the movement and kill an enemy. But let's see what we can do. So we do need to get going, and we decided to just use the movement card without powering, so coming up with 4 movement. So we can get into the rough terrain to the labyrinth, which will reveal the defenders, but we will lock in our turn then. So let's first plan it through, because we can then use the crystallize with the blue source die to pick up a white crystal. The reasoning here is that with the white crystal, well, let's place it here for the moment, we can next turn power the mana draw, turn the black die green, power this to enter the labyrinth, and the concentration to then kill something. And we will have a green die in the source afterwards to later play the Tranquility and heal. Maybe not for a wound that we get here, but maybe for a wound we take from the keep once we take it in the next round. And we will be down to 5 cards, which means that we actually draw 1 for Labyrinth, so we'll have 6 instead of 7. But a fresh card that, if it's another swiftness, for example, could give us 6 movement or even enter the artifact route. And depending on how dummy plays, we will not even have that many turns left. So I do think that's a good course of action. So we get the crystal. These cards are discarded. We do not have any other movement cards left, except swiftness and improvisation. And we do reroll the blue. Let's see what we get. That's quite unlucky, so we get another black. But it still does mean that we will have 2 green mana and the red if we, for example, draw the improvisation. But it's our turn, so we draw 1 card because we have planning. Actually, let's reveal the token first. That's still interesting. And it's heroes. So we could actually have looked at the token, obviously, and just go on if we wanted to, but that's quite pointless. So we prepared the labyrinth quite well. So we do not really want to proceed and just walk over it. But it's nice to know that these are heroes. So Rage will defeat them, and we will need to come up with some block or with some healing effects. But let's kill this first, level up and see what we get, and then plan for this. So we do draw, which is a Rage, so that would be something that we can power with the red source die. Let's see what the dummy does. He does have 4 cards left as planned, so unless this is a red, we'll have 1 more turn. There's a green. There's another green, so unfortunately it's a 50-50 now. And there's a blue. Okay, so this should be a red card, yes. So that's lucky, which does mean that we have 3 turns left now. We play our turn now, play 1 when he exhausts the deck, and then after he knows it's the end of round. Alright, so we are in the position we wanted to be in. To enter Labyrinth, we have to play movement. So this would be the one with the land. And since we do not have green mana, we probably have to use the mana draw to start it all off with the crystal. Get 2 green tokens so we can actually power this. I think it will be worthwhile to power either to get to 5 or 7 range attack or to just get 6 attack, depending on the token. Let's see. But I hope I can really kill it at range. And we did not draw another swiftness, and I do not want to spend this to just draw. So we will probably go for the spell route. Maybe it's a play to just take the charm and get into position with the glade at the day to enter the forest. So not to have the movement cost and then start the next night, even maybe with preparation, pick up the possess and then do the possess play where we bring down this to 3 armor and negate these 2 annoying attacks. Yeah, but I don't think there's really much else to say here. We really have to see what the token is. We cannot come up with 6 movement efficiently. I don't want to spend any cards sideways or so we probably have to do it like this, go for the spell route, see what we take, and just draw a token. Alright, so without another movement card, we use the white crystal with mana draw to turn 1 of the black dice to the green side, giving us 2 green tokens. 1 we plan to use with concentration, but we'll see. And we get 4 movement to enter this spell route of the labyrinth. And of course I'm always mixing them up. It's a maze actually, it's not a labyrinth. The labyrinth is the advanced version, it's on the core tiles. So we are talking of course about a maze, where we can take 1 unit and we will get gems, a spell or artifact as a reward depending on the movement, and we are going into it with 4. There is no other movement. I do not want to use this to draw, and especially not with this mana token because we need it here, so I'm just drawing the token. Alright, so the dungeon enemy that we have to defeat is a shadow. That's not good. The reason being that it has a nasty attack, and of course it's with 8 armor out of the range of the 7 we just mustered. Alright, so the crossbowman with 2, swiftness with 3, concentration with 2, we are not Goldex, is just 7, so we can't kill it at range. Blocking it would reduce the armor to 4, which means that the rage will actually kill it. And maybe that's the best course of action. But then again, we don't have that much block because we played this for movement. Which pretty much means that we probably have to come up with 8 attack and deal with the 4 damage. The 4 damage is just 2 wounds, so we could use the tranquility. Or give the wound to the crossbowman, so it's not blocking our hand. But they could not help us to defeat it then. I do like playing the rage, so we can actually keep this combination. Although it will not help with this, and the rage will just kill them as well. So this is really an awkward token to deal with. And I think we should also plan with the heroes. It's so unfortunate they give us a reputation penalty as well. So taking the keep actually means we are losing 2 reputation. So we're already sitting at -2. So defeating the heroes would mean, for example, to play the crossbowman to block the attack of 3, which leaves an attack of 5, unfortunately. And we already played our determination, or we played sideways, but we do have the improvisation left, which would mean that we need 2 red mana if we want to use it with rage, but the improvisation can block the other attack. That's nice. So I do think using the crossbowman for the heroes is actually beneficial, even though we do need to come up with 8 attack now. One way would be to use the concentration with rage and the crossbowman. That's 1 more attack than we need, and just soak up the damage. It would leave us with the red mana that we need for the improvisation to kill the heroes, and we would have to move it with the 2nd swiftness to reach the keep. The green mana can heal us next turn. I would like to place the wound on the crossbowman to not block the hand, but if I do it with the crossbowman I cannot use their attack. We can also use this to produce 5 attack, instead of 6, which is still enough with the Uton crossbowman, meaning we can hold on to the rage. Which pretty much means either the rage or the swiftness. And the swiftness is actually movement, so it's probably better to hold on to this. We could of course use the mana to heal right now, which would mean we get 4 attack here with the die, 3 here, and we could even play this sideways. It always sounds like a waste to do that, but it would get rid of the wound right away, which means it does not block our hand and we can still use the crossbowman. But we won't have them available to block the attack of the heroes. We could also use this to get 5 attack and the red die with rage because we haven't used any yet. To again have 9 attack, play all the cards. So we could save the crossbowman and either take the damage ourselves, healing the next turn with tranquility, or actually putting the wound on the crossbowman because we don't need them now. So we can heal them next turn and actually draw more cards. But it would mean that we are not using planning. Which would mean that with 1 card left we would only draw 4, but we only have 3 cards in the deck. But we would get a spell and 1 card from the offer by leveling, so we would not see them all. And without seeing the last card of the deck, we would then need to heal the unit, move to the keep and enter it, so to have a last turn actually within the keep where we can actually move away. If we want to use that with a spell that provides movement. And I do like that I can use the crossbowman to block this attack, use the improvisation if we see it to block the other one, but we are probably missing the damage then to actually kill them. I do think the main question is, do we leave the Uton crossbowman open, but we can't heal them this turn, but in the next before the combat? Or do we just use them now so we can wound them without the need to heal them and retain a card instead and draw the rest of the deck definitely? But we do not have that much mana to power everything. So if we plan for the red die for improvisation, for example, if we hold on to the rage, we can't use it. But we should probably hold on to the swiftness, although there will be another swiftness in the deck. So moving here is fine, unless we want to also have 2 movement points to reveal a tile. But actually if we use the crossbowman now again, we cannot wound them. So this option doesn't actually make that much sense. Where we could take the wound ourselves and heal, that was the point, because we can use the red die here to get 4. If we wound ourselves, we can use the crossbowman any of these cards and keep the other one. Actually holding on to the concentration might be a play, but we would again, because we play this, not end up with 2 cards in hand. That's a tough decision because I do like wounding the crossbowman and leaving them open, as it's not blocking the hand, but I do have to heal them to actually use them in an assault. I'm not that fond of the assault, to be honest, but I'm just in position to take a keep. Taking keeps is not that bad, but if we move away, we won't have the bonus in the beginning of the next night anyway. My thinking was that with the movement spells, maybe moving to the Earth Elemental, just to get in position at day, might be a play, but then again we need a plan for the Earth Elemental anyway. So if we are not getting any elemental damage and we are not picking up charm, then if we are using a movement spell, why am I even moving there? So probably it's just better to reveal here and just stay at the keep for the next night and maybe hire the peasants for the second command slot that I will get from leveling again when I kill the heroes. Even though I'm at -2, if I use charm, if I get a white mana of course, I will be able to hire the peasants as well, so I have 2 units at the end of the first day, which sounds good. And the peasants are quite versatile. They might even help us to replace themselves at the beginning of the next night. So let's see, the swiftness I will draw. Let's just make sure that I'm not misreading what I will get here. So there's a threaten and an improvisation, as well as another swiftness, and I think that's it. But the swiftness moves us to the keep. The improvisation blocks an attack, but we do have to discard a card, we have to keep that in mind. It's good that we see the color of the source when we reroll, besides the green. Actually, if we use the green, we cannot use another die, because this might make a difference on what we choose here, of course. I am tempted to just keep this, because it actually gives us access to mana. And if nothing else, we can even use the green die that we are now getting to power some of the other cards. Maybe even picking up the Heroic Tale and repairing the reputation a bit by hiring the peasants is a good idea. So can we hold on to this? I think it's a given that we use the red die now for rage, or is it? Well, if we are not using this, we would need to play the green here and we could not retain this. But if we use the red now, we are not guaranteed to even be able to use improvisation. And 5 damage is no joke, this armor is too low. Well, it depends on a bit what skill we get from Braevalar. Well, nevertheless, if we use this now and we can hold on to this, this can produce a red to power the improvisation. And we will have a green from the source. So that would be 8 if we use the crossbowman in this sideways. I do think we need them for the heroes. If we're using them now, there's no way to defeat the heroes without taking many wounds. So we have to keep them open, which pretty much means that we need to get our points elsewhere. So we do hold on to this after all. But if we wound the crossbowman, we'll have to use the green die, so we can't use this anyway. So maybe we do use this and just use it like this. There's a combination we already had. That's a combined 9 attack. We will have the green to heal them and not block our hand. But this means we are not holding on to any of this, but we will have them after healing them to block one attack, improvisation to block the other, but we still need 4 damage. We could take chivalry, but the improvisation takes another card, which could be threaten. But the chivalry is only 3 unless we are getting lucky with the mana. Actually, we do need a source mana anyway to power the improvisation, so we can't power this, so we have to play that card sideways, which is pretty much the spell we get, unless we are getting a skill that helps in some way. It all depends on the skill we are getting. We could just hold on to the concentration, play this sideways, use the crossbowman and just heal them so we don't need the green mana next turn. We still have this card open, which again means that we cannot use them to block the heroes. We could even just not go to the keep, that's another option. Just use the day to use this to go to this forest and still have the concentration with another swiftness and the green day to also kill the hags and level again. Actually it's just 7, so we are not leveling then. But it would repair the reputation, not tank us even more. The crossbowman can still take the attack. After all, Braevalar does have 2 healing spells, so we could keep them wounded until next night. So they could, instead of blocking the attack, still absorb it, so there's still a play with this. I think I want to hold on to this card. It's really a tough optimization problem, but I think at some point we have to get going. It's really unfortunate we drew the shadow. That really screws us up, because we did prepare a lot of range damage for day 1, but it was 1 point shy of being able to defeat them. So let's execute this. So with the shadow, I think there's no optimal plans to how to defeat them, but I do think we cannot block them, so we do have to take the damage, which is 2 wounds, so either 1 on the crossbow or 2 in hand. And I do think we just take them to hand, which takes care of the attack. And we did not block them, of course, so we do have to come up with 8 damage, which is with the source die. This was just turned with mana draw after paying a crystal. So we do take the red source die to get 4 attack. We activate the crossbowman for 3 attack, and we play the swiftness sideways for another 1. That's 8 in total, which does mean we kill the shadow. It's our first victim. We do get 4 fame and level up, that's important. And we do use the last mana token. We have to cast Tranquility, healing the 2 wounds that we just got, so they are gone. And the only card we did not play, which we hold on to, is the concentration. So these are the tokens we generated. This was our crystal, and this is all discarded. Unfortunately, planning does no longer trigger at that point, but this is returned as is, and this is rerolled, which does come up red. That's good if you want to use the improvisation. We do mark the 4 space of the mace. Let's get that right. It's not a labyrinth, it's a mace. Unfortunately, we do get the combat rewards first, so we have to select on the spell now. I'm not that fond of giving the dummy both a green crystal and a green card. That doesn't sound good, but I probably do not want to pick up in need. So we do need to think about the level up as well, of course. Heroic Tale would be a card that could repair reputation, as can the chivalry. We do have a white mana if we want to, because we do have 2 turns, so we can take the keep. Actually, we cannot hire the peasants there, so they are not available at the keep, so that doesn't work. Which does mean that the influence cards are kind of pointless for now. So the chivalry might be something to take to actually kill the heroes, because we do need the attack. With a swiftness to move, an improvisation and a threaten to block, it's really down to the chivalry to actually have a chance to defeat the enemy. So you're probably taking that, but do we take away the green spell then, which would mean that he picks up a white crystal and a green card. That's a good combination, and it would eliminate Wings of Wind, and we would have Underground Travel. Underground Travel is a good movement skill, because you don't have to pay other movement points, as with Wings of Wind, and you can just move revealed spaces. The Underground Attack doesn't do much in this scenario, unless we are using it for a Mage Tower or a Keep or something like that. The Wings of Night, on the other hand, will be quite helpful to disable attacks, but again it would mean that the dummy picks up a green card and a green crystal. I do think at some point you have to pick up a movement card in this game. Usually it's an advanced action, but Underground Travel does just fine. And not every spell needs to have a good powered version, because it's only available at night anyway. And just moving 3 real spaces, no matter what it is, well, you can't move through lakes and swamps, that's something to keep in mind. But nevertheless, it can move you through mountain ranges and stuff like that. So I'm tempted to just pick that up, which doesn't mean the Wings of Wind will be gone, and if we do not eliminate a charm, we can pick it up next night. So I'm tempted to leave that there, then the dummy will pick up in need, which is a good combination with white crystal, and we can pick up chivalry now to have a chance to actually take the keep. I think that's the way I want to do it. So we are picking up the Underground Travel as our spell reward. The offer refresh with Meditation Trance. Reason being that we want the dummy to pick up a white crystal with a green card. So now we proceed to the level up. And the skill choices are between the Forked Lightning, so cold fire attack against up to 3 enemies, or Regeneration, which allows us to throw away wounds by paying a mana, and if it's a green one we can actually draw a card. But in solo this is actually not important, because It also works if you have the least fame, and you always have the least fame. So it's just a regeneration skill that allows you to heal wounds with mana. So I do think we need to pick up Chivalry, so we can actually take the keep and have a last round with the keep, and then also have a chance to do something with our last turn. The regeneration is nice, but Braevalar does have another healing skill, and Forked Lightning is something that we need to actually kill this. So I'm tempted to just use this, which would also work with the Chivalry to kill the heroes, because Chivalry without boosting it will just give us 3 attacks. So I'm using this. The dummy skill for the next level up will be Hot Swordsmanship. That also solves the problem, of course, with the elemental, but we already established that Erythia would have been better for this particular enemy. So that's the end of the turn, and we draw. By now we have 5 cards in the deck, and we only draw 4. So the Chivalry, the Underground Travel, the Threaten, unfortunately, and the Improvisation, so we do not get the movement. The dummy does play his last card and exhausts his deck, so we have 2 turns left. And the advanced action offer refreshes with Crystal Mastery. So we did not draw the last swiftness, which means that we cannot actually attack the keep with the swiftness. So we are missing the 2 movement points, which doesn't mean if we want to take the keep now, we have to come up with some other means of movement, for example, with Improvisation. But then again, 2 cards will just be 2 move points anyway, so Improvisation would be quite wasted. But if you want to play the Improvisation for something else, like planned with the red die to block the attack of 5 of the heroes, we would have to sacrifice 2 other cards for movement, for example Concentration and Underground Travel, which leaves the Chivalry together with the Forked Lightning to actually defeat the heroes, and we could have the Utum Crossbowmen soak up the attack of 3. It would still net us with a reputation of -1, because we are losing 2, 1 for the sword, 1 for the heroes, but we do get 1 from the Chivalry. And we would have 1 last turn with just the swiftness, which could mean that we could explore, for example, one of the regions. But it feels like kind of waste to play 2 cards like Concentration, Underground Travel sideways. So what are the options actually? We could still play the Improvisation just to move. We would get 5 movement points, which could mean that we explore this tile and maybe even move into it. And we could still enter the keep, but then we could not block the attack of 5, which is 3 wounds, and the Utum Crossbowman cannot soak them in total, so it would still be 3 wounds, 1 on the Crossbowman needing 2 heal and 1 to the hand, and the 3 attack would again be 2 wounds. So that's really inefficient because of all these odd numbers, because the Crossbowmen have an even amount of armor and I have 2, so that's really unfortunate. I should have known that I cannot attack the keep no matter what the last card is, because if I got the swiftness but not Improvisation, I still could not do the blocking play. And if the Threaten would be the last card, I would at least have to play another card with Improvisation, so losing another good card in the process. So the fact that I could not draw my whole deck should have prepared me for, well, this turn that taking the keep is actually not that efficient. Nevertheless, we could take the keep and have a good start, unless we are moving away from the keep, in the next night with an increased hand limit, and we might be able to hire and fill our second slot that we get from killing the heroes. What I do not like in comparison to the plan I had in mind with the swiftness is that with the swiftness we could move into the keep, block the attack of 5, kill it, and still have these cards left, which would mean that we could even leave the keep with the Underground Travel to get us into position, for example, to the Glade. Because with the Forked Lightning and the Crossbowman ready, in the Glade we can just kill the sprites, even though they are elusive and have defend, because it's still 3 range attack, and it doesn't even need 1 of the swiftness or even a concentrated swiftness. So that would allow us to open up with liberating the Glade with the Crossbowman. And again, the Forked Lightning. Forked Lightning would also pierce a point of armor, even though they are physical resistant, which means that 8 attack will actually do it to liberate the Glade at the beginning of the next night. But if you do that, and we can't, since we do not have the last card, as I said, unless we are taking many more wounds, we would not even benefit from the keep at the beginning of the next night, so we would not have the hand limit increase, and we could not hire because we are not even there anymore. Which leads us to an interesting third option, that we could actually use this turn, and we have 2 left, to use the Underground Travel with the green die that we prepared and we didn't use yet, to move to the Glade. It's just 2 spaces, it's neither a lake nor a swamp in between. So we could move there now, draw the last card, because we then have played 1 and we draw 1, which leaves us with the remaining 4 cards and a swiftness. And we can actually liberate the Glade right now. Idea being, even though it's inefficient, that we can use the concentration with the swiftness to produce a white mana and a 3 range attack to kill the sprites. We would not even use the Forked Lightning, this is why it's not efficient, otherwise it's exactly 3 damage, so that works quite well, but the Forked Lightning is kind of wasted on the sprites at least. But we can still use them on the golems, which means that we need 8 attack to kill them. And with the red die, and we haven't used the die yet, that's 5 attack, and at 3 that's actually 8, so it just kills it. We do get our reputation and we do not lose 2, so we end up actually at the dead center again because we get another reputation from liberating the Glade. We would then have played all cards, and the attack of the sprites is irrelevant because we killed them at range. But the Earth Elemental with Brutal will actually deal us 8 damage. We do not have any cards left, no movement points, so there's no way to reduce it. It would be trivial otherwise, to at least half the attack. So the 8 Brutal attack we could deal with by giving them to the crossbowman and taking 2 wounds ourselves. And since the Glade would then be liberated, we would heal 1 wound right away, so we would have 1 in the deck and 2 on the crossbowman. But we would get 2 faction tokens, we would have 5 XP total, level up, and start the night on a Glade, which does give us a black mana, not a gold one, but nevertheless, it's nice, and we do get an artifact, which unfortunately we can't use anymore because we need 2 turns to actually execute this plan. Because of a mana shortage, we cannot actually travel there and kill them right away. I do think from the 3 options, the exploration is the weakest one. I think I should really try to level and either take the keep or the Glade. I think the main decision is if I want to take the keep and be in position for next night, have an increased hand limit and be in a position to hire and fill the second slot I get. Or if I use my cards more effectively to eliminate harder enemies, actually much harder. So a fortified 5 armor enemy with physical resistance, obviously much harder than the heroes. They have a equal attack actually, with the brutal it's 8, but in this case it's not divided 5-3, so I actually take 1 wound less. And overall the wound count, since I do not have the swiftness, is almost the same, since the crossbowman will end up wounded, and from the 2 wounds I'm getting to hand, I'm healing 1 right away, so it's almost equivalent. But I think I'm just too tempted to just use the underground travel I just got from the maze and go over to the Glade and liberate it now, which gives me the faction tokens, as I said. It gives me the same amount of fame, and it gives me 2 plus reputation instead of just 1 and -2 from the keep. And with any luck, there will be fortified sites here, maybe a keep, maybe a tower, so I can use the underground attack maybe to even just take them in the next day. And this is actually a good spot to start exploring. And I do have the altar here, even though it's in forest at night. So I do think I want to go with the plan of underground travel and liberating the Glade and see what happens from there. So with the remaining 2 turns, I will use underground travel with the first one. We did make sure that we have a green die with the mana draw play earlier. So we are using that now to activate the underground travel and move through forest. So it's neither lake nor swamp into the Glade. So let's move the tokens off from the Glade. It does not provoke enemies because it says so in the spell, and we do not want or need to fight the hags. And that's pretty much it for the turn. So that's my second to last one. We are re-rolling the die, and most importantly, we are drawing the last card from the deck, which is a swiftness. The die comes up white, which is nice because we do want to power the swiftness. I was planning to use the concentration for this. This is discarded, and we do draw up to 5 cards, drawing the last swiftness. The dummy announces the end of round, and this brings us to our last turn. And the idea is that we can actually try and liberate the Glade. So actually there is no trying because we do have all the information, so we know we can succeed. And actually the reroll to the die doesn't matter because we do need 2 mana, so we need to play this for either white or red and take the other one from the source. So let's stick with the original plan to create a white mana token to power the swiftness, which does kill the sprites, even though they are elusive and have defend by 1, but they are not physical resistance, so 3 damage will kill them, and we do not even need the fog lightning. That's a slight inefficiency, but it works out after all. So we still use the fog lightning against the golems because it's cold fire damage, so it's 1 point of damage. But we do have to take damage first, of course, because this is no longer a range phase, but these attacks are already taken care of. And the 4 attacks, since we will have to use all of our cards, so the play will here be to get 8 total damage that are inefficient 4 with the 1 cold fire damage that's 5 to kill it. So the brutal attack of 8 will place a wound on the crossbowman, which subtracts 4 from the damage or from the attack, which means that we take 2 wounds because we have an armor of 2. So we take that first, and then we retaliate with a chivalry that is attack 3, and an improvisation, which is attack 5. And I just noticed a flaw in my plan that I do not actually get a reputation from this, because I do need the 1 point here. That's a bit sad, but it's not that important. We will get a reputation from liberating the Glade anyway, so we will be at 0 again, but not in the dead center of the track. But that's my last turn then, so this combination defeats the sprites. So let's clean it up. It's 3 range attack, giving me 1 fame, as well as a faction token at the end of turn as a combat reward. We wounded the crossbowman and ourselves, and we come up with 8 attack. That's together with the fog lightning enough to kill the Earth Elemental. which is another 4 fame, which does mean we have our 3rd armor point and another command slot. So let's clean all this up as well. This goes back to the source. We would have to reroll it, but it doesn't matter. And since we're ending the turn on the glade, we will actually heal 1 of the wounds. So that's the plan here. So we liberated this, which gives us a reputation and an artifact. That's the most important part in life and death scenario. We technically have to mark this with our shield that we liberated it, but I think last time I noticed that in the solo rules it doesn't actually matter because it does not seem to count as an adventure site, so you don't get any fame for this. And there's no points in the solo rules for liberating this. So let's get this token first. That's an ice shard. That's insanely good. So the next time we encounter a physically resistant enemy, we will be able to kill that more easily. That's nice. And as the artifact choice, we do have the Banner of Protection or the Shield of the Fallen Kings. So the Banner of Protection gives a unit armor +1, fire resistance and ice resistant. That's really nice. The crossbowman would get armor 5 in total and be fire and ice resistant, which helps a lot in absorbing attacks from enemies. Even cold fire attacks could be absorbed, like from the shadow. So that's huge. And if you break the artifact, I can throw away all wounds you received this turn, which is also good for a big assault where I just soak up a lot of damage. The Shield of the Fallen Kings, on the other hand, is just a really nice block card, so block 6 or 2 block 4s against different attacks, or Cold Fire block 8 or up to 3 Cold Fire blocks 4. Again, this could be huge, especially against the High Priestess with her elemental attacks. So neither of them obviously are mana artifacts or anything insane like the Bow of Starstorn or Horn of Wrath. Both are defensive in nature, and I feel like the Banner I like much more, I have to confess. It's also quite defensive, but it doesn't clog up your hand. And the 5 armor unit with 2 resistances will be extremely handy. It's not physical, unfortunately, so it would not help, for example, to absorb one of the attacks here, which would be 5, would be so perfect. But I do think we will encounter enough enemies that have elemental attacks. On the other hand, the Shield of the Fallen Kings will exactly do that, so it will just block one of the higher attacks of an enemy. So both are defensive artifacts, but I do think I like the Banner of Protection more, especially since I already have a unit with an armor of 4. So we will not draw this, of course, and we will have a wound in the deck, and that's the end of the first day. And we did level twice, we hired a good unit, we acquired an artifact. I actually forgot to give me the second faction token as a reward from defeating the Earth Elemental, so we have to fix that. And these are healing herbs that are quite welcome, seeing that I just have 1 wound in the deck and also a wound on the crossbowman, although I cannot use him for the crossbowman, of course. Alright, so at the end of round, the dummy picks up a white crystal due to the Wings of Wind. So Rithia is now sitting at 2 white and 2 red. And she picks up a green card, which I think went quite well. Since I'm playing with control of the offers, I can now decide if I want to drop Heroic Tale and or Charm. With the Heroic Tale, I actually think I already picked up a card that helps me improve my reputation with Chivalry, and I'm playing a scenario where there is additional reputation on the board, and the faction tokens can also be used as influence. So I'm not sure that holding on to a white card is a good idea, especially if I'm not picking it up. The dummy will have 2 white crystals, so I'd rather give him a blue. So I do think the Heroic Tale I will probably drop. As for the spells, Charm again is also an influence spell. It has the nice possess ability that can really help, disabling 1 attack and maybe killing another token, but it's not a scaling effect. But here the question is, if there's a chance that I want to pick it up, it might be worthwhile to leave, and if I'm not picking it up, it will give the dummy another white crystal and a blue card, so that's actually quite nice for his deck. If I'm dropping it now and I'm not picking up Meditation, then I will give the dummy a green crystal and just give him a green card. And I'm not sure I want to pick up Meditation or Trance. Do think there could be plays where this is quite worthwhile, but a lot of things have to click in place, and that's, in my book, a problem with some of the spells that I do really like in theory, but if the spell is not always good just in isolation, then it's sometimes hard to get these things working. And for something like Meditation or Trance, you really have to have good cards that you want to see again. They prolong your turn, and depending on how the turn goes, and if you're going before the dummy and after, or after the dummy, and depending on how big his deck is and so on, it might not end up mattering. Let's put it like this. So I do think I will probably leave Charm for the dummy to pick up and then eliminate Meditation, but I will go slower through the spell deck in this case. But do I really want to reveal only 1 spell? Because if I'm not picking the new spell up, but instead Charm, I'm back to the drawing board, giving the dummy Meditation. But I do really like Possess, and especially in a scenario with these glades and graveyards where there are 2 enemies, this spell can come in really handy. So I think I will just leave it. So we remove the Heroic Tale, but do leave the Charm. The advanced action offer refreshes with Blood of the Ancients and Intimidate, so quite a flexible card and an influence attack card. And the spell offer shows Flame War, which is a scaling spell. The silver units refresh to another peasant, foresters, and scouts. So all level 1s, unfortunately. Planning and rethink are gone now. We refresh the crossbowman, but there's of course still wounded. The knight starts out with a black die, a blue and a green. So that should be enough shuffling for my deck. My starting hand of 5 cards is Determination, Mana Draw, the Banner right away, Crystallize, and Improvisation. I do start with a black mana, although I probably cannot do much with it. Maybe let's put it here so you can actually see it. So we are down to the tactic selection of the first knight. So looking at the new units that came up, 2 can only be hired in a village. So I'm not going back, obviously, to hire them. So you would have to reveal another village to even be able to pick them up. The scouts can be hired everywhere. But then again, in the immediate vicinity without revealing there is nothing to hire them as well. And I'm probably not going back to the keep unless I would start off with underground travel and I would just use the underground attack. But I'm currently not too fond of going back to the green heroes. So I'd rather would like to reveal and see if there's a fortified site there. And we don't have the spell currently anyway, but we would have the black mana for the underground attack. So I do think our immediate goal should be to reveal, to explore and get going. The only movement that we currently have in hand is the improvisation, and we do not have a red mana, but we do have crystallize with a blue die, so we could produce red mana, but it would be costly. We also have the mana draw, which is nice, but we cannot power it currently unless we are using the blue die again with the crystallize. So currently I don't see that we need 2 equal mana. It is interesting that we start with blue in the source, a crystallize and a mana draw right beside an altar, which needs 3 blue mana, but we would need to move with 5, with a cost of 5 to even get there. So I don't think this is a good idea. I do like that we have the banner in hand, so we can attach it right away, but it's not like we need it immediately. So I feel like it's not the most optimal starting hand, and taking something that could repair the hand would probably be good, which is Long Night or Preparation. It's unfortunate that we do not have any crystals, so with the current source we are stuck with green and blue, and the only green or blue cards that we have are Determination, which is pointless currently, and the Crystallize. Although we could pick Preparation, cast it with the black and the green mana, travel back to the keep, make an underground attack, and use the Determination with mana draw and the blue die to block the attack of 5, but we could not use our unit, so there would be an attack of 3 left, which is just 1 wound, and we have healing herbs. But how would we kill them? We could do it with an improvisation, tossing the Crystallize and the Forked Lightning. So getting the spell, black, green and blue with mana draw, Determination, attach the banner, take a wound, heal, and kill. So it would use everything that we have, but we would be away from the glade and switch sides again without revealing, which is a bit of a pity. So I'm not sure if it's efficient to always just like zip back and forth from east to west without even going forward. But it's a play that we could do. It would use Preparation, so the dummy would most likely go before me. So we waste another turn, but on the other hand, we are playing 6 cards of our deck right away. So we probably do not need that turn. I'm definitely not using Sparring Power from the Dusks. This is why I'm laying him out like this. So what else can we do? The Mana Search could be helpful to reroll 2 dice, giving us a chance to roll red. But there's a very high chance that we do not roll red, so I'm not sure this is helpful. I would probably consider this gambling. Like taking this tactic to maybe have a first turn that works, but if we roll badly, we are stuck without the tactic helping us, so we would have to go back to doing something just with this hand, and without the underground travel, I'm not sure this is such a good hand. Again, we could use, for example, the improvisation with the Determination and the Crystallize to get the red mana. That would mean we play these cards, have 5 movement, we can reveal 2 tiles, attach the banner, hold on to the mana draw, reroll and see what the second turn gives us. But it feels like a bit of a waste. Taking the keep in the manner I just described with Preparation would bring us down to Reputation again, but it would mean that we are up to 6 cards, starting from the keep with a fresh hand. And since there's no movement in this hand, it's quite likely that we will be able to move. Long Night is always an option, trying to go before the dummy and extending the deck with 3 cards, but it would require an opening hand that works for me. I might have mixed up these tactics actually, so the tactics that modify your hand obviously are Preparation and Midnight Meditation, not Long Night. So Midnight Meditation is something like Rethink, maybe this has got me confused from the day tactics, but I think it's worse because you shuffle the cards in first and then redraw, but it's 5 cards instead of 3. So you could in essence just draw a new hand. if you use it right away, but that would be the end of the tactic then, so there's no other benefit for the knight, and we would have to live with the other hand. I'm not sure this is what I want to go for, especially since it's still a relatively high number, so it's a 3-2 chance to have the dummy go before me. Our faction tokens do not currently help. Well, with the first plan I laid out, it would help, but the shard, of course, doesn't do anything currently. Usually I try to leave preparation inspiring power for later knights to have a good start on a city assault or build up power for city assault. So if I'm playing preparation now, if I'm unlucky, inspiring power gets picked by the dummy and I'm left with the tactics of 1-4. Killing the heroes will not make me level, so I'll be 1 shy of leveling. I currently think I'm gravitating towards a tactic that modifies my hand, because I do not really like to start up with this hand here. Not with the current source and the only movement being the improvisation. So either it's redrawing, and we would have to think about what we redraw. Probably the determination. Seeing that the source is like this, also the improvisation. Crystallize and mana draw are a bit sad to let go. But with the source as is, maybe the mana draw could also go. And we could hold on to these two, for example, but we would only redraw 3 cards then. But seeing that these colors are actually the colors that we need for our movement cards, we could actually let the crystallize go as well. The banner I should probably keep just to attach it right away. It doesn't help us if we draw it at the end of the night. So we could replace these 4 cards and hope for either March or Stamina, which would just reveal these 2, and we could stay at the glade if we draw the wound. But these, I think, are the 2 options. Either Midnight Meditation, so going with 4 or preparation and going for the underground attack. Or is there any other card I should go for? I could, of course, just pick out any movement card and just explore. But if I go to the keep now, I can actually hire the scouts, because I do have a second slot and they can be hired at the keep. So without relying on a village, moving to the keep now, drawing up to 6 cards, could actually allow me to just pick up the scouts, which then can help with further exploration or with some other attack. Leaving the glade behind seems a bit bad, but then again it only produces black mana and I only have 1 spell. So if I'm not pulling it out now, I don't see me lingering here and I can't get any other spells anyway. And I probably do not want to go back to a glade in a forest at night. Maybe going for the higher hand limit with the keep is the play here, and just playing the first 6 cards of my deck. Advanced action card, artifact and a spell, that brings my deck up to 19, which would mean I have 13 cards left. I'm most likely going after the dummy. On the bright side, if the dummy really eliminates sparring power, he will at least give me 1 more turn. And it's quite unlikely. Alright, so it's either preparation for underground attack or preparation for a movement card or Midnight Meditation to replace the hand and hope for the best. But I'm not too fond of the latter option, because hoping for the best, I might just end up redrawing the same cards. And then I didn't gain anything from this and I might even lose a turn. So I do think I will go for preparation and just exploring here and holding on to all these cards. I could play 1 for stamina or march and then use the mana draw to crystallize, attach the banner and hold on to the determination improvisation, depending on what I see. But I do think I just take the keep. Let's just go for this. Let's see what happens. So we do pick up the preparation with the idea that we can pick up the underground attack and use the black mana that we have. With the green die and the mana draw, we can actually take the keep, kill the heroes. We will drop a bit in reputation, but we will have a keep and we will be able to hire the scouts. So with the preparation, we are looking for a spell, which is the 3rd card from the bottom, and reshuffle our deck. Then let's see if the dummy picks up sparring power and goes after us, or if he goes before us and eliminates something lower. And he's going for the long night. I think I'm okay with that, yeah. Which doesn't mean Erythia again goes before us, and our first turn is red, white, red. Okay, so 3 bad cards are already eliminated, but we will have to limit 2 more, which is another red and a green one. I think all in all that's almost lucky, because there's only 1 red card left in the deck. In our first turn, we will definitely attach the banner to our unit. We will then use the underground attack to move 3 spaces, no lakes, no swamps, to attack the keep, losing a reputation in the process. We then mana draw another die to power the determination and block the attack of 5. The other attack will wound us, which I will then heal with the healing herbs. And an improvisation with a crystallize and forked lighting is exactly 4 damage to kill the heroes. We do lose another reputation, unfortunately, but we do get 5 fame although we do not level. So this token is used, the wound is avoided. Let's move the crossbowman here, so we actually have room for the banner. The black token is used, we reroll the dice. White and green. We of course have played our complete hand, so 6 cards in total with the banner. But we do mark our keep with the shield, and with a hand limit of 6 we are drawing our next hand. Which is Tranquility, which is awesome because we have green and can heal our crossbowman, a swiftness, a concentration, so the combination right away, a march, which is also awesome, chivalry, and one of the land, so another march. So a lot of green. Unfortunately, we do not have mana draw or crystallize anymore, so we really need some way to get more mana. Aricia's second turn, she's playing 3 cards, which is green, blue, and blue, so a short turn, but all good cards, unfortunately. So we can play our second turn. I feel like we do need to explore first. We cannot use the green mana to heal, because then we do have access to crossbowmen but nothing to do. So we do need this, and concentration unfortunately cannot produce green. It's not Goldex card. So we are most likely just using the march with the green die and see what happens. We could use these 2 heals to heal the crossbowmen and lose the movement card in the process, but at least play 2 cards. We would then hold on to this and this for battling, but we would lose the movement as said. We do have a white die, which can power the swiftness on its own with the forked lightning for range attack of 4, or the chivalry, depending on what we see. The dummy has played 8 cards out of a deck of 17, so 9 left, with 4 cards being bad, 5 being good, so it's a coin toss what we encounter next. But I don't think we need to play too fast, so we probably play the march, see what happens, what gets revealed, and then decide if we use the tranquility and one with the land to heal the crossbowman or not. We could of course use the concentration on the march to have movement 6, but it would most likely mean that we are leaving the keep, and we do want to have a shot at hiring the scouts if we draw influence. We could also use the token, of course, which counts as an influence of 3, but with -1 we would still be at 2 only, so we do need promise or threaten. If we plan on staying here after exploration with the idea of interacting to hire, we should probably play Tranquility in one of the land just to increase the chance to actually draw the cards that we need to hire. But we do need to have the information first what we reveal, and using concentration on march would mean that we would lose to movement if we are staying, so I don't want to do that. So to see what we are actually up against, we use the green die with march for movement 4, and then reveal these 2 tiles. I've laid them here just for optical reasons, basically, because without much exploration, the background is too black for the camera, to be honest. So this is why they are lying here. And these are actually the order of tiles, and I want to reveal them in this order. And it's just coincidence that they are lying here in the exact order I'm going to reveal them anyway. So with the first 2 movement points, we will reveal this tile here. The rose comes up red, so we rotate it twice, counterclockwise. It's quite a busy tile with a refugee camp that's actually facing us directly. Unfortunately, it's in hillside, but nevertheless, it means that we can hire everything there without any penalty, because these are all hireable in a village. There's the second maze, 2 mountains, lots of walls, a zombie horde, and a monastery, which allows us to learn Blood Rage. I also just realized that I misplaced this here. This should have been an elementalist rampaging enemy, and I'm thinking about if I should fix that or not. And I'm actually leaning to fixing this, because the elementalist tiles are actually quite limited, so whatever's on the map actually means that it's no longer available for later, and this actually changes a lot. It does mean that our considerations to go there to actually level with the ability with concentrated swiftness in the beginning of the game to kill the hag might be wrong, but I'm willing to chance that. I do think I want to replace this now and actually fix this mistake. So the replacements are Elven Protectors, which do have a defend of 2, so concentrated swiftness would not have worked in the beginning of the game. But since we did not go there, I do think it's okay, and yeah, I do want to fix it as said, because of the quite limited nature of these tokens. So at that point, before revealing the second tile, we of course have to consider if we want to move there or not, or if you actually want to reveal the next tile. The refugee camp is interesting, but it would require influence as well, of course, so it wouldn't make a big difference to the keep. But it does mean there's no reason to stay at the keep, because we are still in the supply range, and we can hire even more units, or we could at least think about the foresters instead of the scouts. I'm not too fond of the maze, especially since I might be planning to use this card for heal, which means that we have less movement, and we already played the underground travel. So I don't want to spread myself too thin with movement. So I do think I just want to reveal the next tile and see if I can get anything better there, some battle that does not require that much movement. Maybe some rampaging enemies, maybe some dungeon, for example, that would be nice, or maybe a fortified site. So we are deciding not to move into this tile and just use, as planned, the other 2 movement points to reveal this tile. Compass Rose comes up golden, so it's not red-plated at all. It's definitely a less busy tile with 1 village. That could be interesting to hire because we can, again, hire everything and there's not much movement point needed there to actually get there. There's a glade that might be a graveyard, and that's actually the point here because I did not place everything yet because there's rampaging enemies and a glade. And for the neutral tiles in the center, we have to roll, and I do believe the rules mean to roll separately, not for the tile. So we roll for the rampaging enemy, and blue means it's from the Dark Crusader, Skeleton Warrior, so pretty much the most simple enemy token that you can get from the Dark Crusader. And we roll for the glade, also blue, so it is a graveyard after all. Graveyard is defended by Gibbering Ghouls and a Pain Wraith, which does mean that we should be able to block this. Unfortunately, the Dark Crusader faction, of course, has not that many elemental attacks, and the Banner of Protection doesn't help with this at all. And funnily enough, the Pain Wraith has an armor of 8 if you do not block it. So again, with the crossbowmen, once I've healed them, concentrated swiftness would be 7, so no chance to snipe them. But there's a Gibbering Ghoul anyway that we probably want to kill maybe at range, and the swiftness with the Forked Lightning would actually be enough. And the Pain Wraith, as I said, you probably want to block, so the 3 block of the crossbowman with any other card will already do the trick, and due to the Forked Lightning we only need 3 more damage, which could be a Chivalry for example. But it is a forest at night, so we would need 7 movement to even get to the graveyard. But it could allow us to learn Possess or Charm and then move on to the village to hire. That might be a play. If we block both enemies, we could even use the Chivalry to get 2 reputation, but it sounds inefficient since I do have the Forked Lightning and a swiftness. And if I had a Foresters, for example, it's another block 3, so to get 2 blocks of 4, I would need 2 more cards. 2 separate cards, unfortunately, because you cannot group enemies for blocking. But that's the exploration, so the next question is, do we play anything else, or do we just play 1 card, see what a dummy does, and reroll the die to see if it comes up green? All the other colors probably do not matter at all, to be honest. So it's quite an unlikely chance that it will come up green. Which probably means that I should play these 2 cards now to not hold on to 5 cards that can barely be powered with the source. Well, there is a white die for these, but holding on to 3 greens, when it's quite unlikely to get another green, I'd rather draw something like Threaten or a Stamina, which if I roll red or blue can then actually be powered to my advantage. If I'm just drawing 1 card, it's probably not a good idea. I could interact and level, that might be a play as well, to not use this as influence, but as a fame. And it's tempting actually, because it could mean that we get a nice skill that helps us, maybe a mana skill. That's actually a good point, because the mana skills of Braevalar do give a lot of green, which would mean that we can heal and power a movement card, for example. We also get an advanced action card. Crystal Mastery currently doesn't do anything because we don't have any crystals yet. Blood of the Ancients I'm not too sure about because we do not have a way to deal with wounds yet. But the Intimidate, of course, would be quite nice, but it does tank our reputation. And we are already at -1. Without even having burned a monastery. I'm not too fond of the advanced action offer, I have to say, because of the Crystal Mastery, as I said, which doesn't help me at all at the current state. Might be a card for later, but that's not a good reason to pick it up now. And the Blood of the Ancients produces wounds and just gives me more advanced action cards, so I'd rather take a good one without needing to get a wound to actually get another one or use the stronger effect. And the stronger effect of Crystal Mastery won't do anything for me. And taking the Intimidate will tank my reputation, as I said, but it's a very good card because it does give you influence, which counteracts this a bit, and a huge amount of attack, which we will need anyway in this scenario. And if we do not pick up either Blood of the Ancients or Intimidate, we can only get rid of one of them with control over the offers if we leave the Crystal Mastery, and we do not want to give a red card to the dummy, so we have to pick up one of them anyway, I think. And I think I'd rather pick up the Intimidate than the Blood of the Ancients. Especially if we pick up Charm as well, we might have enough influence to hire even if our reputation is not the best. And we do have Chivalry after all, so we can counteract it a bit. So I'm really tempted to use the Ice Shard to level. It's not the best use. I really like these elemental gems that you can add to an attack or block. But against the Dark Crusaders, it's just not that helpful, unfortunately. So the skill might be worth more. And I really want to have the chance to get a good mana skill, but even something like Feral Allies might be helpful to block both enemies. Adjusting an attack by 1 will solve the problem that we have these block 3s and 2 attacks of 4. But the mana would probably be better just to be able to power all these nice green cards and not squander their effect. I also have somewhat of a deja vu with the monastery at the edge of the map, because there's a nice blood rage lying there, which is also giving us wounds, of course. But then again, Braevalar does have more healing in the starting deck, and attack of 9 is just so good. But it's so far off position that we would need the underground travel to even get there efficiently, and then we are completely off position. So the monastery is again taunting us with a nice action card, but we can't learn it there and we can't burn it down without getting out of position too much. So I think I should rather swoop to the east here again and maybe liberate the graveyard. Chivalry and liberation will be 2 reputation bonus, so even if I use the intimidate power, it will just be a wash. I think that has to be okay. So seeing that we are lacking exactly 1 fame to level, I do think I will interact and exchange that for a fame. So we are using this. It's completely useless against the Dark Crusaders anyway, which does mean we level up. And at that point I will hold on to my cards. I will still draw one. Actually, I will draw the card that I level up for. But with any luck, we will get a mana skill that can allow us to power these cards and be more efficient. But it does mean we will end our turn. The die depletes to gold, unfortunately. The march is discarded, and we do process the level up. So the first skill option is Secret Way, so a nice movement skill. +1 movement per turn. You can enter mountains for 5, and if you pay a blue mana, you can walk over lakes for 2 for the rest of the turn. It's very nice. And the second skill choice is the Thunderstorm, so it's exactly the mana skill we were waiting for. So of course we could also take the Hot Swordsmanship, but I don't think with having Fork Lightning already it's a good idea, and we have a severe lack of mana, so I think it's almost a given that we take this. This would help with entering the forest, of course, because it's not amount of movement. And we can get stuck later in the game and then we cannot access the skill anymore. But having 2 green mana is just far too good. So I do think I need to take this, and then we already talked about the cards, so I don't take the Crystal Mastery. I will take the Intimidate over the Blood of the Ancients any day, so let's just do that. So we take the mana skill to be able to power both green cards next turn. This goes to the offer. The next Erythia skill is Power of Pain. That might be interesting to pick up, and it might be a reason to go for the Blood of the Ancients. But we will go for the Intimidate. That's then also the card we draw at the end of the turn, because we are still in the keep, and that's the end of the turn, and the dummy plays his 3rd turn. So let's see where we end up with the almost coin flip. There's a blue, that's bad, a green, that's bad, and a red, that's even worse. So 2 more cards, which is a green and a white. At least that's good. So we have seen all the red, but in the remaining 4 cards there are still 2 whites, so it's again a coin flip next turn. So we either have 3 or 4 turns depending on the coin flip. The advanced action offer refreshes with training. Also not something I want to see. So at that point I think we give the dummy the Crystal Mastery, get rid of the Blood of the Ancients, and the dummy will also pick up training. But the question is how to proceed. The problem is that if I use the Thunderstorm now to produce 2 green, I can heal, but I do have to move. And if I want to use the Intimidate to hire, I cannot move, obviously, and I would need red mana. If I want to power it, but if not, I'm still sitting at -1, that's 3, and the scouts do cost 4. I could use the concentration to power the Intimidate, hold on to these cards and do this next turn, which would waste 1 of our 3 turns that we most likely have if we lose the coin toss. It would not reroll the source, but to reroll the source we would have to use a white token, which we can only use for swiftness or chivalry, which we do want to use for the battle. And the problem remains that to actually get to the graveyard, if you want to pick up that fight, is that it costs 7 movement, and if we power this we only have 4. And I do not really want to use the swiftness for movement, because it's what kills the Gibbering Ghoul with the Forked Lightning. Unless I'm using Intimidate to kill them both, so block them both and then kill them both. With Forked Lightning, 6 attack is actually enough. This would be 7 if powered. So I could use this to move, but then I would not use the Chivalry. So I'm probably not powering this at all. And it's actually enough attack, especially if I want to get to Reputation this time. Getting an attack of 3 and 4, it's also 7, but I would get more fame and reputation. So I would power this with this. This I do not need to power, but I would not need the swiftness. But I would need to block both or take a hit. I can't get hit by this because it has paralyze, and the vampiric ability means the armor would be increased if I take a wound. Of course I will have this unit available, but I'm needing too many cards because I need this to heal, this to move, and I would still lack a movement point. I do not want to play this sideways, but of course I can use the concentration on one of the land to get 6 movement, so I'm just lacking 1 point, which could mean to use the swiftness after all. That's the 2 green mana, 1 from the source. But it actually doesn't make a difference if I use this to power this or if I just play it sideways. I'm lacking 1 movement point anyway if I'm needing the swiftness. It just feels so inefficient. And do I really want to skip killing the ghouls just to get reputation. If I power this instead of this would only get 2 attack. If I want to reputation, that would still kill a blocked Pain Wraith. It's 1 less reputation, but I have to deal with 1 less attack, and that's the key difference here, because I can only deal with 1, but I do still need a block point. So if I'm not using this for movement, I can only come up with 6, that's just not enough, and this is needed to heal. So I do think I have to make an intermediate step somehow. The source is really screwing me with the black and the gold, so maybe I should hire. Unfortunately, I cannot hire the foresters. That would solve the off by 1 problem with the forest, because they reducing the movement cost, so they amount for a movement of 3, which makes the total cost to enter the graveyard 4, the plains, and 2 remaining for the forest. But I can't hire them here, so I would have to go to the village first, which means looping around, which is also not efficient. And the scouts just give me 2 movement, so without any discount. So it could be a play to use the 2 mana to get to the village and heal, and see what I draw up. My hand limit would be down to 5, but it's likely that I will draw something to be able to hire. I can then go on revealing more tiles. But to then move back to the forest just seems so inefficient. I do think I probably just have to move on. I do need to use this to get rid of tranquility and heal this, so I can actually use the unit. And then I do want to use this for movement. I could just move here, for example, and then redraw. There's no need to hurry after that. Or I could move on to the village and do the hiring of the concentration. That would burn through my deck quite fast, but I'm in position to reveal 2 more tiles. And probably have to either get back to the graveyard or just go on for the moment. I do have underground travel after all, so there's a way I can get back in the next day, for example. And it will be nice to actually be able to use spells like Possess at day if I take the graveyard at the next day, and it can pick up the chumps in some other way. So maybe playing this, healing, moving here, and then stopping, or moving to the village with this and also playing those is the best idea. Or maybe just using the concentration on this to just reach the village. That might also be a play, because it gives me a position to plunder. Yeah, I do think with the lack of mana and my only source of green being this, getting rid of the concentration is actually warranted. It provides 2 more movement points that I do need, and I can hold on to the swiftness. I do have a white mana, so it's welcome to still have this in hand, and it's movement after all, so I can play this later. It doesn't mean I'm playing 3 cards, drawing 2, can plunder, and my unit is healed. So we need to unblock our current situation, which means that I do flip this. I do not need blue, of course, and white also is useless because I have it in the source anyway. So I'm flipping this for 2 green tokens. One is definitely going towards Tranquility, because it's level 2 unit. I need to heal 2 to finally heal the crossbowmen, so they're available. And I do play the concentration with the one with the land to get a movement of 6, which brings me to the village here. Which does mean I'm playing 3 cards. The tokens are discarded. I'm getting rid of all my green cards because I do not have much green mana after using this and looking at the current source. So I'm sticking with the white cards and the Intimidate that I probably do not want to power if not needed. So I will draw 2 cards now. I will not play this right away to reveal, because I want to see what I draw actually and see what I end up doing in the village. I cannot repair the source currently, and I cannot use the white die. So that's my turn then. I'm drawing 2 cards, which is a Rage and a Promise after all. So that's very nice. It can use the white die. And I can think about plundering in between the turns, but first let's see how the coin flip goes. If the dummy is exhausting his deck, or if this is not a white card. There's a white, that's a good start. And another white, that's so perfect. So the third card cannot be red or white, so there's 1 card left and we still have 3 turns left. So at this point I really want to hire, since I'm still in the village. The unfortunate thing is that if I power Promise, it will still only be 4, -1 is 3, so it doesn't hire me anything. And if I want to pick up the foresters or the scouts, I need 2 more influence, which would be the Threaten, that I could try to get with plundering. But sideways cards are not efficient, so I would have to play the Intimidate, which by itself gives 4 influence, so I'm lacking 2, so not powering the Promise would actually be exactly what I need to hire the foresters. But then I would not use the white die, which might actually be a plus because I do have other white cards that I might want to use. But I was tempted to reroll this. Maybe reroll is not actually the best idea. If I plunder in between the turns, I can or I could draw the Threaten, but it would actually plunge my reputation by another point. So 6 in total is no longer enough to even hire them. So maybe I'm just playing these cards, picking up the foresters and see what the replacement cards are before making any other decisions. I just got a turn, so I feel like spending one of the 3 turns I have left to pick up a unit, especially one that helps me with movement, sounds like a very promising idea. There will be 2 blue movement cards left in the deck, but I cannot power them currently. Another point to consider is that there are only 2 countryside tiles left, and then we are to the first core tile. So if I would explore 3, I would be at the core tiles already at day 2. That's very nice. But then again, that might be too ambitious. I can place 2 easily, but where's the third? I would have to traverse here, place another countryside tile here to then place the first core tile here. If I just place them like this, then the core tile can't go here and I would have to go through this. Well, I would have to reveal these first before going into this direction. So if I start with liberating the graveyard, I cannot proceed with this same plan because I'm then in the core region, but I would have to place the countryside tiles first. I'm not sure if 3 turns are enough to do all this. So I think the main question is, do I want to concentrate on revealing or do I go for the graveyard after all? If I pick up the foresters, for example, they amount for 3 movement. So any of the blue movement cards will just get me to the graveyard, which I think is fine. And I would even have a unit that I can easily wound because it's level 1 and has an armor of 4. So I think this gives me a lot of options. I do like the foresters in my current situation much more than the scouts, I think. So it's good that I actually moved to the village from the keep, even though I lost my hand size. So I think I talked myself into playing Intimidate with Promise, which will get me down to -2, but I will have filled the slot. And the next one I will not get that early. So I'm drawing 2 replacement cards, still have all my combat cards, I still have the white die left to actually power the swiftness. I could even take a turn to just kill the skeleton warrior, pick up the faction token, and then see what I get. And I will probably not play the swiftness to reveal. Even though it's movement, I think I'd rather use movement cards for this and use this to actually kill stuff. So we decide to keep the white die and just play the Intimidate with the Promise. That's an influence of 6. -1 is 5, which allows us to pick up the foresters and fill our slot. But at the end of turn, we will lose a reputation. But for the moment, that's not an issue because we have filled our slots. And that's it for the turn. So that's one of the 3 turns we had left. We are not using this to reveal because we do want to have the options. When we are drawing 2 replacement cards, which is a wound, unfortunately. I did forget it is still in the deck. And a stamina. The dummy then exhausts his deck, of course. And we are in our second to last turn. Alright, so as planned, we can now use the foresters together with a stamina to actually move to the graveyard. That doesn't cost a die. And we would have all these cards, the unit and the forked lightning, to then battle the Pain Wraith and the gibbering ghouls. This will be 2 damage, 1 against each. The wound is really something that might screw me over because it's not useful to get to 4 block. So I would have to play another card sideways to actually block the Pain Wraith. Or just the Rage, because I'm probably not using this for anything else anyway. And then depends on if I want to melee against them both. But if I run the ghouls into the foresters and heal them later, they will be used anyway for the movement. They will have an armor of 5, so we would need 7 damage in total. And if I power this, that's only 6 if I use this sideways. So I think the better option is probably to not wound the foresters at all, just power this, get rid of the gibbering ghouls. With the forked lightning, that's 4, then we don't need to deal with the attack. Then block the Pain Wraith with this and the crossbowman. But we actually do need 4 attack to kill them. No, we don't. We need 3, which again would not give us any reputation. That's the sad thing. So maybe plundering is the right option here. We have 4 cards left. That would give us 2. With the idea of then playing most of the cards so we can actually draw the other 2, even though we have a wound. So we could hold on to 2 cards in total to still see the deck. The other option is to just move with the foresters. But that would mean we just draw 1 card. And we lose the option to plunder. In the draw pile we do have 1 rage left, 1 swiftness, a stamina, and a threaten. Rage, swiftness, stamina, and threaten. And it would be appreciated to draw cards that I can just play sideways to fill up these single points that we are missing. I think if we want to have any chance of actually casting the spell that we are drawing, it would be good to get going now. So I do think we should plunder and see what we get. Because the wound actually screwed us and having 2 more cards gives us more options. We already can do it, but we might be able to do it with more fame and reputation, depending on the cards we get. So in between the turns we do plunder, which tanks our reputation even more, but it does allow us to draw 2 more cards, which we need if we want to now go for the graveyard. Let's see what we get. There's the second swiftness and a druid pass, so the other stamina card. The Druidic Path allows even to move without the Foresters because it's also a movement of 3, because it does reduce the movement cost of 1 space by 1. So these 2 cards could even just get us to the graveyard without using the Foresters, which opens up a block 3, an additional one. It's unfortunate we cannot group because it would be block A to block both, so we can use the Chivalry to kill both. Of course, holding on to movement cards for after the battle would be also nice, so we can reveal more tiles, so we would have to get away from the graveyard. Charm will threaten, if we pick that up and move back to the village, can actually give us enough influence that even with the reputation penalty, we can heal a wound and get a crystal. That would be really appreciated, but we won't be sure that we can actually cast that. I don't think we can pull this enemy into the fight because it's not an assault. That would be interesting together with Chivalry. One play I missed is that if I would have hired the scouts, it would have been trivial to actually place the first core tile, even if I'm just revealing the countryside tiles here. So that's the power of the scouts, that you can reveal with a distance of 2. And they even provide the movement to do so. So that might have been a misplay, but I'm not sure it's the most important part to get to the core tiles at day 2, because I have filled my command slots anyway with units that I think are actually quite good. I do really appreciate these high armor level 1 enemies because they can soak up damage that can easily be healed later. But back to the graveyard. Another play might be to use this for movement, which opens up the Foresters with 1 other card sideways to block the Pain Wraith. The Ghoul we do not need to block. If we then run it into the Foresters, again it will get an armor. So the total armor after Forked Lightning goes up to 7. But 7 is exactly what I get if I power the Chivalry and then use the Crossbowman just for attacking. Because that's 4 and 3 is 7, and I do get 2 fame, 2 bonus fame and 2 reputation. That's the most important thing here. It will mean that I'm not revealing much, unfortunately. So I should spend some time to consider what I do afterwards. I would reroll the white die to some unknown color. If it doesn't get black or gold, there might be something that I can power afterwards. But then again, if I'm using this to move, there will not be any movement cards left. It's just the Threaten and the Rage, which is 2 movement played sideways, but it doesn't depend on the color, obviously. And picking up the spell to cast it, there's almost no use in casting any of the spells I pick up, especially not with the black mana from the graveyard. Meditation Trance is pointless. Possess doesn't do anything if there's just 1 enemy instead of just cancelling attack, but it's hardly worthwhile, especially with a Skeleton Warrior as an enemy. And the Flame Wave doesn't do much as well. So maybe I shouldn't bank on being able to cast the spell anyway, which does mean I do not need to take the graveyard in the turn now. I can also just get it later and just not use it this night. Which does mean I should probably reveal now, so I do not need to return to this side of the map. So 4 movement points would reveal the 2 countryside tiles and allow me to place the core tile here, and if I'm here, starting at the next day to go into this direction is actually a nice idea. I could even pick up an artifact here if I'm feeling I have too much movement. But I do like this play with the Foresters. That would unfortunately again mean that since I cannot power them, I will not have any real movement cards left, just the Swiftness. But that would bring me in. This, together with the Foresters, will then block the Pain Wraith, and they will absorb the wound from the ghouls. So this will kill it. I will spend the mana for this, which actually leaves the 2 staminas open. So I could just play them now to reveal these 2 tiles. But if I knew the reroll would be white, it would be so nice to keep one of them together with the Forked Lightning to just kill the Skeleton Warriors with the next turn and just get another faction token and be done with this. But I do think it's worthwhile to reveal now, and I do not actually need those if I want to get 2 reputation and 2 extra fame. The fame will be 5 plus 2, that's 7, which does not let me level, but I'm close. I will have a 6-card animal then and another slot to hire. The nice thing if I am planning to do the attack next turn is that I will have 2 cards, the Rage and the Threaten, that I can then use in a sideways way without wasting too much potential. So I would not actually need to do this now, the battle, but then I would not use the white mana to actually reroll it and have another chance of powering something else. But it depends on if there's a rampaging enemy that I can actually kill with this, and with a white die that would be a play. But I do need a white for the Chivalry. I should not really reroll the die now. I think I should start with revealing this in and see if this changes my plans at all. And the only question is, do I use a Swiftness for this, or do I actually use the Stamina? Because I do have a white die, so depending on what I reveal, it might be a play to just kill it with a Swiftness and hold on to the other one. And if I reroll into blue, I can still power the Druidic Path, for example. So there's lots of combinations, and we could take the graveyard now, but we should spend the cards that we do not need to reveal, so I will play the Stamina to get 2 movement points and reveal this tile. And with this information, then we can see on how we want to go on. So we reveal the 3rd countryside tile. Die comes up black, so it's rotated 180 degrees, which unfortunately does mean that the last glade that we just revealed will be rotated away from us. So we enter with a deep mine facing us, a mage tower that needs its defenders, I forgot to put them here, the other crystal sprites. And we do have a glade in swamp, unfortunately, so we can't use travel to get there, so the underground travel or attack, with centaur outriders and the water elemental. Which does mean that it doesn't change our immediate plans, because we do not really want to linger on the deep mine. I think we should use all this firepower to try and get more faction tokens, fame, a spell, and so on. But it could mean that we use the underground attack next day, if we are lucky and draw it right away, because we do start in the graveyard at day, and this means that we do have night rules, so we could actually cast that, and then this is exactly 3 away, and there's a path to the mage tower which does not lead over lakes or swamps. So to take that and then go on with clearing the glade to get another artifact. So that would be a route. But again, it doesn't change what we do now. So you would need these 2 cards now to initiate the move to the graveyard. Block and soak the damage, counter attack and kill. So we would have this to reveal another countryside tile. And I think we should do that now because we do not plan to move back. But what does that mean for the last turn? A rage and a threaten won't do much for us. But then again, liberating the graveyard gives us 3 reputation the way we plan it currently. 1 from liberating the graveyard itself and 2 from chivalry, which brings us back to -1. It's really bad that our mana situation is so dire, because we could use this to not explore but just go to the graveyard and kill the skeleton warrior, but we would need the white die, and we do not need if we can power chivalry after all. In the worst case scenario, we couldn't power anything, and then our plan would completely falter. So I do think we just go on and explore another tile and then execute the graveyard plan and see what we do with the last turn. So since this tile doesn't change the plans and we still want to clear the graveyard and we do not need the swiftness, we do use it for 2 movement, and I've made room for this to explore another tile. It's not a core tile, unfortunately, but it's the last countryside tile that we have to place. Rose comes up blue, so it's rotated once, which does mean that we are facing another village, a mountain, a mage tower in the desert with unknown defenders, and the second centaur outriders. Again, this doesn't change the plan whatsoever, although we could use the 5 movement now to reach the tower, but I think we do need to clear this graveyard now. So let's continue with this. Stopping here doesn't do much because we do have 5 cards already. We would not draw any, we would need to plunder again, and we did not use our source die yet, so we can just continue. This reduces the movement cost of the forest by 1. And that's 4 more movement, in total 5, so we can actually reach the graveyard at night. We can then engage the graveyard. The foresters produce a block of 3 together with rage. That's a block of 5, which blocks the Pain Wraith, so the armor goes down to 4. The attack of the Gibbering Ghoul is absorbed by the foresters, which get wounded, which does mean they now have an armor of 5 because they are vampiric. With the Chain Lightning, the armors go down to 3 and 4, that's 7. We do have 3 attack here, and with the white die we have attack 4, that's 7. Killing both, they have no resistances. And we do get a reputation and a fame for each enemy defeated by this attack, so we get 2 reputation and 2 extra fame. Which in total means that we do get 3 reputation, 1 per token, 1 from the graveyard. We do get 5 plus 2, so 7 fame. We do get 2 Dark Crusader faction tokens, and these are defeated. All these cards are played, of course. For some reason I put the discard pile face down. We hold on to the wound. We mark the graveyard with our shield. The die does reroll red. That might be interesting because we have 2 red cards coming up. So we are at combat reward, so we see what these are. It's a vampiric chalice. It allows us to discard a wound for every defeated enemy. And a vial of toxin. That means that we can make a non-elemental attack stronger. So a regular attack plus 3, a range attack plus 2, and a siege attack plus 1, which is so nice. We also do get a spell, and at that point I'm actually thinking about picking up the Flame Wall. It does mean that the dummy would get a blue card and a white crystal, which is optimal. If I pick up the Charm now, he will get a green crystal where he already has a card from. And I do like this polarization to get a lot of crystals from card he does not have a color of. It should not dominate what cards you pick or what spells you pick. And Charm is nice, but seeing that I'm already at -1 again, I'm not sure I do need the influence. Again, because we are playing Life and Death, we have the faction tokens to consider it also give influence. It is a crystal source. That's the only thing that's a bit sad. But a possess, again, starting with the next day, might not be that useful. Meditation, I'm not sure I want to pick up, but we can get rid of this if we leave the charm by the control already offers, which leaves the Flame Wall. And it is a source of fire attack and fire block, so elemental attack and block, which is good. And it can be a source of scaling damage for the assaults. If we really go with high level avatars, they will have 7 tokens. And the avatar itself, of course, also counts as an enemy. So it's up to 8. So that's a huge amount of attack that we get. So we should really pick up some kind of scaling spell, and Flame Wall does the trick, I think. So ultimately the decision, I think, is between Charm and Flame Wall. And I do think I just want to go with Flame Wall because it actually grooms the dummy deck a lot better, and we will toss out the complete spell row for the next day. So I'm leaving the Charm for the dummy, this for the control of the office, and I'm picking up the Flame Wall as a nice scaling spell that might be quite nice in the end. So that's the combat rewards. We already rerolled the dice, so we are drawing. The rest of the deck, we would have a hand limit of 5, but you can only draw 4 cards, or up to 4 cards, which is the Flame Wall, of course, and as we already knew, the Rage and the Threaten. The dummy announces the end of round, and we are in our last turn. I think there are multiple things that we can do. We could definitely kill these skeleton warriors, but we would have to stay where we are. With the new Flame Wall, we can just, for example, block the attack by using the red die. And with the Forked Lightning, a Rage and a Sideways Threaten, we would have the 4 damage that we need to kill them. So that will play everything. We would get another Fame, another Faction token. We would still not level, unfortunately, but it would be trivial enough to kill them. The other option is to use the Flame Wall and the Rage sideways to get back to the village with movement 2, which leaves the Threaten that we could even power to an influence of 5. With -1 we add 4, and 4 would be enough to heal 1 wound. We could even discard this for another 3 influence, which allows us to heal both wounds. And I think that might be the better option, which brings us into position to go into these directions here. We would not be able to use the night rules, but we would have to start with underground travel and just be lucky, basically, to make any use of this that we are starting the graveyard at day. And we do have to keep in mind that the graveyard day does not even produce black mana. So it's just the night rules that would apply, but we would need to get the black mana from the source, for example. So staying here is probably nothing that should be a concern. It doesn't help us much. So the main question is, do we want to clear this path to then in the day continue to the core tiles? Or if you go back to the village and get rid of all our wounds to allow us to then proceed to the tower and the glade in the east. And I think we should clear that definitely. So it's another spell from a completely fresh offer, and we can get another artifact from these 2 enemies. And I do think that settles it. I think the chalice is not as good as using it for healing. It's just 3 influence, which is a heal, and if we use it to just discard a wound, that's just strictly worse. So I think we should use it now to heal. So with the last turn, we will play the Flame Wall and the Rage sideways for 2 movement points to actually move back to the village. We would start with a black mana, but it's useless currently. And in the village, we can then use the red die to, unfortunately, of course, ruin our reputation again. But we are still, or will still be at -1. So we are at 5, -1 is 4. And discarding the Vampiric Chalice for 3 influence will mean that we are at 7, and we can buy healing points for 3 in the village, which does mean we heal this wound, and we can actually heal the wound from the Foresters as well, because they are level 1, which does mean that we end the night wounds free, and we can then start off in the village in the second day, even start plundering if we want to, and just go to the Mage Tower and the Glade probably to pick up another spell and another artifact, which sounds like a good idea for the second day. And we have this nice Vial of Toxins still left, but this use everything we have. We have used our units, they're all healed. So that's the end of the first night. So let's clean that up. We don't need to reroll this. And we almost leveled twice again. We picked up a keep and another spell, hired the Foresters, almost got to the core tiles. We've seen all glades now. Our reputation is still okay. I think we are in a good position for the second day. We never revealed the next spell, unfortunately, so let's do that now, which is Chill. Which is nice, but it's not a scaling spell, so I'm not sure I'm too fond of it. So the dummy picks up another white crystal, so we left him Charm. And he does pick up a blue card, so another card where he doesn't even have a single crystal from. So the dummy deck is, I think, currently in the perfect form. Long Night and Preparation are now gone. We ready our units. As for the control of the office, I think I will get rid of the Blood of the Ancients because I do not want to pick it up probably, and I also do not want the dummy to get it, and I will leave training to the dummy. I think that's far too perfect to not do that, and we will see 2 new advanced action cards that we can pick up. And the meditation spell I think I will get rid of as well. It doesn't matter if I give him a green or a blue, I think, because we just gave him a blue card, and in the first round he got a green card, so there's no difference currently, and I do want to get through these spells, so maybe I do pick up Chill after all. At least it does prevent an attack, and it could even pierce through fire resistance, and I do have the Flame Wall. So I do think I will get rid of both cards. So with the control he offers, we get rid of the Blood of the Ancients and the Meditation. The advanced action offer refreshes to Shield Bash and Pathfinding, so an awesome movement skill that would be nice to pick up. And for the spells it's Snowstorm Blizzard, which is always welcome, and the Offering Sacrifice combo, but we do not have that many crystals yet. The Monastery advanced action card refreshes to Ambush. And we will stick to silver units, unfortunately, because we did not reveal the first quartile yet. Let's hope we are getting some level 2s after all. So there are Guardsmen, the third peasants, I think, that are all that are in the deck, and the Swordsmen. But I think the Guardsmen might be a really nice pickup. If we could pick them up and give them the banner, that would actually be nice, because they would have an armor of 6, which is elemental resistant. The day does start off with a white, blue, and a black mana, so if we would have stayed there, we would actually have the black mana, even though the graveyard doesn't produce it, to have night rules. We ready our skills, so the nice mana skill that we picked up. And after shuffling our deck, we will be ready for the second day. Since we did not level up yet, we do still have a hand limit of 5. Let's see what we see as a starting hand. It's a Rage, a Threaten, a Swiftness, Druidic Path, and a Promise, so a lot of influence. And the remaining tactics are the Early Bird and Right Moment, Mana Steal, and a Great Start. So the problem now is that we do lack 2 Fame to have a third command slot, but we would be in a position to just hire the Utem Guardsman, because we do have both Threaten and Promise, and we are just sitting at -1. So it's almost perfect if we power the Promise with the white die and Threaten -1 is just 5, and we can just pick them up. But the problem is we do need to level first. With the 1 faction token we have, we can only get 1 Fame, and if we use it into action, we will only level after the turn, so we cannot use this to get a slot and hire at the same time, even if we would have a way to get 2 Fame. The Deep Mine I think is quite interesting, to maybe linger there for a turn or 2 to just pick up crystals. And with the Druidic Path we can just get there without even powering it, although we do have a blue mana in the source. The Swiftness could kill the sprites, but it's even inefficient having the Forked Lightning, and we do not have an adjacent space to the sprites to actually attack them unless we're going back for the Glade. Which would be possible with the Druidic Path, but we do not need the healing, and I'm not sure the gold token is worth it. So we probably have to think about the towers. These are both in foresty spaces, so it's a movement cost of 6, but we do want to make a pause in the mine, I guess, anyway. We could go to the graveyard and kill the skeleton after all. This would bring us to the graveyard. This would just kill it, but it's not enough to actually level, it's just a Fame. With the Crosswoman I could also just kill the Centaur Outriders with the Swiftness. I am a bit sad that I don't have Rethink available, because I would probably just try and swap out cards here. I think the main decision is between Mana Steal and the Great Start anyway. Mana Steal could mean that we can use the Druidic Path and the Swiftness right away, for example to move there and kill the Outriders as said, which does level us. And we can reveal the first quartile. We will see the defenders of the Mage Tower. But to clear the Glade we would actually have to circle back. And this is the coastline, so we can't actually place quartiles here. Once we have placed it here, the only option that we actually have is placing it here and then the 2 adjacent tiles. I think that's the only way. So this is the way we did reveal the countryside tiles, that it's our fault. But I think it's not a big deal because it's actually good terrain to traverse. So Mana Steal would be nice no matter where we go, even if we go for the graveyard again, where we don't need to power that in this case. We don't need the Mana Steal. So we could just power the Swiftness and just kill them. We would then have Night Rules and a black mana. But unless we are drawing the Underground Attack, it's not doing much for us. The Underground Attack would allow us to attack either tower. That's so nice. But there's no guarantee we draw this, of course. And we will still have the influence cards in hand, so the idea would be to move back and then with the slot hire the Guardsman. With the Vial of Toxin, I do think we might have enough firepower. So that's 2 range attack. The Forked Lightning is 2 range attack, so I'm thinking about the Glade. With the Crosswoman being 2, that's already 6. Swiftness is 9, and we do need 12 to just kill both at range, that is. With the Guardsman, of course, there's no need to do that, because we can just block the Outriders. The Swiftness doesn't matter at that point. Unfortunately, we are 1 armor shy of just ignoring the Water Elemental. Back to the tactics, I think Mana Steal might be good after all, no matter if I use both dice in the first turn. For example, getting the white would be good to ensure that we can use mana draw. But then again, the white is what we need to kill, so we could only steal the blue. I'm not sure this is a good idea. But the reasoning would be that if the dummy picks Early Bird, we will have a good choice of Great Start for the last day. So picking 2 more cards and having a turn more. If he does pick any of the others, we will have 1 more turn. If we take Great Start, the worst case would really be that the dummy picks up Mana Steal, so we are left with just 1 more turn in the dummy in the last round, and that's it. And what do we do with the Great Start? As usual, it will just mean that we are not drawing after the first turn. unless we are playing more than 2 cards. But having the influence just means that we do have to level, get the slot, and hire the guardsman, I think. I'm always talking about the guardsman because I don't think peasants is the answer here, and the swordsmen I think are just worse than the guardsman. So going back to the graveyard is probably a bad idea because we do not level by killing the skeleton warrior and it's the wrong direction. Going northward just means we're out of position unless we are getting the underground travel, but we could see what the quartile is and actually see what we want to do there. We of course can also postpone hiring until we are getting back to the villages because we need to travel there anyway. So that's probably the right idea, but then we can't use the influence cards. That's the biggest problem. So what do we do with them? We can also replace a unit of course, but I don't think that's a good idea either because I do like my units and I do not want to replace them. And getting 1 fame and then you having to use the affection token for another fame is also not optimal because it would waste a turn. I do think the mana steal doesn't do enough for us, so the great start is probably a better idea to see what we get and maybe it gives us more options. If we draw the underground travel, then that might actually be a reason to go for the graveyard, seeing that we have black in the source. If the dummy picks up early bird, it will mean that we get a mana steal for the last round. If the dummy picks the right moment, we will have 1 more turn now. And the only really bad case is that the dummy goes with mana steal then. So let's try that out. So there are no perfect options currently, and we want to use the influence, but we need a slot for this. So we are trying to go with great start to see if the 2 additional cards alter what options we have. And unless the dummy picks the mana steal, I think we are in a good position, either this day or the last. So it will be good anyway. If he picks the mana steal, then, well, that's that. So we will have 1 more turn the dummy in the last round then after all. So dummy goes with mana steal, of course. So yeah, it doesn't matter what we pick in the last round. So Rithia again goes before us. But we do draw 2 cards immediately. So there's another swiftness. That's not helpful. And a chivalry. Okay. Dummy plays red, green, and green. At least a short turn. And this is our first turn then. So I do feel the swiftness and the chivalry do not add much to the discussion. It does mean we have a lot of ranged firepower if we can get the mana for this. And I feel like we should probably go to the deep mine, see what the defenders of the tower are, and then try to level with this. Then go for the glade, clear that, heal any wounds, get the mana, and then go on the way back and then fill the slot. I think that's the best idea. We will drag around the influence cards then. That's the only bad part about this. And we won't have any others except for improvisation in the deck. But that's a problem for later, I think. We can also think about picking up offering to then just toss them for crystals. That might also be a play. The snowstorm is interesting if you pick it up, but it won't help. Well, it does help, but it's not optimal for the glade because the water elemental is resistant. And with the fog lightning, the outriders will have an armor 4 anyway, so that would be 1 point wasted. But who am I to complain if I get 5 ranged attack for 1 mana? We could even take the tower right away by using the druidic path and then the foresters. That would bring us exactly to the tower. But we probably do not want to burn through our units that quickly. And we do probably want to make a pause at the mine anyway. But it would mean that we are just playing 1 card and sitting on the other 6, basically. We could also use the influence, of course, to learn yet another spell. So after taking a tower, we could learn 1 more spell. That might also be an investment that's worthwhile. Another idea is also to use one of the influence cards sideways with a swiftness to go to the mine to hold on to this, because the glade is in swamps after all. So having 1 card that we can power with a blue die to actually reach that would not be a waste, and maybe we circle around the tower depending on the defenders. So there's no reason to get rid of this card right away. This would also bring us to the tower after sitting at the mine for a turn. It would still not make us draw, of course, but I do think I like the option. Because powering this with the blue die seems efficient to get rid of the blue because we don't have any other blue cards. And if I want to sit at a mine, I'm not powering it now. But if you take the power, I won't power it later either way. But if I play it now, I would have to use the foresters or some combination like this anyway. So I do think the best course of action is to get to this tower first and go to the glade, get the artifact. I think that's what I want to pursue. So we do want to visit the deep mine to get crystals, see the defenders of the tower, and then see how we go on from this. So our first turn will be us moving to the deep mine, revealing defenders, but as I always mention with the great start, if you do not play more than 2 cards, we won't draw anything, so you'll know the hand of the next turn. which actually means that nothing changes. And since we are not using a source die, we could just move on. But then again, we want to stay because of the deep mine. But we do not use the Druidic Pass because this would rob us of the option to power it later. Power it now doesn't do anything because we do not want to move on. So we are using a Swiftness and a Threaten, I think, because we do have white in the source, holding on to these 5 cards and using those for movement 3, which a day brings us into the deep mine. This does reveal the defenders, which are magic familiar, so never fortified. That might be very interesting. But I do think we leave it at that to use the mine to our advantage. And seeing that we do have blue in the source, and the concentration would allow us to later power something like the Swiftness or the Chivalry, I do think I want to pick up green, which means the dummy plays 3 cards. Green, green, and white, which is the worst case possible. 3 more cards are red, white, and green. That's a small redemption, but not a good one. We burned through the green cards already. No blue yet, and we have seen half of the bad cards. We'll see. So, seeing that the dummy plays so fast, we should probably not linger here, so 1 crystal has to do. So the main question is, do we go for the tower first, or do we go for the glade first? The familiars mean that we do have some options with the range deck we have, but they have an armor of 7, which is a bit awkward because we do have Fog Lightning, which brings it down to 6. And with the Swiftness, we already have an odd number of range attack, and then the Crossbowman or the Vial could add another 2. So we would either not use the Fog Lightning or just waste another point of range damage. And what spell would we actually get? The Snowstorm, as said, doesn't work well, because we do probably want to use the Chivalry on the Glade to get Reputation and Fame. So killing these at range is probably not the best idea because they are sitting on the Glade anyway, so the damage that we do get, we can heal easily. So it would be a wasted opportunity to use a range attack on them. And a Chill, again, would prevent an attack, but at the cost of a card and a mana just to cancel attack again on a Glade is probably not a good idea. And the 6 elemental attack it cannot prevent because the enemy is ice resistant, the water elemental. Which does mean we would have to get a Snowstorm, which again, if we group the enemy and want to use Chivalry, doesn't help. And the Offering, I'm not sure this is the best spell to get right away before going to the Glade. So this is why I'm thinking about getting to the Glade first, see what artifact we get and what faction tokens, and then go from there. As for the movement, the tower would just be a movement of 3, which could be done with the Foresters or the Druidic Path. To get to the Glade we need movement 7. By powering Druidic Path we would still need movement 2, which probably means to use the Swiftness, because we do not want to use the range attack anyway. We can easily kill both enemies with the Forked Lightning, it's 2 damage, the Chivalry power is 4, Crossbowman is 3, and the Vial of Toxin as another 3, which would then use most of our cards. The attack of the Centaurs would just be 1 wound that we immediately heal, and the Water Elemental we can probably run into the Foresters and then absorb another damage ourselves, because the Crossbowmen are not immune, but they would mean that we are not getting wounded. And the Crossbowmen's already used, so we could heal them later. The Forester I probably want to keep because I do need their movement ability if I'm not using them in the battle to get back to the deep mine, for example, on the way back. Unless we are drawing underground travel, in which case we could move to the village right away to then hire. We would not use the promise in this case, which does sound like a good plan. But to execute a plan, we would need at least 2 mana, which means using Thunderstorm, which does give us 2 mana. So if we are not using anything from the source, it would be bad as well, I think, because we should reroll that. And the Thunderstorm could power the Druidic Path and the Chivalry, but we would not need any other card. Although we could save a unit or the Vial of Toxin by using the Rage and the Promise sideways, or using another mana for the Swiftness, but then we would lack 2 movement, which would mean using the Foresters after all. So I think going to the Glade first is a good idea, and we do not even need to take the tower in this case, because there's another tower, although it's situated in the desert. The main reason to not go for the tower first is that the spells do not help that much in actually defeating the enemies, unless we are killing the Outriders at range, of course, with the Snowstorm, which would cut down on the Chivalry use. And killing the Familiars at melee is probably just a bad idea. They just have 2 attacks that are both brutal, so it's quite a waste to block them or to deal with the damage. And I really want to see the artifact before deciding if I want to take the tower at all. Killing the Water Elemental at range and then just healing the wound from the Outriders would mean that I do not have a wound or a wounded unit left, but it's the same inefficiency all over again. It would cut down on the Chivalry use, and 7 armor just means that we are wasting a point of range damage. But I do like that it does not leave my units wounded, and I could use 2 white mana in this case, Chivalry and Swiftness. The Chivalry attack would just kill the Outriders with the Forked Lightning, but I would need both the Crossbowman and the Vial to actually kill the Water Elemental. And then there's still the problem that I need to even get there. So powering the Druidic Path gives me just 5 movement, so 4 and a reduction of 1. So I'm lacking 2. Although I could use the Rage and a Promise, of course, to hold on to the Swiftness and use the Forked Lightning, Chivalry, Crossbowman and the Vial to defeat them all in melee, bring us down to the option where I do get 2 wounds and I have to wound the Foresters. So I either need to stay there. Getting there without wounds and playing all my cards is probably the best option, to be honest, and then see what we get. I will start with a gold token, an artifact, and then we'll see what we'll do. I think I should do that. So I do have the Foresters left. I can go back to the Deep Mine probably. Let's just go with that. So we are circumventing the tower to go for the Glade right away. Let's already move the tokens here so we have a clearer view on them. It's 7 movement that we need. If we power this, the Swamp will have a movement of 4 movement cost, and we need 6, so that's 4 already. Which does mean we can use the Promise and the Rage sideways, for example, to reach it. To prevent most of the damage, we should probably kill the Water Elemental at range. The Centaur Outriders can give us a wound that the Glade will immediately heal, so that's not a big deal. If we just ignore that, we have an armor of 3 anyway. The Crossbowmen do have ice resistance, but they just have 5 armor, so they would still be wounded. So in this scenario, we do use this to get white and blue, which means that we can power Druidic Pass and the Chivalry, and we use a white die for Swiftness. The Forked Lightning will make 1 damage to the Outriders, and the other damage is probably irrelevant, so the attack 4 here will kill then the Outrider, and we will get the reputation and the fame. But if we want to kill this at range, that's 3, that would be 4, so we're missing 3, so this would be 2, and the Vial will increase this or this by 2, so this is why this point doesn't matter. It's overall it's 7. But all in all, we have used our skill to create these 2 tokens. 4, 5, 6, and a reduction of 1 brings Braevalar to the Glade. This token is then lost and this is all discarded. We then use the Swiftness with the Vial for 5, 6, 7 kills the Water Elemental. So this is used. The Outrider will give us a wound because of armor 3 that we keep in hand, but at the end of turn, since we are in a liberated Glade, this will be healed. This will be 1 damage, this will be 4 damage, giving us a reputation and an extra fame. Which means that we liberate the Glade and reroll the die. Comes up green. We do get 2 reputation, 1 from Chivalry, 1 from the Glade. We do get 6 fame plus 1 from Chivalry, that's 7. So we will level once after the turn, but we can already mark that. There's no harm in that, so we had a hand limit of 6 and have our 3rd slot. We do get 2 faction token as a reward, and we do get an artifact as a reward. So there is the other ice shard, nice. And a Cloak of Shielding that makes you ignore the first wound and any associated effect. That's a huge deal. But let's see what the artifact choice is. Either the Ruby Ring or the Banner of Courage. Rings are always welcome because they do help you with your mana situation. You get a token, a crystal, a fame, and in a final assault you can also get an endless supply of 1 mana color and black. And especially the and black part is quite nice. The Banner of Courage means that you can, once per round, flip this to ready a unit, so I can use it twice. That's really nice. And I can ready all my units if I break it. Seeing that I do not have that many crystals yet and not many mana cards, I do heavily favor the Ruby Ring currently. The Banner of Courage will be nice once I get better units. Currently I think it's not that important. I'm not sure if I want to use an artifact for this. This might really go well with Offering, to be honest, to cast it, get another crystal. So maybe we should pick that up at some point. But I do feel I have a lot of red cards coming up. I do have the Flame Wall left. So probably the Ruby Ring is just a better decision here. Yeah, I do think I need the mana. I cannot justify this yet. It's just too early. I don't know what units I will get. I'm currently talking about a Guardsman. I'm not sure using the Guardsman twice, for example, is just a big deal. Once I get to the elite units, that might change rapidly, but I do think I need to pick something that helps me now. So I'm picking the Ruby Ring to get a source of mana and Endless Black in one of the assaults, which does end turn. We have played all of our cards, which is probably good, seeing that the dummy did speed up quite a lot. And we finally have a hand limit of 6. So we do draw the ring right away, of course. Then stamina, which is good because we do want to move back. Intimidate, interesting. Flame Wall, Tranquility. So we did not get any wounds, so it's not useful currently. And concentration. We will also start with a gold mana. Let's mark that here because we are at a Glade. And let's see how the dummy progresses. So there's a blue and a blue. That's unfortunate. And another blue. So 3 blue cards, but at least it's a short turn. Which does bring us to our 3rd turn. So one obvious way to progress would be to use the stamina and the foresters to get back to the deep mine, to have another turn where we get another crystal. That would only play us one card, and we do probably want to use the ruby ring, and we need to figure out something for the tranquility. If we think about a tower again, we should probably do that. The tranquility might come in handy if we want to kill the familiars, because we do not have any range attack left, so we would need to kill them in melee. But with a green mana, we can actually ignore one of their attacks completely, because it's brutal, 2 wounds, we can heal them. Which does mean another block of 3 would take care of the other attack. That could be the foresters, but we would then need to move and still come up with 7 attack to kill them, when 1 we already have with the forked lightning, so we do need 6 attack. It's either a powered intimidate. Well, there's no or, because the flame wall would not be enough damage at that point. The ruby ring would allow us to get a crystal and power the intimidate that we need, but it would net us a -3 reputation penalty. But I'm still not sure that taking this tower is actually the way to go. I do think I want to see the core tile, definitely want to hire, and we do have to keep an eye on the dummy, what he's doing if he's playing too fast. So one option would also be to power the stamina for 4 movement, use the foresters for another 2, and reduce the cost of forest by 1 with the forester's ability, which does mean we can travel through the plains and the forest to this village, see the defenders of the second mage tower, but in the same turn use the intimidate with the ruby ring to hire the guardsman. But we would not actually need to power this, because we could probably just toss the tranquility as the remaining influence point, because we are currently sitting at 0 to get the guardsman. We do probably have too much mana this turn. That's an uncommon problem. Getting the tower would mean that we could pick up offering and start using it to build up crystals, and would have a nice spell obviously for the assault. And having a ruby ring means that picking up red spells is actually quite nice, because if we do not need to power intimidate, there's no use for the ruby ring unless we want to waste the red mana. The flame wall doesn't do much if we are not battling anything. So we could play this for the block against the familiars and heal the other wound. Seeing that we have so much mana, we should probably go for the tower, to be honest, even if it takes a turn, but it will be a spell. But the problem really is if we kill it with the intimidate, it might cost us up to 3 reputation to take the tower. And we just got 1 or 2 reputation from the glade with the chivalry. So we are bouncing back and forth and never actually getting somewhere. And we really do not want to go into minus territory so easily, since we do want to hire with the core tiles. But seeing that we have so much mana, we could actually power the stamina with the source die to not use the foresters. So the foresters could block an attack, and this could heal us. But where does the damage come from? Probably from the ruby ring and the intimidate, which will tank our reputation. We would still have the concentration open with the green die for next turn. We could also think about using the sprites, because the attack of 1 can be bounced into the crossbowman. That's easy enough. We could even think about wounding the foresters with the other attack of the sprites, because we do have to replace something once we get to the core tiles, because we won't get our command slot anytime soon. And if we pick up the guardsman, we probably will replace the foresters. So we can easily kill the sprites as well, since if we power intimidate for an attack of 7, we actually have the forked lightning open, which would not be useful otherwise. So it prevents the defend and gives us an additional attack. So intimidate will kill the familiars, and the sprites will just have 1 armor left. It is a reputation and a faction token. That's the main reason to do this. But we would need 1 more card, which probably means just to toss the flame wall for the time being, because I do think the card shines with an assault and at night with the flame wave, not the flame wall. And if we take the tower now, we will probably not take the other tower in the desert, at least not this day. We'll probably go on scouting and kill the outriders maybe. So I'd rather hold on to the concentration and not to the flame wall. We could even pick up the snowstorm to have a guaranteed way to kill the outriders, but I do think I'm interested in the offering just to have a red spell and maybe a good way to create another 18 range attack for the assaults. And it will help with the crystal situation. And playing almost all of our cards is probably not a bad idea, seeing that the dummy plays so fast. So let's do that, let's take the tower. So seeing that we do have a mana from the glade and the ruby ring and the mana die from the source, it's probably not a good idea to make a stop at the mine, and we will take the tower instead. We can power the stamina for movement 4. That allows us to enter the forest at day. It's even a movement point too much. And the idea is that we can even provoke the crystal sprites. So we'll face these two enemies. The assault will cost us a reputation. At that point we will use the ruby ring to get a red token and a red crystal as well as a fame. We will then block the attack of the familiars with block 3, so one of them, and the other attack will give us 2 wounds because it's brutal, so it's 6 against armor of 3, it's 2 wounds. So we'll use this token with tranquility to heal them after the battle, but let's just get rid of it right away, which means that this token is taken care of. One of the attacks can be bumped into the crossbow because of the banner of protection. They have ice resistance. The other one will wound foresters. But then this is also taken care of. And at that point we do get an attack of 7, losing 2 more reputation. So we are at -2. And these tokens have a combined armor of 7, 8, 9 and the defense is 10. But we can create one attack against both of them. So they have a combined 8 again. This is 7 and the flame wall is 8. So this will defeat them both and we can hold on to this. So this is all discarded. This we used. The fortification was irrelevant because we did not actually use the range attack. Well, we did, but we didn't use it in the range attack phase, so it was just regular attack. We do get 1 reputation back at least because this was a rampaging enemy. Then we get 6 fame, which does make us level. And we do get a faction token, which is a Tome of Relearning. I love this. Which means this is taken care of and this is taken care of. We do mark the tower with a shield and we get our combat reward, which is this and a spell. But let's reroll the die first. Comes up green as well and this is discarded. So unfortunately we do have to decide for the spell before the level up, so we don't know the skill, but we do know what the cards are. So training I do not want to pick up, and shield bash I'm not sure I want to pick that up. With the flame wave, having a solid defense is probably good, but pathfinding is just overall just such a nice skill. We do have 2 green in the saw, so I do think picking up pathfinding is probably a good idea. And I do think we should pick up offering just because we have the ruby ring and this is just a nice card. But then again, snowstorm is just a damage right away if we power it, or 5 if not. But with a good preparation, sacrifice is just so much better. So probably we should take sacrifice and then pick up the pathfinding and see what skill we take. We will not be able to pick any of Erythias, but I think that's okay. Let's see what choice we actually have. But we will not be able to cast offering unless we are using concentration. Well, actually that's a good idea because we do not have any swiftness left anyway, so we have to see what we do with the concentration after all. And it will give us more crystals. So we're already building up enough crystals for at least the red element, but we would need white crystals for the range attack unless we are building greens for siege attack. Well, let's just take the offering and see what happens. So the spell reward is the offering and Tremor comes up. If we go for high level avatars with 8 tokens, the avatar itself is arcane immune of course, so that's 7. That's still a huge amount. It's 14 armor, even if they are not fortified. Quite a nice skill to see, of course. But that was the combat rewards, so we are proceeding to level up. We do not want to take training, so we won't use Erythia skills. And the first skill choice is Beguile, so the influence skill of Braevalar. And the second choice is Nature's Vengeance, or the cooperative version of Braevalar. It allows you to reduce the attack of an enemy by 1 and also give it cumbersome, which means that you can reduce the attack further with movement points. So I'm not sure what to take here. I'm not that fond of the cooperative skill. They are always a bit cumbersome to use in solo because you can always just use them in 2 consecutive turns. So if you want use it, you have 1 turn to use it again, which is especially for combat skills a bit cumbersome because we would have 2 consecutive combats, and for a final battle, for example, this doesn't do anything. If it's a mana skill, at least you can work around this and use the mana next turn for whatever. So I don't think I will want to use this, which leaves Beguile, which is good, especially if you're picking up heroes later. This will be quite helpful. And it is influence that really helps with hiring and stuff like this. So if we stick with pathfinding, we definitely pick up Beguile, but I'm thinking about if we should pick up training after all, because if we pick up training, we don't have any green cards except Tranquility here. There's a concentration, which leaves a March and Braevalar's Submersion. But the regular March is still in there, so we could replace that with pathfinding if we pick up training. But seeing that the dummy will probably pick up a blue crystal, we should really give him a green card. So I will probably stick with giving him training and then getting rid of Shield Bash and picking up pathfinding now, which does mean we are left with our skill choice. And I don't think Beguile is actually that bad of a skill, especially since we are about to hire, or we do want to, and we already burned through our influence card. So let's pick that. So replace this into the common offer and add one from Erythia, which is a motivation skill. And we do pick up Beguile. together with a very nice movement skill pathfinding. And we do have 2 green dice in the source, so that makes perfect sense. Which doesn't mean that we draw. We have 1 card left, so we are drawing 5 up to a hand limit of 6. So that's the pathfinding, of course, the offering, of course, and then determination, crystallize, and improvisation. Let's see what the dummy does. So there's 6 cards left. Unless we are hitting white, everything is fine. Famous last words. Blue, blue, and white. I did jinx it, so I'm to blame, which means red, white, and red are left. Yeah, it was a 1 in 3 chance to happen like this, but we have to live with this, which means that we have 2 turns left, and we do have 5 cards left in our deck. Alright, so we do need to move, and we do want to hire. I think that's the 2 things that we want to do, and if we hire the Guardsman with the last turn, we can definitely kill the Outriders and hopefully also reveal this. So I do think we want to move, and the only movement card that we do have besides improvisation is the pathfinding, which we then probably also power, which means that all movement cost is 2, which brings us exactly to the village. We then need 6 influence to hire the Guardsman because we are at -1. Beguile will give us 3 because we are not at a fortified site then and not at a glade, which leaves 3, which is exactly an improvisation. So we probably use this with determination to come up with the remaining 3. We do not need to power this, but if you want to see our deck, we need to play everything but 1 card, which does mean concentration, crystallize, or offering. If we use concentration, offering, we can discard crystallize, so we will get 2 crystals. If we get 1, we can definitely power this and with the last hand see what we can get from crystals, but we should plan our last turn because we do need movement 4 to get to the core tiles and to the Outriders, and the Guardsmen can then block them and we still need to kill them. We do have 1 damage, but we do need 4 more damage. So at that point we should know what we have in our deck, so what will be our final hand. So there will be a Rage left, a mana draw, and 2 movement cards of Braevalar, which is kind of perfect because the movement cards can make us a reveal and the Rage can kill the Outriders. So we do need a red mana for the next turn, which can be a red crystal, of course. If we can power 1 of the movements, which we can, we will have the mana draw left, 1 of the green movement cards, and the other 2 cards we already planned for, which is the Rage and the movement card. So with the offering, we could turn the mana draw into a white crystal and the other movement card into a green, which pretty much means that we can now pick another crystal of any color that we want. Probably a white one, to be honest, to build for the sacrifice play. I do have the ruby ring for more red mana and the red crystal. But I do think that's the play then. Let's just do that. So with the second to last turn, we will play with a source die, the pathfinding for movement 4 and reducing the movement cost of all terrain to 2, which means that with 4 we can reach this village. Beguile will then give us 3 influence because it's not fortified and not a glade. -1 is 2. And we do need 5, which is why we play an improvisation with a determination for another 3, which means we can pick up the Guardsmen because we are in the village and they can be hired there. So we would have these 3 cards left, but we are producing a white token that we then crystallize to pick up a white crystal, which does mean that we keep the offering, but everything else is played. Die comes up white, and since we have a hand limit of 6, we can draw the remaining cards, which is an underground travel, which I actually forgot in planning. A march, a mana draw, the other march from Braevalar, and a Rage. That's important. The dummy will announce the end of round. We should have revealed the defenders, which are the other magic familiars, so that's funny. But we won't touch them at day, because it's a desert anyway, and we have played our ranged attack, but it might be something for the next night. But we do really want to reveal the core tile now. So we want to move there, kill the centaur, and before that reveal the core tile. So the idea is to use the green die with 1 of the land for 4 movement, go here and reveal. Then use the red crystal with offering to turn all of these into crystals. So we get the red crystal back, 2 green and a white. And with the red that we get back, we power Rage together with the Forked Lightning, that's 5 damage. And the Guardsmen can block the Centaur Outriders, which just kills them. So we get a reputation, 2 fame, and another faction token. So let's execute the movement points to bring us here to reveal the first core tile. Let's see what it is. It's the blue city. Die comes up white, so it's rotated 1 click, which is nice because it opens up the direct route to the city, and the blue city is the neutral one. We also have a monastery that added Ice Shield to the offer, and we do have a Death Dragon on this Draconum Mountain. The blue city means that it's not a white one, a neutral one, so we don't have a keep, but it's the Mage Tower city, where both the dummy and me have a shield. So neither is the leader, but it's a friendly city, which is so nice because this means that we can now recruit core units, and then we'll see what the first avatar is if it's not the last core tile. But then it's easy to just place the other two. But that's the exploration. We then provoke this unit here. But first we are using our crystal to cast Offering, discarding all these cards, which gives us 2 green and a white crystal. So these are all discarded. And we do get the red crystal back, which after blocking the swift attack with a block of 8, so the attack needs to be blocked with 6, we can then use the rage and the fog lightning to kill the centaur outriders. This gives us a reputation, 2 fame, and a faction token, which is a mystical map. But we only get it after the turn, obviously. So we do not have any cards left. This would have been rerolled, but it's the last turn anyway. And this ends the second day. So we managed to pick up more spells. We never refreshed the offer. So there's a Mana Storm. Not sure I like that too much in solo. But we did manage to pick up another spell, the Offering. Picked up an artifact, the Ruby Ring, which matches this quite perfectly. Managed to fill the last spot with the Utem Guardsman. We do have 1 unit wounded, but since we do not easily get our last spot, where we will be getting it in 10 fame, we can replace the Foresters if we want to. We do have quite a number of faction tokens, which also doubles as influence, and we have revealed the first quartile, so we can now hire elite units. We do have a monastery that we actually have access to, and with the city we can actually hire city units if we get them in the offer, but we will have to deal with the Death Dragon because we would provoke it if we just move to the city. And actually, if we move to the city, we have to loop around to actually explore further. That's a bit sad, but I can't complain too much because the tile was arranged in a way that I can actually reach the blue city. Otherwise we would have had a wall with a lake. But then again, maybe we start with the Mage Tower anyway, we will see. But that's the end of the second day. The dummy will pick up a blue crystal, unfortunately, and he already got a blue card from us at some point. But he does get a green card now, which is nice because it's the only color he doesn't have a crystal of. The shield bash we will remove because he just got a crystal of that color, so we don't want that. But it would mean that we have to pick up the Mana Storm. So this actually needs to be discussed, unfortunately, because if we do drop the shield bash, we will have to pick up the Mana Storm, otherwise we will give the dummy card where he already has 3 crystals. If we leave the shield bash, he will get another blue card, but he has just 1 crystal. But this also brings us to the spell selection, because if we leave them, because they're both nice damaging spells, if we do not pick up the Snowstorm, he will get another blue, which then would make the shield bash worse. If we toss the Snowstorm, we will probably pick up the Tremor, so we have no idea what the other color is. And if we only pick up one of the 2 spells, which one did we actually want to have? And I do think having Tremor, which also works in the 3rd day, and will be a reduction of 14 armor in total if we go for the full levels. That's obviously better than just 5 or 8. The Earthquake part will not be that relevant, I think. Yeah, so I'd probably pick up Tremor over Snowstorm, and if we do see the Firestorm, that's preferable because we do have the Ruby Ring. And if we go for a sacrifice with ranged fire damage, so 3 white and 3 red crystals, we will be able to power white and red spells much more easily. And with the Ruby Ring, red spells, even at night with the black mana requirement, are much easier to cast. So there is a reason to drop the Snowstorm, pick up the Tremor and cycle through the spells, which then would mean that leaving Shield Bash is probably preferable because we do not want that. We can then eliminate the Mana Storm after the next round, and we will not be able to pick up an advanced action card anytime soon anyway, so probably we leave Shield Bash and drop the Snowstorm. So after some consideration, we do want to get rid of this to maybe see the Firestorm, and we do want to Tremor over this anyway. But we do leave the Shield Bash after all to have him pick up this over the Mana Storm, and then we can get rid of the Mana Storm without picking it up ourselves. There's a Firebolt coming up, which is red and range attack, which I like. And for the spells we have Space and Time Bending, that could be interesting, and a Whirlwind Tornado combination, which is nice but not a scaling spell. We do ready the units. Foresters are still wounded, of course. We do ready our skill, which gives us mana. We were unlucky that Dummy picked up Mana Steal, so these are both burned and we have only 1 and 6 left. In the Monsters we can now learn Peaceful Moment and Swift Bolt, which is really nice. Again, with the sacrifice play, we can maybe power this for free and it's a ranged attack. Since we are now at the core tiles, we get only 1 silver unit, which is another guardsman. And the 2 elite units are Altar Mages right away and Fire Mages. Nice. For a change, the second knight does not start with a depleted die or a black die, but green, red and white, which does mean we only have to shuffle our deck and we are ready to go with the second knight. We do have to think about if we want to get rid of this. I'm just noticing if you want to reposition this, but I think we should have thought about that before refreshing everything. So it's actually right before technique selection that you can discard a banner into your deck when you shuffle your deck. So I do want to do that because I do want to strategize about where to reassign it if I actually want to give it a guardsman, because it's just +1. And depending on what we pick up, it might be even nicer. Well, the mages would not need that, and the fire mages would probably be a waste. So it's really just about getting this to another unit. Actually, maybe just leave it be. Well, it's a tough decision, because if we reassign it, it will cost us a card that we have to draw at some point, so it slows us down. The 6 point might be of interest, but looking at the faction tokens and for the assaults, that's all that matters if they are not replaced by something else. The lightning dragon is actually the only thing that would be really nice to just bump into a unit with banner. It has 6 cold fire attack and you get cold fire resistance. It would be 6, but then again the dragon is the one that is elusive as well, so you are incentivized to try and actually block it, which would mean not running it into unit in the first place. So I do think I'd just rather leave it. There is the water elemental, of course, but we have already seen one, and there are 4 brown enemies. 2 will be in the entourage, and the fire elemental actually has an attack of 7, so it doesn't even work. Another thing is that the crossbowman can actually use range attack, and then I can assign something to them and even maybe wound them. If I do this with something else, we might not be able to use their attack. Well, if it's something defensive, we can always use the block first. It's really hard to judge if this is worthwhile. I think I will just not lose the time, to be honest. Well, actually, if we can't block the lightning dragon, it will still be good. We can just completely ignore a cold fire attack of 6. Let's shuffle it in and see how the game unfolds. So it should be enough. We draw our first 6 cards. There's a rage, improvisation, intimidate. That might be good to hire, but we do have to bypass the dragon. The banner right away. The ruby ring with so many red cards may actually be good, and the promise, so a lot of influence. And the available tactics are From the Dusk, Mana Surge, Midnight Meditation, and Sparring Power. Alright, so we are in the second night. That's usually when it comes to city assaults and you really need night to power your spells. That's where you want to try the first one. I'm not sure this is true for the avatars as well, especially if you pick something up like Tremor. But nevertheless, the decision should be if we go for an avatar right away, if we think that we are good enough for this. And I don't think we are actually, because the offering we still need to prepare. We have no elemental crystals currently, but we can get one of course now. But the offering itself would give us more elemental crystals. The necropolis also is a graveyard, so we could attack that at the 3rd day and still have the night rules. So the question is, do we go for Sparring Power, or is this night nothing where we actually want to make an attempt? In this case, I would probably go with Mana Search. If the dummy really wants to go before me, he is leaving me the other tactics, that's nice. And if not, we will just have one more turn. Midnight Meditation, I don't think we need that. We do have a lot of influence currently in hand. We could also make a time-bending play, of course. So what would we actually do at the beginning of the round? If we want to go to the city to hire, which would only mean hiring the Altar Mages for 12 influence. We're currently sitting at -1 at 13. We do have a fair amount of faction tokens that would help, and we do have Intimidate and Promise in hand, but we do need to bypass the Death Dragon. But if we go for the Mage Tower instead, we will pick up a spell and can actually hire the Fire Mages, so we do not need to go for the Altar Mages right away. I think I will use the Mystical Map right away to actually see if it's any of the avatars or if it's a neutral tile. Setting the tile there would actually mean that if we go to the city, we can then reveal another tile here. Which, if it's the necropolis, it's guaranteed to be the neutral tile. If it's not, it's probably the necropolis. Actually, it's a coin flip. But if it's not, we have to place it here. I do think I want to Sparring Power play for the last night, if the dummy is not picking it out. So we could go for Mana Search or From the Dusk. It's also noteworthy that we can pick up the Fire Mages in the monastery if we go for this. But to hire both, we would actually need to level again, which is 10 more fame. And the blue city can also learn a spell, but it would probably be easier to just take the tower. But I think it's really important to know what the last tile is, because these combined are even just 11 fame to make us level once more, which would give us an important armor point. So maybe going for the tower and then for the dragon and then for the city is a good plan. And I do think if I want to go for 10 more fame and hiring 2 units, maybe even visiting the monastery, even if just to burn it down afterwards, that's enough for the night. So using Sparring Power doesn't sound right, and it's just a 1 in 3 chance the dummy will pick it out, which does mean either from the Dusk or Mana Search, I think. Currently the source is looking fine. I do have a lot of crystals, so maybe from the Dusk is the safe route to just have a turn more. But how do we open up? The familiars are a bit annoying again. We probably would have to block their attack because we do not have any healing yet, and I do not want to use the Tome of Relearning to get regeneration. Would have to replace something, and Beguile is just 2 in a fortified side, but nevertheless I do think most of the faction tokens I actually want to use, especially the Cloak of Shielding, the Mystical Map, and the Tome of Relearning I probably do not want to toss, which doesn't mean there's not that much left to actually get for influence, so Intimidate should be spent for hiring, not for attacking. And if you want to block, that would mean using the Crossbowman, or just the Guardsman, or both. But then killing it would mean coming up with 7 damage. Rage could be 4. Fog Lightning is 1. That's still missing 2. So probably Improvisation. But the Improvisation could also block. And I do need to have a plan for the Dragon as well. Unless I want to kill that at range, but it would be 8 more range attack after Fog Lightning. Well, I could use the Fire Mages if I have hired them at that point. And if I want to attack the tower, I actually need to move there. The Altar Mage are just far too good to pass on. Making the Flame Wall a siege attack sounds insane. So maybe going for the tower is a mistake. Maybe just going for the Altar Mages. They are taking too much influence anyway. And if I reveal here first, I can actually move on there. That's guaranteed. Even if it's the Necropolis, we can still place the other neutral tile here, so to move around like this. And attacking the Necropolis first at the 3rd day might actually be good. So if it's not a Necropolis, we have a coin flip to reveal it there, otherwise it's there. But I think overall this is the way to go. So probably we do not go to the tower, but then we have to deal with the dragon. We do have a block of 7, that's not an issue. And we only need 3 movement. That could be the Improvisation. But if we are not using the Intimidate to kill, how do we get to 9 damage? Fog Lightning is 1, that's 8 left, Rage is 4. So we probably have to use the Intimidate. We will get a faction token from the dragon and 2 reputation. With the shield from the city, so we are neutral then. With Beguile and the shield, the mages only take 9. Promise would be bring it down to 5, which is 2 faction tokens that we would then have to swallow probably. But we do want to use the map and definitely hold on to the cloak. And the tome is just so good as well. But the dragon will give us 1, so maybe the ice shards and the dragon one would be the ones to sacrifice then. But the promise we won't even have if we use it for improvisation. The Intimidate with the rage will just kill a dragon, that's the idea here. And we will already have used 2 units. And the Intimidate will actually tank our reputation, but the dragon will undo it, but we will still be at -1 then. With the Banner of Protection, there might be a play where we just try for range attack, for example with the Altar Mages, and just take all other attacks in the face, whatever remains, be knocked out, but just remove all the wounds at the end of turn. That would mean that we do not actually assign it now, which means that we could discard with Improvisation, because this would lead us to the city, provoking the dragon. This would kill the dragon, this would block the dragon. We want to use this, and we do want to hold on to this. And to be honest, I just think we should probably go with From the Dusk to be certain that we have 1 more turn than the dummy. It's also sad that the Long Night is gone, because with something like Offering, getting more cards is actually not that bad. If we don't take the tower, where do we get our spells? Do we really want them from the city? Because we are not that popular. But I do think mages with Flame Wall, Intimidate, and Offering is just a good combination. The card that gives us back the crystals is already gone, of course. That was one of the starting, the Crystal Mastery, which at that point is rough to take. But without it, with space bending or time bending, we cannot do a double Offering play, of course, because we lose our crystals. We will have to spell back, but it doesn't do much. It also doesn't ready our unit. So I do think Tremor is still better here. But it doesn't do anything against the avatars, of course. If it ever comes down to sniping an avatar, it's better to just have range attack, not reduce the armor of everything else. But I do think I have a play already, and I should really do that. Get to the city, hire the mages, and be in a really good position. With revealing this and then going to the monastery, we will get another artifact. If we do get the Bow of Starstone at that point, I will just laugh, I guess, because we then can convert the siege attack back to double the amount of range attack. That would be completely broken, of course, but we will see. Even just picking up the bolt here and then getting some other artifact, maybe something that produces more crystals, maybe like a pouch would even be good. Yeah, but I do think I want to do that. So it's only the matter of tactic selection. I don't want Midnight Meditation. I do think I want to risk Sparring Power to have it in the 3rd night. because I don't know what to do with it this night, I think. Yeah, I'm already spending all my units. So it's either Mana Searcher from the Dusk. If Mana Search is 2 in 3 to go first. And the source can get stale quite quickly, so I should not underestimate that. But if the dummy takes from the Dusk, it will go before me in the last round if I take Sparring Power. That's so bad. Well, if I take from Dusk and takes Mana Search, it will be the same situation. So do I want more turns? Yeah, I do think I will take Mana Search, because if the dummy takes Sparring Power, I do want to have something to show for it. I do not want to have Mana Search in the last round just to go first, then let's risk it. Alright, so we are going with Mana Search to have some power at least, and have a 2 in 3 chance to go first either way. The dummy then picks Midnight Meditation, that's awesome. So we can either go first or have Sparring Power. So finally Braevalar is before Orithia, and we do have the ability to, and we need to think about that, to reroll source dice. As a first action, I will use the mystical map to reveal this tile to see if it's any other tile, if it's the last neutral tile. So we discard this. So we reveal another core tile, and it's the red city. So it is the Dark Crusade after all. Die comes up golden, so we do not rotate it. So there's a red crystal mine. There's an altar for 10 fame that needs a mana of each color. The necropolis, of course, and there are 2 dragons. They are on a neutral tile, so I'm unsure what to do about that, if I should roll them. But I think first we should have the Necromancer now fixed with his entourage, and we need to gather his tokens. And I do want the faction tokens to be in his entourage, and if we run out of dragons, for example, then to rather fill up with the regular ones. So I do think I just want to go with 12-12 and see what happens, just for the fun of it. If we lose this, then so be it. Which does mean 3 green enemies, 2 brown enemies, and 2 red ones. And these are actually face up, so let's see what we get. So the other skeleton warrior, the other zombie horde, the remaining gibbering ghoul, then the mummy, and the blood demon. So that's the first enemy that's arcane immune. Then the other death dragon and a vampiric dragon. So fortunately that's the first one that's actually elusive. So now we know what we are up against. And I do think I will roll now, and if I roll Necromancer there will be 1 dragon left, I think. So if I roll it twice we will fill up with a regular one. But if we roll Elementalist, we will place dragons from this faction. So let's roll for this one. So that's blue, which does mean it's the remaining Vampiric Dragon. And since I've rolled red, we stay with the Dark Crusader faction. And since we are running out of dragons, because the last one is here, we do place a regular one, which is a Lava Dragon. The nice thing is if you're now circling through this city here, we can place a regular tile here. So there are 2 tiles left, but if it's the Elementalist tile, we cannot place it here actually, which then means that we have to place the Elementalist faction here. But I do probably want to attack the Crusader first, maybe at the 3rd day, because it's a graveyard anyway, and we do probably want to get rid of the dragon as well. So this is our goal for today, looping around, getting rid of the dragon. So let's move this out of the way. Currently I'm not sure that the Banner of Protection does anything for us unless there's something that has elemental damage. But if we are not breaking it this day, then we should probably just attach it. But the plan was to actually use it with the improvisation. So we have 5 movement, 3 and 2 to reach the city, provoke the dragon. Then use this for a crystal and a token for an attack of 7, which brings it up to 9. Holding on to this and activating these 2 for a block of 7. I think we should just do that to get going. So after revealing this, we will start moving. We take a red die from the source with improvisation and discarding the banner because we don't need it for the Dark Crusader faction. It's 5 movement at 3 and 2, which brings us to the blue city, but we provoke the dragon in the process. We then use the guardsman and the crossbowman for a combined block of 7, blocking the attack. We then use the ruby ring, getting us 1 fame, 1 red crystal and a red mana. We lose 2 reputation, but we do get an attack of 9, which kills the dragon. It's wasting 1 point of damage, but I do want to keep the promise for hiring in the city, which does mean we get 2 reputation back, but also 6 fame and a Dark Crusader faction token, which is another Vampiric Chalice, which is probably good because we want to discard it for influence to actually hire the altar mages. So we have used everything. This is killed. We reroll the die. Comes up as black. We still have the promise. And since the city gives us 1 supply, we actually draw up to 7 cards. So 6 more after the promise. There's a 1 with the land, a concentration, a mana draw, underground travel, chivalry, and a crystallize. So that's the end of our first turn, and we do the first turn of the dummy. Blue, green, and green. That's 3 of the better cards, but at least it's a short turn. So with this turn, our goal should really be to get the automate so we can actually continue. Being in the blue city means we could also try to learn spells, but that's more influence that we need, and we're currently at -1, so a spell would be 8, Beguile is 2, so that's 6 more. To hire the Alter Mages, which cost 12 with Beguile and Promise, if we spend the mana, we are at 6. Again, -1, but +1 due to the shield cancels out, so we're lacking 6. So the Ice Chart and the Chalice is probably what I want to sacrifice to hire them, but this would mean in this turn we can actually do that. That means that we need a white mana, and crystallizing another white would actually be good, so we do have a full complement for sacrifice. The one with the land we probably want to use to move away, although we could do that with underground travel. But a travel could also mean that we can teleport back to the tower, for example. That's also interesting. But we do want to discover some tile here. With any luck we can kill the dragon or something else to level and go back to the monastery, because it's just in plains to then hire the fire mages as well with the new command slot we will then get. Concentration could also mean that we get 2 more influence, but I do want to try with getting a swiftness to get range attack 5 for burning down the monastery, for example. Because I think after hiring the fire mages we can really burn it down to get another artifact. I think that's preferable. And we do not need to pay that much attention to our reputation then. There will be another slot that we get, but I think that's too far in the future to worry about it. The question is if we use mana draw now and maybe turn the black die white, crystallize 1, use 1 for promise. So that would mean something like this. With the reputation cancelling out with the shield, Beguile and Promise is 6, and the Chalice and the Shards are then 12 in total, which means that we can hire the Alter Mages replacing the Foresters. And there's no reason to hurry. We would reroll 2 dice. No, we will place 1 as white because we have turned it white. So that would be the idea here. So you would net reroll the black, so to speak. We will then still have the green to continue, that's good. For example, to move to the monastery and reveal, and hopefully kill something with the chivalry. The mages can almost single-handedly block the vampiric dragon, that's nice. So I do think that's a solid plan actually, and we worry about learning spells or probably doing other things here in the monastery with influence later. If we draw Threaten, it might be good to learn Tremor, unless we want to do a space or time bending play, of course. But this is just our second turn, so let's not do too much. I do think holding on to these cards is a good idea. So we do use mana draw with a source die, turning the black die white, giving us 2 tokens. One we crystallize, so we have a full complement of white now. The other one for influence with Beguile in the fortified side, that's 6. 2 tokens brings it up to 12. A shield to 13, but the -1 brings it down to 12 again. But we do hire the Alter Mages, replacing the Foresters. So the wound is gone, as is the unit. So we remove the tokens. This is a once per turn skill. One is returned as is. These are discarded. And we do not play anything else and reroll the die. Stays white. And we draw up to 7 cards due to the limit increase from the city. Swiftness, Stamina, Druidic Path. So lots of movement. The dummy second turn is Tranquility, Battle Versatility, Rage. So unfortunately 2 more cards. Blue and another blue. So we didn't reveal a white yet. That's a bit bad, I would say. But this brings us to our third turn. So due to Beguile, the shield and the reputation would start at 2. So with 5 more we could learn something, but we do not have any other influence sources currently unless we want to drop these, but I really do not want to do that. Which means that we have to move on. And unless we are using Thunderstorm, we will probably use 1 with the land. But it's also a good question because we do have the other 2 movement cards as well. So the regular Stamina and the Druidic Path. 4 is enough to reveal. That would be a regular Stamina, and then we can see how we continue it. But that would mean that we had to activate this because there's no blue in the source. So we would have another color, which is green or white. We could take green, for example, to guarantee an underground travel play. But I really want to move here. And this wouldn't need an underground travel. It's just a regular other movement card. So probably using this to power 2 movement cards is not that bad. Unless this is just planes, but it would be really strange. And at worst, it might not be traversable, then it's an underground travel play after all. But we would probably take a blue, because there is no other source for this besides concentration. And then a green because there's enough white in the source. And I do think we need to get going, so just going there and just sitting there is probably not advisable. We could burn it down right away, but that would make hiring the Mage is quite difficult. We could also, of course, just take a source die to power this and then power this if we need the movement and see how we continue. That's probably the more cautious approach, but that means that we cannot use the heal here. But I think it's the most prudent course of action, so let's make room for this tile and then go for it. So I've made room for another tile to explore. This is the coastline, so this is a legal core tile placement. And since the Dark Crusader tile is here, from the last remaining two, we do definitely reveal the regular one, so the neutral one. We use the green die from the source to power one with the land for 4 movement. And Braevalar moves out of the blue city into the monastery, and with the remaining 2 points reveals this tile. And this is actually not a city tile, so this is what we are looking for. The compass rose comes up green, so we are rotating twice clockwise. So this is the regular orientation, and we are rotating once and twice. And it's again quite a crowded tile with mountains that fortunately did not block our way, so it was rotated twice. They would have been here otherwise, I think. There's the other refugee camp on the other side of the wall, another lava dragon, because of course the necromancer or Dark Crusader dragons are already exhausted. There's a labyrinth, so this time really a labyrinth. And we do have a mage tower blocking our way to the dragon, which is in hillside with unknown defenders, so we need movement 3 to attack it. And we can of course try an underground attack if we get the black mana for this. So we cannot attack the vampiric dragon right away, but taking a mage tower is probably a good idea because it does mean we get another spell. It would also make us level, and we can in the mage tower then hire the fire mages, which in turn means that we can now burn down a monastery, but we would need to compensate the loss of 3 reputation. But it would mean that we do not need to return to the monastery. Overall, it would be movement 5 to get back to the monastery and 3 to get back to the mage tower. The question is if another penalty of -3 would bar us from hiring the fire mages. If we hire them in the fortified site, we are at net -1 then, which means they take 10 influence. On the other hand, if we take the tower, well, it will be a -1 reputation anyway, so with the monastery we would be at -5 actually. But I was about to say that we do have the chivalry, but it can at most counteract taking the tower. So we would be at -1. Beguile is +1, so we need 8. But the question remains, where is 8 influence coming from? Especially with the promised improvisation and intimidate already in the discard pile, so there's only threaten coming up. And faction tokens we will only get once we kill the Dark Crusader, or at least kill his entourage. Maybe learning Peaceful Moment is a good idea. We are in a monastery, so that's not a fortified site, so we are at +3 with Beguile. -1 is 2. We need 6 to learn, so that's 4 more. Threaten would solve this actually. And Peaceful Moment could actually allow us to ready our units. And it's also worth noting that the action of Peaceful Moment is not an interaction, so reputation won't matter, but Beguile still works, because it does not say during interaction. We should probably try to take the tower. Druidic Pass would just give us the movement without even needing a mana. We would then know what we're up against, and we do have enough mana lying here. We can then take Whirlwind and Tornado and even try with the white mana if we get a black one to just kill one of these dragons. That would give us reputation +2, and depending on the dragon, another faction token. And I do feel like we have enough units to warrant just running in blindly. We won't know the defenders anywhere, and I do think we need to know what they are, and burning the monastery down now would mean that we are no longer learning anything. No advanced actions, no spells, no hiring, I think. So we should move on. The reputation penalty from the tower will not change anything. And again, with the spell we get, with Tornado, we can probably just kill a dragon. We probably have to wound a unit, but they are spent anyway, so we will have an opportunity to heal them later. So with all these cards in hand, we really need to move on. We have to use them somehow. And moving away is probably not the best idea, so we are using Druidic Pass for another 3 movement. Well, 2, but we reduce the hillside by 1, which means Braevalar can assault the tower. We lose a reputation, and we see what the defenders are. So these are fire mages, which unfortunately means that if we would have assigned a banner here, we could just run them into the unit. But we did not, so we have to deal with this. Killing them probably means just playing the chivalry. That's exactly 4, a reputation and a fame, which also does help getting us out of the minus area of the reputation. That's the sad part about not having a level 1 unit, but a level 4, so you do not, or you cannot wound them because you need an immense amount of healing. But with the foresters, for example, with a level 1 unit, you could just have them take a wound and then take one yourself and easily heal them later. We could use the altar mages to make the attack disappear, basically, paying a blue mana to bring the cold fire block up to 7. But then the altar mages would of course be used, so we cannot use them to block another attack, like of the vampiric dragon. But if you get the tornado, the vampiric part at least is not important, as is the elusive. We just need to deal with 8 attack. With a black mana we could actually make the altar mages make our attack a siege attack that could kill the fire mages. But we do not have a black mana, unfortunately. So we can take 2 wounds, or we can wound one of our level 2 units and ourselves. That would mean we need 3 healing, but 1 wound does not clog up our hand. Or we can use the altar mages now. We always have the option to use the Tome of Relearning to swap out one of our skills. I'm eyeing the regeneration, of course, which can help with all the wounds we are getting, or the Power of Pain, which means that we do not actually need to get rid of them, and we can also use the wounds for influence, which might actually help us. The problem is that we would have to replace a skill, and I do not want to replace the mana skill, the Thunderstorm, and I also do not want to replace the Forked Lightning. It's just 3 range attack, and Beguile is currently what gives us the influence. So exchanging 2 influence for 2 influence, that doesn't sound like a good idea. Also, I probably want to have access to motivation later. And with going for the Dark Crusader first, we will not get access to the other Tome of Relearning until like the end of the game. I don't think it makes much sense to not use the altar mages now and then have to deal with the wounds. If we can just spare them, go on with our plan, hiring, burning down the monastery, and then taking the wounds maybe later when we actually have the means to heal them right away. So I do think we want to activate them, which does mean we need this mana to get a blue token to increase the block and a white one to actually power the chivalry because we already used the source die. So getting wounds is probably not an option at the current time, so we do use the altar mages to get a cold fire block 5 and use the thunderstorm to get a blue and a white token. The blue one increases the block to cold fire block 7, which blocks the fire mages, and we use this to power the chivalry together with the forked lightning. That's 5 attack and a reputation and a fame, which does mean that these 2 are discarded. This is cleaned up, this is flipped, all this is used. Let's get rid of it. We do get 1 reputation from chivalry, 6 fame because of chivalry as well, because we powered it. This is discarded. The tower is ours, and after the combat we will not do anything with these cards here, so we will just reroll the die. Comes up depleted as gold, but we do get a combat reward. And I do think while the tremor is good, the whirlwind is immediately helpful because it can either cancel an attack, which means that, for example, this dragon we can just kill with 8 attack or 7 because we always have 1, or we can just manage the attack somehow and then just kill the dragon. The same with this one. And we do need to get rid of this to have a good assault next day. So not dealing with this 16 is probably just a nice idea with the whirlwind. The space and time bending. The space bending is not that important because we have underground travel. The time bending could be really good, but as I said, using units, getting wounds, using crystals, mana, and so on, all these skills, they are not being dialed back. So I really have to get more experience with this, but I don't think in the current situation it's the best. And Tremor is nice. It's definitely nice, but there will be tokens like, again, this Vampiric Dragon and the Assault, where just destroying it will probably be good, because 16 is just so much, it dials down the avatar by itself by 4 levels, so you don't really want to deal with some things like this. So I think it's either Tremor or Whirlwind. If you take the Tremor, the dummy will get a blue card and a blue crystal. Now it will get a green, which is not perfect, but it will balance things out a bit. So I do think I will take Whirlwind, seeing that the source also has white available. So the Whirlwind is our combat reward. Replacement is Cure and Disease, which is interesting. But after the combat reward from the tower, we do also get our level up, which is the 4th slot and our 4th armor point. And then we draw up to 6 cards, unfortunately, because we are no longer in the vicinity of the city, which means that we draw the Whirlwind. And path finding, that's nice, but maybe not immediately helpful. The dummy draws 3 cards. White, this is good. White, this is insanely good. And red, which is better than another white. So 2 more cards, which is green and another green. So that's not good. So 2 more white cards in this small deck, which I do not like, but the red cards are then exhausted now, I think. No, there's actually 1 as well. But we are playing our 4th turn. So at that point, we should hire either in the Mage Tower or the Monastery. The Monastery would be +1 influence because we are not no longer in the fortified site. But we do not have the influence for it. If we kill a dragon, we might get a faction token and get 2 reputation. That's a net +4 influence. We could also go back to the monastery now and just burn it down. That would be the 3 cards. But again, we would be at -3. So we would need to kill a dragon to get back to -1. But it would mean we get an artifact, we have a play, and we are not actually that worse off, to be honest. And we do have to kill this dragon anyway. And since we currently do not have regular attack, preventing an attack doesn't do much. So I do think it's time to just go back, burn it down, and then go back here and continue. Because I currently don't see how I would fire with this. And we do have quite some firepower here, but some movement. Actually, it's 3 movement cards and a lot of firepower. I hope I can actually kill this with this. Actually, we do have this, so that's 6 already. That should usually be good, and especially since this is cold fire, it might even count as more. Well, I don't know how to continue with this, because preventing the attack just means we do need to come up with 8 anyway. This is just 5, 6, so you would have to play 2 cards sideways, and that's just not going to cut it. We could go for the motivation skill and draw 2 more cards, but I do think I just want to get the artifact and see what it is. So let's just burn it down and live with the consequences. So we are playing the stamina to move back to the monastery, and we do burn it down with the hope that we can... Actually, we do not have the mana for this. We do have mana surge, so we've probably forgotten already to use it, but we will do now. So we do, before using a die from the source, reroll 2 dice. Comes up red and white. So the movement obviously we can do afterwards, so we would have done this before. So we can undo this still. Red doesn't help us at all, and white we already had, so we cannot even use the combination. So let's maybe move back and think about this. At least the die is no longer depleted, but it's showing color that we do not have anyway. And if we use just the swiftness, we will have a range attack of 4. That's just not good enough. I really want another faction token, because I don't see me tossing the Cloak of Shielding, because it's so insane against the Necromancer on level 12. He has Assassinate Paralyze, so we can just ignore that. So the Paralyze part, with an armor of 4, that's just 3 wounds. 1 you ignore, it's 2 wounds. And then you don't need to deal with the Necromancer at all. And the Tome of Relearning is just so flexible that I don't see me tossing this as well. But either of those would be 3 influence. With the 3 from Beguile, that's already 6. -1 is 5. That's almost enough to get the Peaceful Moment in the monastery. So another card, tossing any other card, will get me the Peaceful Moment. Which then means that I can probably hire the Fire Mages again, since it's not a fortified site. It would be 3, 2, but 6 from this, that's already 8. That's just so good. Not having Cloak of Shielding would mean I have to deal with the Paralyze and the Assassinate. And coming off with 10 block, that just doesn't sound like a good idea. So the only play would be to get rid of the Tome of Relearning, unfortunately. I do like my skills, so while motivation is nice to have, it's not a must. And I do think I need to progress. I do have white mana in the source, so going there now, learning, hiring, burning it down. But it's already 3 turns I'm talking about. Dami has 6 cards left, so he must not hit white. And there are still 2 white cards in there, so it's again 1 and 3. So you either have 3 or 4 turns. And I already lined out 3. Going there, learning Peaceful Moment, then hiring your mages, then burning it down. So if we have 4, we can then kill the Vampiric Dragon. And I do think we need the firepower. We do need the units. We can hire at the beginning of the next night, of course. But I do want the artifact, and after that it's harder to hire. And we still need to get rid of 1 card, which is probably Underground Travel, to be honest. Because it does definitely cost the money. We do not actually have access to green. So I do think we move back, use this, this, and this to get this, which is then 9 already. So with any other card, we can hire the mages and then burn it down. So we have to see what a dummy does, but I think that's the way to go. So we do move to the monastery after all. And although it pains me deeply, I do have to let this go, because this is just far too important. This is 3 influence. Beguile at a non-fortified site is also 3. That's 6. It's 5 due to reputation -1. And then we toss the Underground Travel sideways for 6, which then learns us the Peaceful Moment. We do hold on to the other cards and do nothing else, which does mean we draw up to 7 again, because we're in the vicinity of our city. Well, it's not our city, so there's a Peaceful Moment. There's a Threaten that's really good, and there's a Tranquility that might be handy later. So the moment of truth is if we hit a white card or not. We really should not. So there's a white that increases the odds immensely. There's a blue, and there's another white that's so bad. So you place the rest of the cards, but what can you do? So we have only 2 turns left now. But before we do anything, we will re-roll a white die and also the red, because we definitely want to power a peaceful moment, unless we are getting green. So let's see. It's red and black. The black might actually be good, because otherwise we cannot even use Tornado. But that pretty much means that we want to use this for influence 6. With this, it's 9, and we have to toss one other card, unless we are just using Threaten. But we could also use Threaten as well, because we want to burn it down afterwards anyway. Would this give us the Swift Bolt as well? That's the idea here. So can we get up to 15 or 16? Again, that's 9. So we are missing 7. That's 5. So 2 more cards. Yeah, I think that's probably asking for too much. We do have quite some cards here, and we have only 2 turns, so that's a reason to actually do that. That was so unlucky. Having 2 turns instead of 3 is really bad, because we cannot just burn it down and kill the Vampiric Dragon and hire. But I do think we have to hire. Maybe we are not burning it down after all, but it's an easy artifact to have. I do think we need to get rid of the Vampiric Dragon now, to have any chance on the 3rd day to have a good assault against the Necropolis. I don't want to have it in my way, and I would provoke it either on going to Necropolis, or if I bypass it with underground travel, I will have it join the attack. So the question is, what's more important, hiring now? Actually, hiring is probably not as important, because I do have the card now that I need, and I do have other influence cards. So if I kill the dragon, I will be back at -1, and I will be still at a tower where I can hire similar units next day. So I should burn it down now, get the artifact, then kill the dragon. I think that's the better course of action. So what we will do is we will now burn the monastery down. We don't have much attack going for us, unfortunately, but we can kill it with Tornado or prevent its attack and try to kill it in some other way. And we at least have 4 attack here, and we can just play cards sideways, I think. Or we can take the wounds, heal them. Actually, we do have green. What am I even talking about? I have 3 crystals. I think I'm playing too fast, but it gets a bit overwhelming with all these possibilities. And it's easy to miss things, but I have a full inventory of crystals, so that's really not a problem. That might have been the difference then when I started going here to burn it down and then go back, but I think it went okay. But getting this card might have been a mistake then, I don't know. We will need all the influence we can get to actually fill the spots here. Yeah, so let's get the artifact, then kill the dragon. Let's not dwell on the past. So we do not have time anymore to hire, and we try to hire at the Mage Tower next day, unless we are not getting any unit choice for the Mage Tower, but that's so be it then. Which would be bad, because we cannot fill the last slot then unless we're going back to the city. But we really do want the artifact, and we really need to get rid of this dragon now. So we are entering the monastery, burning it down. Our reputation goes to -3, but with killing a dragon later it will be repaired. And we do draw and battle a mage unit. And it's Savage Monks, which does mean a concentrated swiftness will just kill it, even though... Can we do it even easier? We do have to fork the lightning, but it's not enough. Yeah, let's not make it more complicated than it is. It's a concentrated swiftness, which kills the Savage Monks. It costs a crystal, but we do need this for the dragon. So we do get 4 fame. We mark the monastery with a shield. We discard the cards that we do not want for the next turn. We do need the movement to get there. This will be unpowered, getting us there, and this was to kill. And we do draw up to 7. I will have these 2 cards. The artifact, so we'll draw only 4. So I do think I will use this at the end of turn to actually draw. And I don't think we will kill anything at range, so I will actually toss this as well. So that's the end of turn, and we get our combat reward, which is either the Endless Bag of Gold, so an influence artifact after all. That might actually be good. Or the Book of Wisdom. So the Endless Bag of Gold has its upside in that we do have an influence problem, theoretically, if we want to hire. But if there's no unit to hire, then it might be completely useless, and it doesn't help in the assault, obviously. Whereas the Book of Wisdom is also nothing for the assault itself, but throwing away an action card from hand to gain an action card of the same color could be really good. For example, exchanging a rage with a firebolt, or an action card for a spell will be insanely versatile as well. So I do think we take the Book of Wisdom. We just got an influence card, so I don't think we should go for an Endless Bag of Gold at that point. So even though the influence is appreciated, we do take the much more flexible card for the Book of Wisdom, which even allows us to pick up a card now from the row if you want to, like the Firebolt, to actually stock up on the red crystals again. So that was the reward, and we do draw up to 7 cards as said. So this is the Book of Wisdom, of course. The Offering, that's actually huge. We should really cast that in our last turn. Determination, Flame Wall, and a March, which only leaves a Rage that we won't see this round. So still 7 cards due to the vicinity of the city. The dummy announces end of round, and this is our last turn now. And this is probably exactly what we were waiting for. Actually, the Rage we did not draw. That's unfortunate. But it doesn't matter because we can even toss it for the offering to get a crystal of any color. And to get the sacrifice play, we do actually need just 2 red. So we get 1 red here, and we can probably just toss this. But let's talk about the dragon. So we would use pathfinding to get to the tower, and then the tornado to kill it with the black from there and a white from here. So we actually need a white back. So this is probably white then, red and white, and another red. That would give us the full complement. But we do need to block or take wounds. Actually, we should have kept the tranquility now that I'm thinking about it. I'm actually not up to speed, I think. Maybe we should take a break. I'm already playing for some hours here. In the beginning of the game, actually, I had to take breaks quite a lot and continue playing after several days of pause sometimes. But currently it's weekend, I'm actually playing for several hours already, and I think it starts to show. The vampiric part of the dragon is really not important, and since we do have an armor of 4, it's just 2 wounds, and Tranquility will just heal that, and we do have green mana, so we could have just healed the wounds, and that would have been that. So without that, we actually need to think about how to deal with this. Well, we can just take the 2 wounds nevertheless, but they will be annoying in the next day. If we just do not let him attack, we do not have enough power to kill it. Yeah, the Tranquility play was probably really bad. But we did see more of the deck because we got rid of Tranquility and another card, so there's only 1 card left. So we would have drawn 2 cards less probably. So it's hard to tell. I would have to look up which card we would not have seen. If, for example, the offering we would not have seen, that would have been also really bad. So I'm not sure after all this holds up. But nevertheless, we need to deal with the attack. So I'm tempted to take a wound myself and give 1 to the crossbowman. It's overall more healing, but it doesn't clock on my hand. On the other hand, I do need heal 2 then before we even start the battle. And if I'm preparing at a day, I can discard wounds by resting. The only mana I do not have is blue, so I can't play the determination, and it would lack 3 more block anyway. Yeah, so I do think I have to own up my mistake and just get a blue crystal probably, because I do not have one. I could get a green, of course, and just take the 2 wounds, and the rest takes care of everything else. I will just not level to see another card and skill. Actually, we do have the flame wall, so I was a bit greedy maybe to try to get a red. We do have the ring that gives us a crystal as well, so we do not need 3. And this is actually enough with another card sideways to block. So I think that's awesome. It's a way to repair the situation. Although it doesn't need even more red mana, so it does mean it's harder to prepare. And we are actually getting 1 less crystal because we are needing the rest of the cards. But it's just fire block 7 and we just need in a block of 8. So 1 more block will do. So we do need the crystal here and the mana here, which does mean we need the crystal here and here then. So we end up without any red mana at all. But if you want to destroy, there's no way around the black mana. And we do need to power this after all. So where would this come from? But we cannot get the fireball because we do not have the rage. It's just the last card in the deck. And we can't use this to get this. But we can pick this up next day. Is this worth it? Or should I just take the 2 wounds? I think that's the problem here. Maybe on leveling I can just pick up Arithia's skill, Power of Pain, to get rid of the wounds. But I should probably take Motivation, but I can pick up Fireball, that's the idea here. I do think I need to take the wounds, otherwise I'm not getting enough stuff here. So I do get the red back and another one here, so that's 2 already. And I do have the ring, as said, and I can replace the white one. And this was the whole idea. So I will take 2 wounds after all and just not block the enemy. So I should maybe hold on to the Tranquility to just take the 2 wounds and heal them with a crystal, but then I would not have seen almost all of my deck, and I think the offering play is quite important. But what we do is now we use the pathfinding for move 2 and reduce the terrain cost by 1, which means that the hills here for the mage tower are movement cost 2. So without powering we can move there. We then provoke the vampiric dragon to open up the pathway, and unfortunately take 2 wounds. We could have blocked it with this, but we do need the offering play here. So we just take the wounds because of armor 4. Technically it has an armor of 17 now, but it doesn't matter because we now use a crystal and the black die from the source to use tornado in the attack phase to destroy target enemy, so it's just dead. This would have been to be rerolled, but it's the last turn anyway. And then we use a crystal for offering, and we use the artifact to get white, determination for blue, and the flame wall for red. And the offering itself does give us a red. So we do have 2 red, which is the better part of what we need for a good offering play or sacrifice play. We get a white back, and we do have a blue because we didn't have any. And there's only 1 card left, which we do not use. And the 2 wounds, of course, and rage we did not see. And we do get 7 fame, which does not level us, unfortunately, but we do get 2 reputation as well. We are back at -1, so we have a chance to hire something next turn. And we do get a faction token from the Crusaders, which is the Staff of Concealment, which is a bit ironic because this could allow us, after underground travel, to assault the necropolis without actually provoking the enemy, and we would not even need the card to move there. But what can you do? It's defeated now, and we can then level before even attempting the necropolis by, for example, using this token, and we just hope for good enemies to see. But it's the end of the turn and the end of the second night. All in all, I am still quite happy, but I hope we can actually hire something in the Mage Tower, otherwise it will be bad because this is burned down and we would have to move back here. But we could move back here and then use the underground travel depending on how the cards fall. We could not get this, unfortunately, and we have an open slot, so this is what we are just talking about. But let's clean it up. We ready our units. The dummy picks up a green crystal, so now all colors are equally bad, at least when it comes to playing one more card, and he picks up a blue, which all things considered is not that bad. The Tremor, unfortunately, we did not pick up. We will get rid of the Mana Storm because we won't pick it up, and the dummy has far too many crystals, which also allows us to pick up the Fireball to get the last red crystal just by leveling up, and we can even pick a dummy ability then. When it comes to space and time bending, that's something that needs to be discussed if we actually leave it there or not. If we leave it, he will get a blue crystal, and we just added a blue card. That would be bad, but this is something we want to pick up. And as I already alluded to, I'm lacking the experience with this, and I don't think in situations where the units and the crystals, like in the sacrifice play, it actually does that much for you. So you really need a huge hand and skills that you do not discard. And if you break a ring, for example, to actually cast all the spells, you won't get the ring back because it's thrown away. So I don't think it's too useful in a situation. I don't want to clog up my deck. So I think I'd rather get rid of it, which does mean the dummy would pick up a green crystal, which is also not good because you also give him green cards, but there's at least 2 blue. Well, there's at least 2 green, so it doesn't matter too much. I just think I probably want to see more spells. I do have the nice Book of Wisdom now that if I see good spells that I do want to pick up, I can just use this. So let's just get rid of it. So to see more spells, we will get rid of space bending as well. We are really unlucky with the dummy deck at this round, I think, especially in the end. We could have already hired the Fire Mages with one more turn. But let's see what units we get. The advanced action to refresh to dodge and weave, which is a card I do like, but I'm not sure it's the most important for this game. And the Ice Bolt is nice, it's range attack, it's a blue crystal. But the spell offer refreshes to Fireball, which is really good with the ring. And Mana Bolt is just also quite versatile, so quite welcome. But I do want to try and get the Fireball for the Book of Wisdom for Rage, for example. There's only one monastery left, and it has the Temper Portal. Nice. But we would have to go here to actually get it, so yeah, unfortunately we burnt that down. The remaining silver unit refreshes to Herbalists, and the 2 elite units are the Autumn Guardians, so that's also an insane pickup, if I can get it, and the Red Heroes. Unfortunately, nothing can be hired at a Mage Tower, so we do have to go back to the city probably. The day starts with 2 blue and a black die, unfortunately, although it could be handy for the Necropolis Assault because it's a graveyard. So we ready our mana skill and shuffle our deck, and then we are ready to go with the third and final day. The tactics are completely irrelevant, so we just, well, first remove Mana Search and Midnight Meditation. And we just pick the early bird because it doesn't matter at all. So it's correct that Braevalar goes before Rithia. So that's quite an important shuffle, but I think that should do it. One more cut, and we are at a hand level of 6 without any supply line. So pathfinding, okay. Flame Wall, that's good to have. A wound, maybe not the worst draw, so we actually have time to get rid of it. Concentration, swiftness, and rage. Alright, so this is our first turn then. And I do think we need to get back to the city to hire. I think we should not pass on these units, either the Guardians or the Heroes. We are at -1, so the Heroes would actually be at 11, so pretty much the same. Actually, no, because the Guardians are at 12, so to speak, and the Heroes will be at 11, so they are 1 point cheaper. But if we go back, we will be at 2 with Beguile, -1 is 1, so we are lacking 10. This is 3, so we are lacking 7, so we really need our peaceful moment. The Flame Wall is something that we definitely want to have for the assault. That's the whole point of our strategy. The wound is something we want to get rid of, but we do not have a healing effect yet. Pathfinding probably is something that we do need to play now to actually get to the city. The Rage is something that I would like to replace with the Book of Wisdom, but I can't hold on to it. I can't justify that, I think. Concentrated Swiftness is a ranged attack, but seeing that I will have a hand limit of 6 only, because I don't have motivation, well, I can't pick that up now. I really need a Fame, so maybe this is not 3 influence but a Fame instead, because we can then pick up the fireball to get a crystal and pick up the motivation skill. I think this is what we should do, depending on what Braevalar skills are, of course, but the motivation skill is just really good to at least have 8 cards for the assault, and it can kickstart with the red mana some other ability. The Guardians will just be so insanely good, so that we can, with the Flame Wave, play, even if we are not using the Autumn Mages to turn all the Flame Wave into siege damage. We could, for example, use the damage just for the Avatar and maybe ignore some of the enemies just by running them into our units. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. So we do need to move back. That's the only movement we have. We do have this. Actually, we need 4 movement. This doesn't do anything because it's already at 2. So maybe we do need to spend the swiftness with pathfinding and just drop the rage. Getting back to Necropolis would be good with the Underground Travel if we draw it early enough. We will have crystals for this, but we really need to repair the source. And the black die is actually good because I do not want to break the ring in the first assault, and we can actually then use the Autumn Mages. So I do think we need to get through our deck, and the concentration is probably something that I want to hold on to. So I think we'll play those to move, get back. The wound I actually have to keep, unfortunately, because we are not resting then. And this I will just toss. Unfortunately, we cannot heal in cities. I burned the monastery and I can't heal in the tower. I could learn Cure, but I think I'd rather learn Fireball. So I don't see any other option than to go back to the city to hire a nice unit, at least to try. We do have the Peaceful Moment, so it depends on the card order, of course, and we need to get back to our supply line. So we do play these 2 cards for movement 4. The reduction doesn't do anything, unfortunately, and move through the plains into the blue city. And we do toss the rage at the end of the turn. We could play it for an influence. With Beguile, we would be at a net +2, but it doesn't do anything. We hold on to the Flame Wall, of course, concentration and a wound, but we will draw 4 cards because of the city. There's a Ban of Protection, a Chivalry, a Rage, and a Ruby Ring. The dummy plays his 3 cards, which are blue, red, and blue. So 1 more, which is a white one. That's nice for a change. So we can think about our second turn. At that point, the wounds really start to annoy me, of course. And the Ruby Ring is actually a good question what to do with this. We can use it now because it actually lets us level. I didn't even realize that. It does mean that we do not get the endless black mana, and we do want to use a lot of black mana even though it's day because the Necropolis is a graveyard. The Flame Wall definitely needs it and the Autumn Mages wouldn't need it. So without mana draw we would not even be able to do that. But I don't think breaking it is a good idea because we do want to also kill the High Priestess. And making this level us means that we can use this for influence. This is huge. I think I just assigned the banner probably, play this to level. And I do think I have to let go of these 2 cards again, which is unfortunate because I do need firepower. But this card alone is 21 attack. Although besides the dragon this is already 24. So it's actually not that much to be honest. So can I actually toss all this? The Avatar has 48 life. Yeah, I do think we probably need to assault twice and just kill all the entourage, which will give us an immense amount of tokens, level us, and with the siege combination we can actually take out most of the tokens before they even do anything. I think this has to be the play. It's really bad that we need to let the Tome of Relearning go to not pick up the Power of Pain, for example. We could pick that up, of course, by leveling now, but I do think the motivation is still better. So we're playing this, attaching this, dropping this, and I don't think I have the luxury of holding on to this, unfortunately, even though it would go very well with the white mana that I'm getting. But I do need to see more cards, and I really want to see healing cards to also get rid of this. So I think I have to toss this as well. So we need to get through our deck. The Mana of Protection we just assign to any unit with the highest armor value, probably the Guardsmen, because they're easier to heal than the Mages. It won't make a difference almost if we get the Autumn Guardians and activate them to give audience or resistances, but the armor plus will still be appreciated. We then play the Ruby Ring. Most importantly, it gives our last red crystal, and it gives us a fame, so we'll actually level, and we are not breaking it this day. We then toss these 2 cards because we really can't afford to hold on to them. We need to see more of the deck, and we can't get rid of the wound, so that's the end of the turn, but we do level. So we have the choice between the Feral Allies, which makes revealing new tiles easier and can subtract something from the attack of an enemy. That's really good, but I think it's not good enough. And the Elemental Resistance just reduces the enemy attack by 2 if it's elemental, 1 if not. So you take less wounds. That can also make a difference in the beginning of the game, but I don't think these are good currently. So it's really clear. It's good that these are not that eventful, that we do take an Arithia skill instead and pick up the Firebolt. To quickly discuss this, the Firebolt is no longer that necessary because we have the last crystal, but it is range attack and it's red, so I think keeping it is worthwhile. And we already talked about that we could get rid of the wound with this, but this gives us just 2 more cards, and I think the hand limit is quite important. Assaulting the Necromancer on level 12 with 6 cards is probably not a good idea. So I do think we should take the motivation. It also gives us a kickstarting red mana that we can use for the sacrifice play, for example. We do need a red for this, and we can't use the crystal, and we are starved from other mana sources. So I do think we should really pick that up. The advanced action offer refreshes with Stout Resolve, and again we have to hold on to the wound. So we draw 4 cards from the deck. The first one will of course be the Firebolt that we try to hold on to. March, Whirlwind, and Improvisation. In the second turn, the dummy plays green, red, and blue, which is 1 more card, which is good, which is again white. So this is going quite well. It seems that dummy gives us the time to prepare for the assault on the Necromancer. So again, no way to actually get rid of the wound. I don't think we can hold on to the movement. The Improvisation could give us 5 influence, and we can get the crystal back. That's the point here, even though the source doesn't show it, which would mean that we are now at -1 + 2 is +1, +3 is 4, +5 is 9. So we need 2 more points to pick up the Guardians and 1 more point to pick up the Heroes. So we want to discard 1 card anyway. So I'm currently thinking about tossing the Concentration actually, because it is green mana after all, and we will get red and white from the sacrifice play, which means that holding on to something like Fireball is even better. But then again, if I'm not holding on now, but it's a sunken cost fallacy of course, I could have replaced this earlier and go through my deck quicker. But I do think we need to make the influence play now. Actually, we can try for a spell instead. But then again, we cannot hold on to a spell. We should really pick that up as the last thing we do, because otherwise it will block our hand as well. And we cannot pile on spells that are only good with powered with black mana, although Fireball of course is better than Firebolt, of course. It's just 5 for 1 red mana instead of 3. So what about a spell? If we power this, it's 5, and we are net +1 with Beguile. Oh, and we have the shield. So these are actually cancelling out. So this is 2 + 5 is 7. It's perfect. And we need another red. So we can use the concentration to power it and then get the other red back with the Firebolt and replace this with a Fireball. I think that might be good. It cleans up pretty much everything except the wound. But we do not need the March as well. So 2, 5, 6. We can just toss this then. But it doesn't matter at all if we use it to power or not. But I think we should probably do that, because it will be good now and good for the next assault and to see more spells. And with Sacrifice, I can then power Flame Wave and Fireball. So let's try that. It burns a bit through our cards. So this is not enough influence, but it's some influence, and we should probably pick up a spell and replace the Firebolt with a Fireball, which is just 2 more points of damage, which does mean using Concentration and March for 2, this for 3. We are tossing this then, but I don't think we do have the mana for this, the black mana I mean, in this assault. So it's just clogging up the hand, and preventing 1 attack is probably not good enough. So that would be 2, 5, and 2 is 7. And the shield cancels with the reputation, so it's 7. And then we use a crystal to pay for Fireball. That's the ability of the city here. And we use this to get the crystal back. So we are down to 2 cards finally. And I really hope to draw something more useful. So we draw 5 cards. And the first will be the Fireball, of course. Then the Underground Travel, which is good to get away from the city once we are done. Intimidate, so that is something that I would like to use for the attack, not for influence. Another Wound, and a Peaceful Moment after all. So the dummy plays blue, blue, and green, which is 1 other card, which is again white. That's so good. Alright, on to our 4th turn. So unfortunately we do not have white mana in the source, of course, and we do not have any blue cards here. So we would need to use a crystal that we need to get back, but we might be able to get this back with Crystallize later. So I do think we need to power this. That's 6 influence. That's something that's just far too much damage to pass on probably. And after hiring, you need this to move away. But the wounds are starting to annoy. But we did forget to refresh the spell offer after getting the Fireball. And there's an Expose. So at that point we might just need to go for the Cure after all to replace them. We do have the crystal for this, so this would already be enough, or we just play this to get rid of the wounds. So maybe we have to start with the Intimidate, even though it pains me to lose that much attack. Unfortunately this would be a separate action, but then we can finally leave the city. But probably we should do that first then, because it's just so many cards that we are dropping then. We can replace all 3, we will hold on to these. But losing a crystal is a problem. But we could use the Alter Mages even to get 2 tokens of any color to power these 2. But we cannot use them in the same turn. My thinking was that we can ready them again with 8 influence. But it kind of defeats the purpose, of course. We would just lose the reputation, not get anything from this. So I do think we need to hire to get rid of this, and we can do this with this, because this does not take our reputation into consideration then. But do we really spend a red and a white crystal? That's the problem here, because there's really no way to get both of them back, and it would make the sacrifice play much weaker. Yeah, maybe do this travel and this action together with this, losing a skill, but then cleaning all this up. But we would then no longer be in the supply of the city, of course, but I think we need to get going. So I do think we need to pay this, after all, to get influence 8. These cancel, so that's 10, which is one short of hiring the Autumn Guardians. But we do have this. Do we want the Guardians or the Heroes? I think we should decide on that, because it would be possible to just hire them and not even needing this. But we could also just not power this. I didn't think about that. Actually, this goes for both of them, if we can heal this in another way. So that would be influence 4, that's 7. These cancel, and this is actually then with Beguile, it's 9. So with this we can just hire the Guardians, and we need to draw one of our healing cards. And we should probably just do that and get going. So we do play the Intimidate and the Peaceful Woman without crystal, so we actually keep our complement, which is important for the sacrifice play. This gives us 7 influence. With Beguile it's 9, and with this it's 12 minus 1 is 11. With the shield it's actually 12 again, so these cancel out. So we need 11, 9, 6, 2. This is one more than we actually need. So we finally pick up the Autumn Guardians. So we are free of the city, but we do want the supply line, of course. And we do need to travel back, but this is exactly what we need to get into position. And we should probably do a rest play at some point, but we can't do this now, so we just draw 2 cards. There's a Book of Wisdom and Crystallize. And what does the dummy do? Green, green, and another green, which means one more card, which is another green. So dummy has 4 cards left, but there are 2 red cards missing and 1 white. So it's highly likely that he will exhaust his deck, which means that we have 3 turns now. These wounds completely screwed me over. So I do think we'll just drop all this in a resting turn, pick up a little bit of speed at least. So there's 10 cards left. Before the assault I will get 2, so I need to draw 8. If I'm dropping all these I will draw 4. So after this turn 4, after the next turn where I move there, I have to draw, well, if I keep 2, I can't keep anything else to draw 4, but there will be a Tranquility in there, which replaces itself. So I'm seeing almost all the cards. So unless the offering is the last card in the deck, I should be fine. And if I'm not getting rid of this now, then there's really no way how I can do that. So we have to do this. So since we do not have healing still, we do need to have a resting turn, discarding 1 normal card and as many wounds as I like. So I'm discarding all of this. I need this to get there. And these cards are my bread and butter to actually do damage. So I'm drawing 4 cards. The offering finally, Determination, Swiftness, and Druidic Path. There's 6 cards left in the deck. So on to the 5th turn. This is the turn where we really need to move. We could use the Underground Travel, of course, but we did draw the Druidic Path and do have a Swiftness that we probably do want to toss to see more of the deck. But we could also think about not using all the 3 turns, so just 2 for the assault, so we have a turn after the assault, after we leveled, maybe we can heal some wound, for example. And there is a slight chance the dummy gives us another turn. Actually, no, it's 4 cards and we have 1 crystal of each color, so it's exactly 3 turns now. So we could move in position now, and we do have everything we need, I think. Well, we do need a mana draw. But there is a chance that if we get the mana draw, we can just start and then have another turn after the assault. And I do want to reroll a blue die, definitely. I do not want to have 2 in the source, to maybe get a chance of another black, for example. And this reduces the movement cost of 1 type of terror by 1, so there's 3 different types, it doesn't matter, but in total it's just 9 movement. So this will be 4 plus 1 reduction is 5, that's 7, that's 9. So I do think we just move into position to save a crystal. So we finally use a source die with Druidic Path. to reduce the cost of one of these spaces by 1, or the cost of the type, but it doesn't matter in this case. So that's 4 movement. 2 brings Braevalar here. Another 2, if we reduce this, brings it here. And then with another 2, and these 2 cards sideways, meaning we spare us the crystal, we can actually move here, so we can reroll a die and get rid of all these cards. And with any luck with what we redraw, we can actually make the assault in the next turn. I think I want to hold on to this, because we do have so much red mana that getting damage from red mana is quite necessary. So we reroll a die, comes up green, at least a slight change. And we do draw 3 cards, unfortunately, because we are no longer in the vicinity of the city. So from the remaining 6, we draw 3. There's a promise which doesn't help. A movement card that we do need to initiate the assault, so why not? Another movement card, unfortunately. So no mana draw yet, and we have 3 cards left. The dummy will exhaust his deck with red, blue and white, so it doesn't actually matter what he hits. So we'll have 2 turns from now on. And the question is what do we do with the mana draw, and can we do without? These cards are really not helping, so if we delay another turn we will have everything and we don't even need the motivation. Or do we draw? I think if we draw and it's mana draws the last card, we could still discard down to 5 to draw it and have it in the last turn. But if it's in the 2 cards we draw, we can then just go now. And I think that's far preferable. Yeah, so I think we chance that. Let's see what happens. So we try to go now, fishing for the mana draw. If we don't get it, we have to discard down to 5 cards and go in the last turn. So we flip motivation. We do get a red token that is appreciated for offering or sacrifice. And we do draw 2 cards. And there's the mana draw right away. That's so nice. And tranquility that might be useful after the battle. So the last card is, I think, a threat, and that's the only thing we haven't seen yet. So all in all, not the most useful cards, but it was important to actually get to the important ones. So let's rearrange the cards a bit and put the stamina here to move in to the battle. And these are probably useful for after the battle if you don't need them. And there's another card that we can play sideways. But these are the important ones. With the motivation, we got this, and we can use the die to get things started with the sacrifice. Because it does mean we have a lot of red and white mana, and there's actually not that much to do with the white mana, so we probably just use mana draw. And I do think we use it to actually generate 2 black tokens, because we do want to use this on the altar mages to turn all attacks we have into siege attacks. And we do definitely want to use the flame wall, of course, with black and a red token, and then the fireball. And let's see where we land. So we have 18 ranged fire attack. Let's move the tokens down here. There are actually 2 tokens that are fire resistant. That might be a problem. This can give us, once we cast it, fire attack 5 plus 2 per token. But the Crusader, I think, or the Necromancer does count as a token. So it would be 8 tokens, that's 16, plus 5 is 21, which we can turn into siege attack. So at that point we would have 18 from this, 21 from this, and 5 from this. That is probably enough to kill the Necromancer. Well, it's just 18 and 21 would be 39, so it's 44, so it's 1 level missing. But we would have an attack of 4 somewhere. And we do still have this, which already accounts for 3, and we do have a sideways card, for example. So we don't even need the units. But let's group the tokens a bit. So these are the ones that are really easy to kill at range. This is elusive, so it's rather being able to block. And these are actually fire resistant, so we would have to use some other form of attack. But if we use the auto mages to turn attacks into siege attack, we can just use regular physical damage to kill them. And this is just 10. So it would, for example, be these 10 here. But we do also have this, which is called fire. So we can use this against those, which brings it down to 8. It could be those 2. These actually total to 23. The 8 block is probably best spent here because it's doubling as 8 damage then. So it might be something to consider. But it would happen then in the attack phase, not in the range attack phase. The thing is we do have 23 range attack and the enemies are not fortified. So maybe we can circumvent using the auto mages for siege damage. But it would mean that we need to deal with many more tokens. Although this is exactly 23. So if we do it like this is 18, this is 5. So and if we block this, we would only face these 3. This was planned to be used against this, so we only take 2 wounds and are not getting paralyzed. This would account for 3 damage against them. We would not actually need this with the altar mages, so we could use it on the firestorm, but we already killed the targets that are not elusive or fire resistant, so I'm not sure this is helpful. So let's leave that there for a moment. But we would have a cold fire attack if we want to. These 21 damage will reduce 5 level from the enemy already, so it's down to 7. But it actually does not hold true if we cast it after blasting enemies from range, because this is a different phase and the tokens are no longer available. So we do have to do this in the range phase as well. So this actually settles that we need this. because otherwise the tokens would already be gone and we would have to deal with this. So maybe not killing this with this. I was thinking to kill this with this, but only after blocking, so it doesn't matter too much. Actually, we can group that with the avatar probably. So we do kill this after all. These two and the promise can kill this at ranged, because it's 6 physical siege damage. This would deal a wound and we just leave it. So we get 2 from this, 1 from this, and we can heal 3. So we'd have to power one of those. Actually, we don't need this sideways here because we have the cold fire attack. So probably just 2 damage to this stack here and 1 there to finish this is a good idea. That would mean we are at 23, 24 using this. So if we kill the dragon, that would be 16 damage left for the avatar. That's 6 levels, bring him down to level 8. I had to step away from the combat for a night, so I'm just back at the table. But I think the most essential question is, do we kill all of the entourage and just reduce a few levels with the remaining damage, or do we just kill the necromancer and try to weather the storm, so to speak? All in all, with 18, 21, 5, we are already at 44, so with 4 more damage, which is easy to get, of course, we could just snipe the necromancer with the Ultimate Mage's ability. So we would not need to return to the necropolis. But it would mean that we almost kill nothing else. Maybe let's make that precise. The 44 damage can only be augmented by 1 point for the necromancer itself. So that would be 45. We do have at least 1 card that we do not need. It's 46. And I guess the regular attack 3 is better than the ranged attack if we turn all the damage into siege anyway. So we would be at 49. That kills the necromancer. We would have to group it with something else to not squander 1 point of damage. And at that point, if we start grouping tokens, we can get up to 2 more points. But just 1 point of damage spilling over is not a good start to actually kill tokens. The Autumn Guardians are most likely used to prevent a lot of damage, like with the Vampiric Dragon, although it's just 2 wounds. The best fame to armor tokens are probably the Mummy and the Blood Demon. They're almost 1-to-1. We can probably just cancel the attack with movement here, because we do have a movement card if we do not use it for healing. But the Guardsmen would only contribute 2 damage if we are not using them to block, which overall means that we are at 4 damage. The 1 spill over the 2 here, and for the next target 1, which does not even kill the mummy, so I think we already accounted for this card. Yeah, so we can barely kill a single token, which would mean that we would have assigned all the damage. We could, of course, use the Autumn Guardians not to block, but to give all our units or resistances. That could get rid of some of the attacks. With armors of 4, 5, 5, and 7, the Blood Priest is brutal, unfortunately, and this has Assassinate, so it doesn't work. But if we snipe the Necromancer, we can use the Cloak of Shielding to actually ignore this instead. Well, at least the wound and the paralyze effect. The Necromancer attack would be cancelled as well. This we can probably neutralize. These we can assign to units. 3, 4, and 4 is definitely doable. Which leaves the Blood Demon and the Death Dragon, which would be 5 wounds to my hand. Killing the Necromancer does give us 36 fame. So level-wise, I don't think killing the other tokens is even worthwhile at some point. To level twice, we are missing 36 fame, so we're almost there already. But the faction tokens would be good to have. But then again, if I do not kill the Necromancer, even if I kill everything of his entourage, and I think the original plan just left the skeleton, there's no way I can kill it this day with the last turn we have. So I would have to spend resources again to kill him. And I think I would currently reduce him by 4 levels, so down to 8, which would be a poisonous physical 8 attack, which is not the biggest deal, I think. At the start of the day, I could just use the Guardians, for example, to block that. But I would have to come up with 32 damage, which in itself is not that easy if you don't have any multipliers. With multipliers, I mean into the heat, that multiply 2 or 3 times your units if you use them all for damage, or something like the Bow of Starstorm. Maybe even a Sword of Justice. I think it can double something too. Tremor would also be a multiplier, as is the Flame Wave or Flame Wall, but it only scales with the tokens and you cannot assign the damage to the avatar. So this is probably why we passed on this, which might have been a big mistake, to be honest. It would have been with 7 tokens, but 1 Arcane Immune. So with 6 tokens, 12 damage, which is much more than what we get, for example, from the Fireball. So it's 7 damage more if we kill the entourage. But I'm thinking that maybe there is something here. Maybe killing the Necromancer and leaving his entourage is the way to go. But the problem really is if we use movement to cancel this attack, and we really have to, because this would be 1 wound each individually. We are not healing with this, so we can only get rid of 2 wounds, and I think I already am at 5. And we have 2 in the deck, which already bothered me. But again, if we can just move on, that would be so much better. We cannot power this because we need this to move into the necropolis, and we cannot carry over the movement points into the attack phase. Because I'm already thinking about the last night and how we actually can defeat the High Priestess. I think I misplayed quite a lot with regard to the High Priestess. If we take her at level 12, she is fire resistant, so making an offering play with fire damage, a flame wall play, and getting fireball, just all because of the ruby ring. Well, she's resistant to all of that, so unless we are using the Alter Mages to turn it into cold fire, which would mean it's no longer siege or ranged, at least not the flame wall, we might have a slight problem sniping her later. And I can't even make another offering play unless I'm stocking up on crystals. There is a red mine, so we could spend the start of the day going into this mine, just to stock up on the red crystals and try to somewhere get the white ones. But blue would actually be better, and we do have one blue left. There's an ice ball in the offer, but we still need the white ones. The Alter Mages can produce an attack of 9. That is also something that we have to keep in mind. So 5, 7 or 9 depending on how much mana I spend, which is wasted if we use their higher ability with the black mana. But I do think we need this because otherwise we cannot cast the flame wall in the range phase. But then again, if we are not killing any of the tokens, that doesn't actually matter. Well, let's say if we are killing just 1 or 2. So that's an interesting thought. But then we would need to also handle the attack of the Necromancer, which is another 10 physical assassinate paralyze attack. Yeah, unfortunately dialing down the Necromancer doesn't change his attack. That's one of the things I would kind of appreciate. Maybe I'm playing it in the future at some point like this, because it really opens up the feature space, so to speak. If in the range attack phase you can dial him down already and influence the time of attack he does. I don't think it trivializes anything, it just gives you more options. Yeah, but I don't think we can survive this if we also take on the Necromancer, so we do need the Alter Mage's effect to make all the damage that we come up with siege. It's not important that it's siege damage at that point, it's just important that it's ranged. But let's try to figure out a way on how to deal with the attacks, kill the Necromancer and see what else we can do. So as already said, these are probably nothing I can assign because they have an attack of 8 or 12 due to brutal. And this, unless we want to wound units of course, which doesn't mean we could run the skeleton into the crossbowman. We would need, unfortunately, a green mana here, but we do still have the skill to optimize later. The 4 damage could be run to the guardsman. This 4 damage could be run to the Alter Mages. This we would have to take ourselves again, but with the cloak. So this would be 6 wounds, unfortunately. If there's any chance to kill this one, this would be the MVP here, because it gives a lot of fame and a faction token, and it prevents 3 wounds because it's brutal. We would have to deal with this in some way, probably with a movement skill. But unless we are using this for movement, well, let's put it like this for the time being, so we don't need a mana. We would have still 1, but maybe we want to retain crystals as well. So the Alter Guardians would mean all units you control gain all resistances, and we only need physical, of course. And we haven't used the Guardians yet. It's so sad that these have Assassinate. Where's Know Your Prey when you need it? Wounding them will be so bad, so 4 healing is hard to come by. And unfortunately, if we use this ability here, we cannot use them for something else. So not assigning something is really bad. Without breaking the ring, the most black mana we can get is 3, unfortunately. 1 from the source and 1 with a token from mana draw by turning a die black. And we do need the sacrifice. We do need the flame wave, and this is why I'm always talking about the mages again, because this would free up a black mana, but it's just 3 damage and it would be another wound. So maybe we have to wound a unit after all, which then would mean either the crossbowman or the guardsman. They are actually at 6. Does this change anything? Where we could, well, they have assassinate too, that's so bad. We could have assigned something to them and wound them, because this doubles up on the damage a unit soaks. For example, if we assign the dragon to the crossbowman, it's highly efficient. With 4 physical resistance, it actually absorbs the full damage, which would then leave this. Actually, I miscalculated that because I thought that with 4 armor and the units having all 4 or more but not 8, it's always more efficient to take the wound myself. But I'm not actually wounding them. Because of the physical resistance, they take double the amount of their armor away, which means that it's actually more efficient to heal the units later than me, and I'm not being knocked out. And since I can use them all in the siege phase, I can actually wound them after contributing to damage. This is looking more and more like a plan. I'm liking this, which does mean those have actually the ability to soak up to 12 damage, which would be perfect if they would not have Assassinate. So these 2 I have to deal with myself. And there aren't actually any hard-hitting enemies left, unfortunately. So we probably have to assign these to the Guardians after all. But at that point we would be down to 4 wounds, 3 from them, 1 from them, unless we can kill them somehow. So let's go back to the damage. We start with 18, plus 3 is 23, plus 21 is 44. So we need 4 more damage, 1 we already have, so 3 more damage to kill him. So I'm probably just using the crossbowman for this. That would kill the necromancer. We will start with 1 damage for an additional target, but as said, the guardsmen are only worth 2. That brings it up to 3. So for the life of me, I cannot find the rest of the damage. Bringing it up to 6 would be really good. We do have 3 cards, of course, so these could all be played sideways. That would kill this, but we would have to deal with this again. So if we are not using the guardians, we are back to my old reasoning that it's not efficient to wound these units. But with them, those won't get wounded, and those will get wounded, but they will take the exact amount of healing that I would need. Well, maybe then killing them would even be better, because it saves me a healing card, and they only need 5 damage. Maybe blocking is the way to go. I can use the guardsman to come up with block 4, but I don't have a way to get block 2. Unless, again, I'm playing cards sideways. Because we have the guardsman open, this helps to kill the avatar. They're really better used for blocking. But if I block the ghoul, for example, well, there's no point in blocking any of those, because those are the ones that I can assign. These are useless to assign, and these I can't. So blocking any of these is pointless, and this is just a much bigger attack. So do I play these 2 sideways to block this? But then I would get 3 wounds from this. It's really difficult with a hand limit of 8 with motivation to do these kinds of assaults. But currently I would not kill any of the tokens, just the avatar, which would not make me level again, because I need 36, not 32 only. The guardians have an attack of 5, which is interesting, but if I'm not using them to give all units or resistances, I have to deal with 5 wounds in a different way, although this will still technically give me 2 wounds. So the difference is really just 3. Because 5 plus the forked lightning is just something like the blood demon, which is also 3 wounds. One with the land is actually not only a movement and healing card, it's also a block card. But sitting at the necropolis, which has a movement cost of 2, is probably nothing to write home about. Alright, so if we going to kill this with the guardians, these wounds are gone. If we manage to remove this, these are also no wounds. So we get 1 here, and to not get knocked out, because I do not want to lose the healing and discard the cards, I could take on 4 more. So for example, 1, 2, 3, or 1, 2, 3, 4, and then just sacrificing a unit. But I will get another command slot, so I would need a way to hire before taking on the High Priestess. I would love to hold on to this to heal as well, but I don't have another movement source. So if the Guardians clean killing this with the Forked Lightning, we are back to having 1 more Forked Lightning point for a 3rd target, and a Guardsman. Well, the Guardsman can actually just block something. For example, the Mummy. Okay, that might be a way. So we are not using this. We could use the Forked Lightning on the Necromancer and the Demon and kill, because it's fire resistant, so we don't need to group this with Forked Lightning. So it would just be a physical and cold fire attack of 6 that kills the Blood Demon. 1 point would still be here, together with this, that's 4, that's 1 level. And this is all the other levels, that's 11 levels. This would give us a wound, but nothing else. The Guardsman can block the Mummy, because it is poisonous, so it's taken care of. Which would leave these tokens to also give me wounds. But in total it's 5, so it would not be knocked out, and I can heal 2. So I'm ending up with 3 wounds. But I still need to power this. Actually, we do not need the promise yet. Because at that point, if I'm using this to block, I would only have 2 points of damage, which doesn't kill anything, so I can use this for something else. I can use it for a move point, to not have to power this, which would take out the zombie horde. Well, not take out, but deal with it. It's so sad that this makes the healing less appealing, because they are not physical resistant, and 1 wound for me would mean heal 2 to heal them. And they are just at 6, sitting at 6, which is useless for those. And those have Assassinate, and this is just too high. So something would spill over, so it doesn't matter. But it might still be worthwhile to not have 3 wounds in hand. Well, I have 5 in the deck then anyway. We actually forgot to reveal another Erythia skill, I'm just noticing. And this might be important to see what we can get on the level up we get. If we kill the Blood Demon and the Necromancer, we will level twice. So we will have access to another Arythia skill. So there's only 3 here. I've taken one, so I'm revealing the next one, which is the Invocation, so a source for black mana. But I do think I have to go with a way to kill the Necromancer in one go, to be able to use the last turn to lick my wounds and go on, and not have to assault it again in the next night. This won't work to then kill the High Priestess as well. I think that's the best I can come up with, taking 5 wounds myself, healing 2. So it's net 3, 5 in the deck then, with the 2 I already have. We kill the Blood Demon and the Necromancer to level twice. All the other fame is just pointless, at least for the win condition. The faction tokens would be nice, but I will still get 1 from the Blood Demon. Yeah, but I don't think the tokens are that important. The influence would be welcome to fill the last spot, but I think I have to do without. Alright, but I think that's the best I can do. We should probably use this as well to save on a crystal. I definitely do not need white, so we're using this for green and blue. But blue is probably pointless unless we power the Altar Mages, so let's go with double green. Doesn't matter because one we probably won't use, but this was a crystal. So we can now power this. So we could actually power this as well. That means we could, well actually there's no reason not to. So you would have this card open, but does it do anything? We can increase the block of the guardsman to 5 then. Not using this to move just doesn't do anything for us, unfortunately. If we would have the token still that gives us movement too, we could bring 1 more card into the battle. That would have been nice. So we are flipping this, of course. Holding on to a card is actually not that bad for the last turn. We do have a threaten left, that's a lot of influence, but we can't use it anywhere. We will retreat here, and there's nothing in the vicinity. But if we can move to the altar, we can actually scout ahead. Well, not in this. Well, we can take Start Resolve maybe and do something with this. Yeah, so if we hold on to this card, we have 2 movement with Start Resolve and a wound. Even if we do not have green mana, we will be able to get to the altar and reveal a tile. I actually noticed that there are 2 tiles left. I might have screwed it up while planning, because we do have 2 cities revealed, the neutral one and the Necropolis. So there's a city left, but there are 2 tiles that we need to reveal or might need to reveal, and we have only placed 1. So there might still be 1 tile that's not the Hidden Valley with the High Priestess. If we scout here, we can force it to not be the Hidden Valley. And since this is a neutral tile, the Hidden Valley can only be placed here or here. But here's a dragon, and I don't want to kill it. I don't want to spend the resources. So actually going here, revealing that tile, and then having the Hidden Valley there is probably the way to go. Especially since I do want to use the mine to stock up on 3 red crystals again. Even if I'm not using them for offering, it's good to have them. So I do think we are not using the promise at all. If we could bring another movement card into the battle, we could eliminate this token with the other movement card and hold on to this, but that's just 1 movement point. So I'm again lacking exactly 1 card or movement point to initiate the battle in the first place. Because we could use this to produce blue instead of green, holding on to this card, powering this, to get a 3 movement point to eliminate this. But at some point we have to decide, and I think that's the best plan I can come up with. It's the 3rd plan already. I'm surprised a bit myself that it wasn't more obvious how to do this. I'm not sure it's the best one, but I do think we should not revisit the Dark Crusader. Alright, so we decide to only make 1 attack on the Necropolis, so we have to kill the Dark Crusader. Do not spend more time in the last night on this, because we have to move on to the High Priestess. So we do play the Stamina for 2 movement points to move into the Necropolis. We might have already decided on that before the thinking. We then pull a black die from the source and use the token we got from Arythia's Motivation to initiate a sacrifice. This gives us 3 red tokens, so these are D3 and 3 white from our crystals that we turn into a ranged fire attack of 18. With 1 we cast Fireball, which makes it a ranged fire attack of 23. With 1 we cast Mana Draw, turn a green die from the source. Actually, this is something we should also have thought about. And I do think I want the blue die instead, because we might want to pick up Start Resolve. And we turn it black to get 2 black tokens. So with another red and a black token, we cast a Flame Wave. But before that, because this is not actually range damage, we use the Altar Mages to use the effect that all attacks I play this combat become sieged in addition to their elements. So I'm not sure if this works retroactively, and we have to start with the sacrifice before we can even use this. But it doesn't matter because this is ranged already. But we can then definitely use the Flame Wave as siege fire damage. And we get 5 plus 2 times the number of tokens. And the Entourage is 7 plus the Necromancer is 8. So that's 16 plus 5 is 21. With the 23 we have 44 fire damage, siege and ranged. So with Forked Lightning and a Crossbowman, which is another 3 damage, which is not fire but doesn't matter because the Necromancer doesn't have any resistances, we end up with 48 damage, which is 12 times 4, so we are killing the Necromancer before he can make his attack. We then also use the Autumn Guardians with another point from Forked Lightning to come up with an attack of 6. This is physical and cold fire, so the fire resistance doesn't matter, and we do not need to group this with the Necromancer, which kills the Blood Demon. That's it then for the range and siege attack phase, so we have to deal with the tokens now. But the Necromancer and the Blood Demon at that point are dead, which leaves 6 other tokens. The last unit we haven't used yet are the Utim Guardsmen, where we use block 4 to block the mummy. We also flipped our mana skill, this Thunderstorm, for 2 green tokens. So these are these 2. One we will use after the battle, but with the other one we are powering one of the land to get movement 4. So with 3 individual movement points, since they are cumbersome, we can avoid the zombie horde, which leaves 4 tokens. For the Death Dragon we are using the Cloak of Shielding, which means we can ignore one of the 2 wounds they gave us, and we can ignore the Paralyze. That's the important part, but we will still get 1 wound from them. Then the Vampiric Dragon will wound us twice because we have an armor of 4, which totals 3 wounds. And then we have 2 individual attacks of 4 or less, which is another 2 wounds. So 5 in total, and we have an unmodified handling of 6, which does mean we are not getting knocked out, and this was the important part. And since we are then using Tranquility after the battle, with the other green token we can heal 2 wounds. And that's the battle, so let's clean up a bit. We did not use the promise, so we can hold on to this. So these are the tokens we generated. These are the tokens that were produced from our crystals. Unfortunately, the tokens we do not use are gone as well. This was from motivation, and these 2 from mana draw. So this goes back as black. And we could use all this because we are in a necropolis, which is a graveyard, so night rules apply. So these cards are all used. We are re-rolling the black die. Comes up green as well. This is used. The Necromancer with his 12 levels of 3 fame each gives us 36 fame. Actually, I miscalculated in the planning, so it's actually 36. It's 12 times 3, so it's 36 fame that we get from the Necromancer, which means that we are exactly at 99, so even without killing the Blood Demon, we would have leveled. But we do get 5 more fame from the Blood Demon, so this is killed. The Necromancer is killed, but all these tokens survive. So we do have to retreat, but none of our units is wounded. The first level up gives us our 7 hand limit and the last command slot. So we are processing the level up. We also added another Arythia skill because we forgot. That's the invocation, so this is actually available to us now. The last 2 Braevalar skills are the Shapeshift and another mana skill, which is the Lightning Storm. So this doesn't actually reveal information, so we could have planned for this, but I didn't remember. So if we want to take any of Arythia's skill, for example the invocation or the Power of Pain, to deal with the wounds, or the 5 we have in deck, we would have to take Dodge and Weave, which is good to avoid some damage, but it doesn't help in sniping the High Priestess. So if we want to snipe the High Priestess, we would have to do that with Siege and or range attack, and after that it doesn't matter what happens to us, if we are knocked out or not, and how many wounds we get. So I'm not that fond of a defensive skill, and it only produces 2 attack. Not giving it to the dummy would be good, because he has 3 crystals. Do not think we should prioritize this at this point. It would be unlucky if we hit this card, which pretty much means that any of the other cards is better. We can't take Arythia skills anyway. And thinking about these skills here, mana itself I think is currently no longer the biggest issue, and Shapeshift might actually be good. For example, it can turn the Determination into an attack of 5, and we do need all the attack we can get together with the Automages to snipe the High Priestess. And in the short term it can make us much more flexible in moving, because we do need to move to reveal the remaining tiles, get into position, get the crystals and so on. The altar doesn't do anything for us except giving us 10 score points for the end of the game. But I'm just realizing that maybe we can even hire now to not have to do it in the next day. Because the dummy didn't announce the end of round yet, and we will have another turn. So with 3 movement, we could move here and then take Start Resolve, for example, to get some influence. We have Beguile still, but I don't think it's enough actually. We did actually get a faction token. So there's an Orb of Twilight, it's nice, which can convert black to gold or vice versa. And we are a day with a black die that we produced ourselves in the graveyard. Yeah, I don't think we can hire the heroes now. And I think there's no rush. I hope there's something to hire in the maybe in the neutral tile, because I do think we want to place it here and then place the hidden value there. So the Ice Bolt would allow us to get blue crystal, which would be the second one that could allow us to do a sacrifice play with blue instead of red, especially if we get it again in the beginning of the day and can use it for the third crystal. The Stout Resolve, on the other hand, is just so good because it can convert cards into damage. And I hope the dummy gives us the time that we can make a Sparring Power play so that this time we do have a lot of cards in hand. So it might be a good card actually for the Last Assault, again with the Alter Mages to turn it into siege damage to just snipe her, to have any chance of winning. So I do think I want to take that, especially since we do have green mana and source now, and it allows us to do something with the last turn now. Which would make Shapeshift for the last turn probably quite useless, because Stout Resolve can do anything anyway. Actually, I just remember that we are getting 2 influence cards, so we have Threaten and Promise, but we don't have the mana, because we don't have white. Maybe there is a chance to hide heroes after all. But they do cost 11, because we are still at -1, and we are only at net +1, so that's still 10 missing. Promise and Threaten is 4. If we power the Threaten, that would be 7, which then is just this. The question also is, if we wait for the next night, there might not be any units that we can actually hire. There might be really good units, like another Alter Mages, for example. That would be insane. But we would need to go back to the city, which is quite far away. So if they are like the Fire Masters and Alter Mages, we can't even hire them. And the heroes, they produce a cold fire attack of 6, which becomes siege with the Alter Mages. Or just without a mana, it's just an attack of 5, which again gives us the attack we sorely need for sniping the High Priestess. But to get to the tower now, we would need to take Stout Resolve. With a wound, that's 3 movement. Then we have Threaten and Promise, that's 4. Beguile 6, -1, 5. Orb of Twilight 8. Powering Threaten 11. But we would need this then to get the red mana. So we could not use Shapeshift in Final Battle to get another 4 attack. But getting the hiring done is so good as well. But we would move in the wrong direction, so we would need a lot of movement in the next night to reveal all the tiles. But the heroes could even help us with hiring something else if we want to replace a lower level unit. So we could even hire next night as well to even up our game. I'm liking this more and more, but I'm not sure we can make the sacrifice play then. And we still have the problem that the High Priestess is fire resistant, and the Flame Wave in the sacrifice is what gave us the most of our damage, and it's both fire, so we would need the mages to make it cold fire. Well, there would be a play with the Banner of Protection to make a first assault where we are getting knocked out, so we are not using the Flame Wave at that point. Then get rid of all the wounds and make a second assault to finish her off. But it doesn't work well with the Sparring Power, of course, because we would need to collect a lot of cards and then not know what we are actually getting. Unless we have the Banner of Protection in hand without using Sparring Power then for the first assault. But we should probably detach it from the Guardsman. I think we should definitely do that. But we do need a plan to deal with the wounds, which brings us back to Dungeon Weave and taking one of Verisia's skills. It would be so nice if we can make 2 assaults and with a peaceful moment ready the Alter Mages again. That would be so good. But it all depends on how the cards fall, of course. So do we move backwards, hire the heroes, or do we move forward? I feel it's quite easy to make the wrong decision now. The Stout Resolve, for example, sounds quite good, but it's just 2 damage per card. In itself it does 3 if powered, 2 if not. And we do need a plan for the offering. And I currently don't see how we deal with the Priestess if we go for an offering with fire damage. But there's also the Flame Wave problem, of course, that we need to solve. So maybe it's what I said, that we do need an assault with the Alter Mages where we turn everything into cold fire. But for example, the Mana Thunderbolt would be Ice Attack 11, which then would be turned into Siege as well. So maybe we can do without the Flame Wave play, which really means the Ice Bolt would be good. But then we would not do anything basically with the next turn. So nothing with Threat, nothing with Promise, because we can't even reach the altar. We just sit here and just create a crystal. So let's see what we actually have. Maybe the Flame Wall is a problem here because it's both fire and not already ranged. So maybe banking on this is probably not a good idea. We do have the Firestorm, and with the ring we can do Firestorm Sacrifice, so we can produce a lot of already ranged, already sieged fire attack. So with the Mine, there is a good chance that we can actually build up the red crystals again. We would need white then to make this work. But maybe we can get enough ranged and siege, so we don't need the mages to make the damage range and siege. So that could be, for example, 24 already, but it's half of the damage and there's nothing else really huge. So like a lot of small contributions, like swiftnesses, of course, Firebolt, another swiftness, crossbowman with 2 damage, but we don't have any units that have range damage to speak of. We do have this contribution, of course, of 1 point of damage, but it probably means that we can't kill her in one go unless we are also adding stuff like the Mana Bolt. And if we go for a sacrifice with white, we would have enough white mana to make it a ranged ice attack of 9. So it can become ranged with still a good value. we would have to pick that up, of course, but we do have the Book of Wisdom that we didn't use yet. So all in all, I do think we need the Altar Mages to turn everything into cold fire to deal with her, which does mean all the sources of damage that are just not range or siege are probably nothing too good. Which also means that high end heroes is probably not a good idea because they do not help currently. So we could wait for the next pool of units and think about this then. And if the cards fall somewhat right, we could hire at a tower or even the city if we get the underground travel, for example, to move back quickly. It also depends on what tile we reveal, of course. So the main decision is, do we pick up Arythia skill and pick Dodge and Weave? It would trivialize dealing with the wounds because we can get rid of 1 wound per turn. Unless we are putting them into sparring power, but even then, it could help us in the assault. But a Stout Resolve would help us now. That's the main issue I have. We could even toss the 2 cards we are drawing with the powered version. So we end up with 9 movement and we can pretty much reveal everything. I think that's probably the best course of action, to just move forward, see what we have and plan from there. Which just leaves the decision for Shapeshift versus the Lightning Storm. So more mana or more flexibility. And I do think I just want to go for flexibility and see what happens. Maybe it's the wrong decision, but we have to do something, and I'm taking Shapeshift. So lots of options for the last turn, but going back to higher probably is the wrong direction, and Stout Resolve will give us a useful last turn where we can actually reveal a lot. So we are going for Stout Resolve, where we actually have the right mana and the source too. And since we do not need the mana, then we will take Shapeshift for the flexibility for the next night. Arythia adds the Darkfire Magic to the pool, but it will only be relevant if we get another Tome of Relearning. The offer refreshes with a movement card, a Frost Bridge, which does mean that's the end of the turn. The dummy announced end of round. We have a final turn, and with a hand limit of 7, we do draw the Stout Resolve and the Threaten, which would allow us to use the Stout Resolve with a wound to get to the tower and use this together with the Orb of Twilight to actually hire the heroes, but I think we want to move forward. So we are powering the Stout Resolve, discarding 1 wound, and discarding Promise and Threaten for a total of 9 movement. So the first 3 bring us to the altar, the next 3 to the mine. So we will get a crystal at the end of turn. And we have 2 points left with which we place a tile here, which cannot be the Hidden Valley. So it will be the last neutral tile. So we see what options we have. And it is actually a neutral tile, so we would have to place it anyway. The rose comes up black, which means a 180-degree rotation. And a tile actually shows us a deep mine where we can get any crystal we like that might be really good, depending on what we want to go for. There's the remaining labyrinth, which doesn't do anything, but there is a keep, and it's key here because we already have a keep. So if we get that, we have a hand limit increase of 2. That's so huge in getting prepared for the assault, and we can put the Hidden Valley here because these are the neutral tiles. So this is Necromancer's side, this is Hidden Valley or High Priestess, which means that we can most likely make the assault from within the range of the keep. You have to put Unknown Defenders here, of course, and it will be night, so swamp, and then the keep is in forest at night. The rampaging enemies are a Shrouded Necromancer, as well as Corrupted Priests, so the 2 tokens that only appear once. We'll see if they play any role at all. But unfortunately we have only 1 movement point left, so we spend 3, 3, and 2, that's 8. And we only have 9, and we don't have any other way to produce another point, which does mean it's the end of the turn, and we do get a crystal, so we have a first red one. This would have been re-rolled, but it doesn't matter, so we discard everything. And it's the end of the 3rd day, and we did kill the Necromancer, and we have a full night ahead of us, where we can take Sparring Power, but the dummy will go before us, and we will give him this white card now, which is not good. And for the cure, a green crystal, and we've already given him 2 green cards, so it's also not perfect. And we'll definitely leave the cards that give us ranged ice attack, so we are not using control of the offers. We see a Refreshing Walk as a replacement and Burning Shield or Exploding Shield. The remaining monastery here would allow us to learn the Spellforge, which is not that relevant. We ready all of our units, and we do detach the banner and put it onto the deck, which is quite large, unfortunately. There go the last day tactics. We do ready our skills, the motivation, which is key. Let's shuffle a dummy deck. This will be quite important and will decide on how many turns we have. And it's not the best prepared deck, unfortunately, so we can get really unlucky. But let's see. The source starts with black, white, and green. Having a black even at night might not be bad, so we can pull it without the need to use mana draw right away or to break the ring. But if we break the ring, it's pointless. So let's see. For the tactics, I think I'm definitely going for Sparring Power, but there's no need to decide it now. Need to really carefully shuffle our deck. That's really important, of course. But I feel like we need to get lucky with the healing as well, otherwise we do need to do resting turns, which on the mines might not be the worst thing in the world, but it can be quite annoying. Alright, that should really be enough. I do feel like we should make room first for the map, so that should do it. So the portal is here now, the rose here, and you can see that this is the middle line, so this will be the Hidden Valley. and we can discover it right away, but we should think about getting the keep quite early, I think. But let's see. The remaining silver unit will be Magic Familiars, and the 2 elite units that I could hire are Catapults, now that's interesting, and they can be hired at a keep, and the Amateur Freezes. Let's put the High Priestess here, and let's draw first hand. So that's 7 cards, and we are hoping not to draw cards that are essential for an assault, because it would be too early and we have to hold on to them. So there's a Flame Wall that might hint at that we are not using it for the assault after all. The Book of Wisdom is quite good actually, I think, so we can use that early. Actually, we then have to hold on to the card as well, so that might not be that good actually. A March is probably welcome. A Wound, okay, that was bound to happen. The Stout Resolve right away. A Swiftness and another Swiftness. So I'm not sure what I think about this hand. But that's the setup for the last night. And let's see if we can do it after all. So we definitely take Sparring Power, which does mean the dummy goes first. That might be a big mistake. Maybe we should think about that. So I had to rotate the map again to fit my thinking indicator. But do we actually want the dummy to go first? It's 1 turn less, and we will have a hand limit of 7, plus Keep, plus Motivation, which is already 11. And we have Start Resolve already. So I'm not sure Sparring Power is better than a turn. I'm not sure. If we run out of time, that would be so sad. But then again, if we want to do it in one go, we should probably get all the cards we can muster. And the deck is so big that Sparring Power actually helps us getting through it. So there's 28 cards left, 4 of them being wounds. And we do need to take a keep, explore, and otherwise just prepare, I think. We can probably use the Swiftness to just explore now. I don't think holding on to Swiftness is that long is a good plan, which does mean we can use the March to move, depending on what we reveal. There's even an argument that we should move to the swamp first, because we do not have underground travel or attack. So waiting for this to attack the keep, probably not a good idea either. With the Book of Wisdom, we have to decide what to do. I don't think we want an advanced action card, if we can get the Mana Bolt instead. But we do need a blue card for that to sacrifice. With the Flame Wall, we can probably take the keep, so it might be a play. If we get any wounds, it doesn't matter too much because we can do 1 resting turn then. But we will have the hand limit of 9 then, which helps in grooming the deck. So maybe moving to the keep now with the Stout Resolve. That's 5 movement already. Just to be done with this is the best play. And I feel like we are quite fast then. Then we can go back to the mine to get exactly the crystals we need for a sacrifice play. But it's just 1 per turn, of course. And we do actually know what the last tile is. I think this is no hidden information, because we do know it's the Hidden Valley and it's the green. We don't know the orientation yet, but we should really put it here just to make the most out of it. Because the orientation really matters. There's even a Glade there, which could help with the wounds and mana. So it really depends on what orientation we hit. We do most likely get 1 more faction token from a rampaging enemy that we need to get rid of. And it can happen that we provoke it if it lands here, so we have to move first, I think, and then see what happens. There's even a village there that could also help with healing, with influence, and we can plunder to get faster through the deck. But I do really want these catapults. We will be at -2, so that's 11 influence. We'll have to think about how we do this, but we don't know the orientation yet. I think that's the fun with random tile orientation, otherwise we could just place it now, basically. Yeah, so I do think we should start with taking the keep. It's 10 movement away. With Start Resolve we have 5. Powering March with the Source would be 9. So we do need the Swiftness as well. And we probably need the red crystal then, which if we go for an ice offering is actually not a big deal. But we are lacking a lot of crystals. If we only get the crystals with the mine, we have to rest on it 4 turns. And in the third night, with the dummy having a deck of 21 cards and a crystal of each color, he will play at least 4. Most likely 5, and if we are unlucky 6. But 5 in general. That would make 4 turns, then exhausting, then announcing the end of round, which is 6 in total if we hit this average. So the question is, do we want a 7th turn? Or a guaranteed 6, so to speak? Or do we need it? Maybe it's the better phrasing. And I do think with a keep and a hand limit of 9, we should be able to prepare. Hopefully we can sit on the mine to prepare, play Crystallize to skip 1 preparation turn, get the spells we need, and then have a good assault. The tactic selection is definitely a turn difference, so there's no doubt with that. It's just what it is. And I feel like I might be running out of time, so I'm actually tempted to go with From the Dusk and not use Sparring Power at all. I will have a hand of 11 cards if I pop Motivation for the assault and can assault from the keep, so I have 9 anyway. I think that has to be enough. And we have no idea what Sparring Power gives us. Yeah, screw it. I think I'm going for From the Dusk. I never thought I would do that. But I really do not want to lose just by 1 turn, and I do need the full complement at 6 damage already. We do need to hire the catapults for 5 damage. There's so many components that need to lock into place. I do think we have the hand signs to just go through the deck naturally. Let's try. So I'm actually going for From the Dusk to have one more turn. We could have up to 7 turns, and we do need a lot of turns to stock up on crystals again to make a sacrifice play, so I really do not want to lose because of 1 turn. And more cards might not help if we need to snipe Die Priestess in one go, but it really comes down to if we need the Altar Mages to turn the attacks into Cold Fire or to turn regular ones into Siege. I'm really not sure about this. If we have a lot of cards, we could also do with 2 pairs of crystals, turn everything into Siege, but we would lose the Fireball. Well, don't lose, but it would be reduced to 4 damage then. But we might not even have it. So just having cards might actually cut it. But if here the dummy will cut the round short. Let's go with this. So actually no, I have to rethink this. This is such a tough decision. But when trying to justify the From the Dusk, it was always about getting like the full complement of crystals, to have these 18 ranged ice attack, to be able to hire to get the 5 damage. So like to have this perfect assault and then not be 1 turn short. But with Sparring Power, if we are not unlucky with wounds, we will have more cards, and cards usually do give you some amount of attack, or they might give you. And we even have the Shapeshift, for example, that also gives attack. And we do have the Autumn Guardians that give 5 attack. So if it comes to sniping, I think turning everything into Siege is much more likely to work out. And at that point we just need cards, because every card is at least a point of damage. So I do think we just need to raw power and just need to speed up, and if we can only get 2 pairs of crystal, that's 6 less damage, but it might not matter in the end. So let's go with Sparring Power. I always went with this, but unless we are hitting white all the time, and that's the most pessimistic thing. So if we take the keep now, then go there, we might have 3 or even 4 crystals, and that just has to do. So let's see what the dummy does in his first turn and how he sets the tone. So it's a blue card, that's bad, a white card, that's nice, and a red one. So it's 2 more cards. So 1 more card is green, and we are now first turn. So I do think we need to play Start Resolve. That's 5 movement already. We might need to use one of our units in addition to the Flame Wall to actually kill the enemy. But I can't really justify powering another March. Or do we do one intermediate step where we get the first crystal and draw up other cards? But we have to get through the deck, that's the point. So we need a blue card to get the Mana Thunderbolt. This actually also gives us a crystal, I just noticed, so that's really good. Yeah, I do think even though this is range attack, we cannot hold on to these cards anyway. And unless I'm using a green crystal to power Start Resolve, we will not have mana to power this anyway. But we could use this to give us another attack or 2. So do I use a green crystal? So I do think I want to hold on to a card and use a crystal instead. Before we do anything, we have to use Sparring Power. So we use the top card, and I do think I want to make sure I'm not missing this. So I'm doing it like this, so it's harder to miss. And the plan is to now use a Source Diver to power Start Resolve with a wound. So 1 wound is already taken care of. At least it's not healed, but it's in a discard pile, which allows us to move to the Swamp to the Deep Mine. But we do not want to spend a turn lingering here, even though it would give us a crystal, because we would have to do something with the cards here, because we do want to get through the deck. So we do need to press on. We use a green crystal for March with Stamina for another movement 6, which allows us at night to move into the Keep in the Forest. That's an Unsolved, which unfortunately means that we get a reputation penalty. We hold on to the Swiftness, so with the Shapeshift we will have an attack of 2 or a block of 2 if we need that somehow. And the defenders are Utem Swordsman. That's kind of nice because the Flame Wall will just kill them. Or do we have, we just only need 4 damage even, but we don't have a unit that produces 4. And this won't help, of course, even if powered is only 3. So I do think we need the crystal for Fire Attack 5. This kills this, and it would produce 2 wounds. And at that point I'm not willing to take 2, which means I would need a resting turn. And since the Guardsmen only produce attack 2, I'd rather use them now. It's not a big loss for the battle. And maybe replace them with the Freezers. Which does mean we can block 4, and with Shapeshift block 2, which is block 6, which blocks the attack. So we get 4 Fame, which is not really that relevant. We mark the Keep with a shield, so we have our supply line back, which is so nice. The crystals unfortunately are discarded. These are all used or discarded. The Flame Wall of course 2, we just cast that. So we reroll a die, comes up as red, and we do have only the book left. But that's the turn then, there's nothing more to do. So we draw up to 9 cards now, so 8 in addition to the book. So there's an Intimidate that's so nice. Even though it's a lot of attack, it might be the influence we need to actually hire these units. Determination, concentration, druidic path, and another wound. That's 6. So there's pathfinding, firebolt, so we are up to 8 cards, and a rage. Then the dummy plays his second turn, which is red, blue, and green. So another 2 cards, which is another green and another green. So it's not looking too good. The blue cards, well, we added some, so there should be at least 3 in the deck. And for white, I think we just gave him 1. There's also 4 in the deck, so it really depends on what we hit. But before our turn, we will put 1 card under Sparring Power. And now we have to think about what to do. I think we should definitely reveal the tile to see the orientation. So that's one thing we should do. The pathfinding is just far too good to later move away, for example, to the mine again. So we should hold on to that. Which doesn't mean movement-wise, well, we could use the rage with shapeshift. I think that's actually quite a good idea, because this is also good to move. And we do need to replace a blue card anyway. I think I want to replace the Book of Wisdom now to get rid of a card. It will replace itself, but we would hold on to whatever we get. So definitely the Mana Bolt, because the others are actually not that helpful for us. We can then think about using Intimidate. Determination would be a good shapeshift card for the assault, but I don't think we want to drag it around so long. So I do think the rage is probably the least interesting card to hold on to, which means that we should probably just start with this, get rid of it, see how the tile is oriented. Well, if it's oriented to enemies, we could use the fact that we get reputation from killing them before hiring. And then the rage might be interesting again. So what card do we actually replace? Because I do think we want to use the Book of Wisdom now, and there's only 2 options. So it's either Determination or the Druidic Path. And we can't power the Determination because we don't have blue. So we should hold on to the rage, because the red can either power rage if we want to defeat something, or intimidate if we want to hire. The fireball is something that we need to think about if we want to just get the crystal. So we should probably explore without shapeshift to have it for a potential fight. But then again, if we use the book now, one of them will be gone. And if we use the other one to move, there won't be anything left anyway to use shapeshift on. The rage probably doesn't need shapeshift because we do not want to move away from attack. But again, we don't have a blue die, so taking the determination doesn't work. So maybe you should use shapeshift now to explore and use the other card for the Book of Wisdom. But there's no hurry to do that. So I guess we can just use this without shapeshifting and hold on to this, because I do think we need the information. So the opening move has to be to find out what the orientation is. And we decide to not use shapeshift, but use the Druidic Path instead. It's just movement 2. This card we definitely want to use with the Book of Wisdom, but there's no hurry to do that. So let's see what the tile is, actually how it's oriented. So it comes up golden, which means it's not oriented differently at all. And the standard orientation will put it like this, which does mean we are facing a glade where we have to put enemies. We have a village, and this is a water tile that blocks us. But the nice thing is that the glade we do not actually need to liberate. We can just walk past, but we can't use the glade obviously without liberating. And we could get another artifact. Here we do have rampaging enemies, but again, I want to draw probably the entourage first. Because if we run out of tokens, well, we can use the defeated ones, of course, but I want to first give everything we have to the High Priestess and then fill up the rest with regular tokens if we are running out of them. So, which does mean with a level 12 High Priestess, we have 3 greens, which are Griffins, which we haven't seen yet, which are elusive, unfortunately. Then Elven Protectors, that's something that I missed in my consideration, because we cannot let the defend go to the High Priestess, so we have to ping them, but we do have the Fog Lightning. It's so good, which means that we can just ping all of them to get rid of the defend. And the Elemental Priestesses, which you also haven't seen. So all these single tokens from the green enemies are coming out at the end of the game. As for the brown tokens, since we have seen the Earth and the Water Elemental, we do have the Air and the Fire Elemental. Let's move the other tokens away a bit to not get confused. Maybe even let's move them here. These are the elemental tokens that we might need soon. And 2 red ones, which is a Savage Dragon and a Lightning Dragon, so one of each. So if we snipe the High Priestess, I think most of the tokens are irrelevant, except for the Protectors. Maybe let's make that clear by putting that there. And now we do need to place tokens here and here. So we do need to shuffle those because we are out of green tokens and out of brown. And since these are 4 green and 2 brown, we just need to get rid of 1 brown, 1 green. And all the rest we actually do need. So let's start with Rampaging Enemy here. So Centaur Outriders, Crystal Sprites with Defend. And we do have the Earth Elemental again, together with another Centaur Outrider for the Glade. So I think overall that's good. It does mean we do not get reputation from adjacent enemies, unless we are clearing this to get access to the Glade, to the gold mana token, no, to the black one, to the healing effect, of course, and to the artifact. And 2 more faction tokens, which could be a Tome of Relearning. We have seen half of the tokens, which I believe are 2 of each, so 12, which means that we see 2 of the 6, that is a 1 in 3 chance that we see a Tome of Relearning. But I'm not sure we can spend the resources to liberate this. I don't think we should do that. But that's the movement then, and we are left with the original question of what to do. I think I do not want to make the mistake again to drag the concentration around too long, because it's just 2. If we improve something that does damage, I think we definitely want to do this because it nets us a card. Using Intimidate now would mean that we lose another 2 reputation, which makes hiring another unit almost impossible. So I'm thinking about going to the mine to pick up the first crystal and keep the pathfinding so we can get back easily, but we should not travel too much because it's all really bad terrain. But we can use the shapeshift with the rage, for example with the concentration and the red source die to come up with movement 5, so that would not even be movement cards, keeping the pathfinding and to easily get back, and maybe another shapeshift play later can get us to the glade again after we get to the keep to hire. And I do think we need to start with the crystals. So we would hold on to 1 card after this exchange, then the Intimidate, unfortunately the Wound. That's 3, the Pathfinding is 4, this we should probably use for a crystal. So we would draw 5 cards. Currently Beguile is cancelling the reputation penalty, so we do need 8 for the freezers and 9 for the catapult. And the Intimidate itself is already 8. So we could pick up the freezers and give up on the catapults, but I don't think that's a good play. Probably if I move there now and then we get the influence cards, we would have to move back again. And where do the crystals come from? We can use concentration to bring it up to 10 and this token to bring it up to 13, but we will need 17 to hire both, and shapeshift of course does not work with influence. Once we get the peaceful moment, we might be able to just ready the guardsman, so maybe 1 unit has to do. And I do think I want to catapults, because I do hope we can just activate it with the mana we get from the sacrifice, and it will be the same element as the sacrifice stand, so having the same problem, so to speak, if we are not using the auto mages to make them cold fire, it will be inefficient. So either we do use them for this, the auto mages, or not. And if not, if you turn everything into range, then it will have the correct color anyway. But for the freezers, it will mean that we do need to use the auto mages to turn everything into siege. But it would not need a mana in that case, and it's actually easier to hire. But I do think we should leave the keep B, so just move to the mine once, and then move with pathfinding to the glade, for example. Which would mean that we play this card, but if we are not holding on to, well, this for the crystal, and this will hold on to, but we would have these cards over. We do not have green to power this, and it wouldn't do much, but at least we can just hire the catapults without a problem. We could even use this to not risk the die getting depleted, because we do have the other colors. What else do we want to use? White for peaceful moment, but we would probably then heal a wound and ready a unit, because we do not need to hire anymore. Yeah, I'm probably just using this to generate a token to come up with 9 influence, to just pick up the catapult, and let's see where this gets us. So do not move that much. We want to get done with the keep and do the hiring now, then go back to the mine and use the pathfinding later to go to the glade to get in a position for the assault. Which does mean that we have to get rid of a lot of cards, so we are breaking the Book of Wisdom, throwing away an action card, so we are throwing away the Determination, to get a spell from the offer, which is the Mana Bolt, which is in our hand then, replacing the book, so to speak. And we do get a crystal of that color, so we do get blue, which is really nice, because we are 2 of 3 already done then for an ice offering. And this is then broken off, obviously. We also cannot hold on to the Firebolt, it's just not good enough, so we have to use this to get a red crystal, which is appreciated. We then use concentration for a red token to power the Intimidate and the Rage Sideways for 9 influence. Beguile cancels the Reputation minus, and we can hire the catapults. But we do get Reputation -2, which pretty much bars us from hiring anything else, so we probably want to ready this with the Peaceful Moment if we can draw it. So we have to make a little bit of space for the catapults, and these are the enemies of the glade. Which does mean we have the Mana Bolt now that we want to hold on to, and the Pathfinding because we need to get back after moving here, and we can't get rid of the wound. But it's our second turn then, so we draw up to 9 again, at 6 cards now, which is Stamina, Rage, a Fireball, a Tranquility, that's good, an Improvisation, so we are up to 8, and a Promise. At the beginning of the turn we will put something under Sparring Power, but we do have to do the dummy first, of course, before we cannot play our third turn. Let's see what the dummy does. It's white, that's so good. Red, and a blue one after all, so 1 more card, and it's another green. But I am happy that we have seen 1 white, 1 blue, and the blue is actually the one that triggers. So I think the dummy is currently okay. So it's 4, 4, and 5 cards. That should work out, I hope. and we play our third turn. So this turn we definitely need to get back to the mine. Since we did not draw any other wounds, I think the Tranquility has to cancel the wound. Don't think there's anything else to do with this. So that would be the play for this. The Fireball is something that I'm not sure about what to do actually with this. I think currently we are aiming at doing attacks that the High Priestess is not resistant against. The Flame Wave we already tossed, so it's only the Fireball that's really left that binds us to fire. So it might be a reason to toss this. None of these cards is too important to hold on to. This is just not really efficient, it's just 2.5 per card. So I do think we just use this for movement together with this to get to the mine. And the rage is nothing that we can hold on to. So we are just dropping this. So we have 11 cards left, 2 for motivation, it's 9 cards. 1 per sparring power turn. So let's say we do put 2 more cards under sparring power. That's 2 more cards. So there's not that much left actually. So I don't think we currently, with this hand size and with that few cards that we actually hold on to, I don't think there's a reason to toss too many cards. So Dummy has 8 cards left and he's always playing at least 3, most likely 4. So unless we are getting extremely lucky, he will exhaust it in 2 turns, which means after playing this turn, we will have 3 more. So 4 turns in total. We should plan for that. So in the first we end here, then we have to stay here to get more crystals. Then we should move there and then in the final turn make our assault. Which does mean we get only 2 white crystals from the mine, unless we are getting lucky with the dummy. Crystallize can give us another one, but probably we have to go with a set of 2. I think I should hold on to the Fireball at that point. Alright, so we need to move to the mine to get our white crystals. And we do use a stamina and a pulverization with promise, because these are all not cards that we definitely need. So that's 5, brings us to the mine. We do use the Tranquility to get rid of the wound that we currently hold in hand. And the Rage, I think we have to toss, because it's nothing that we need to hold on to. Because we really need to travel from here to there, which we can do with Underground Travel. So Pathfinding could also be something that we can drop. But we do need 2 movement points to initiate the assault after all. So I do think we toss the Rage. At the end of turn, we get a crystal of any color. So we choose white for sacrifice. And that's our third turn. So we draw up to 9 again, 6 cards. There's the Chivalry. It is 6 damage for white, which we get anyway from sacrifice. So that might be a damage card that we actually need to hold on to. There's a wound. The Offering finally. Okay, that's good to have. 1 with the land, so there's a heal. So now I really want another wound. The Banner of Protection and Threaten. Again, we will put 1 card under Sparring Power. But first the dummy shows us here how fast he is playing. So 3 cards. Red, white, that's good. Another white, unfortunately. Okay, so 4 more cards. No, 3 more cards. So there's another white, a blue, and a blue, but it doesn't matter at that point because he has only 2 cards left in his deck. Which does mean we have 3 turns now. So I have no clue what to do with the Banner of Protection, to be honest. It might be something that allows us to weather these enemies to also kill the Priestess in the melee phase, if we go for Alter Mages that turn everything into cold fire. But at that point I'm not sure why we would even do that, because it's really just 4 damage difference. And I think we can get much more than 4 damage by playing the Alter Mages for the effect that turns everything into siege. And then there's no sense in holding back with any damage. But what's the point in holding on to it? It could get rid of a lot of wounds, of course, that we have in hand. But it's just score. It doesn't prevent knockout. We actually have to take care of the deck because we have only 4 cards left. So tossing cards is not actually that profitable anymore. Threaten I think we do want to toss because it's influence. And the wound is something we want to get rid of. But at some point motivation doesn't even do anything if we don't have any cards in the deck. So maybe we just toss those with a resting turn. We then draw 2 and we can draw the others with motivation. But you still have to move there, of course. And there will be sparring power as well. So if we draw 2, 1 goes under sparring power. So motivation is probably useless. I think we went too fast through the deck. That's fascinating. Yeah, so I do think we just toss these because these are definitely useless. And just get another crystal. Actually, we can assault the Hidden Valley from this space, which would mean that we get 1 crystal more. And if we get crystallized, but it might be in this pile. Actually, we can crystallize in the last turn as well, but it will cost us a mana, but it's not a big deal. Yeah, I do think we stay here and just toss this. So we need to get the best of the mine, and the Threaten and the Wound is definitely something that we don't need, so we are just resting. But we are holding on to the cards because our deck is shrinking so fast that we don't need to draw anything really, because we have sparring power and motivation, so motivation won't draw us anything anyway. So we are holding on to the cards that do anything for us. We are getting our white crystal from the mine, and that's our 4th turn. So since we now have 7 cards in hand, we only draw 2, which is the Underground Travel and a Wound. Then the dummy will exhaust his deck, and we will put another card under Sparring Power, because this is not a turn that we want to do the assault. Actually, it could be, because we can get the last 2 cards with motivation anyway. So putting one there doesn't do much for us. Yeah, I think we should just take the cards and then either get into position or just assault. Then we have our full deck, and we might even have a turn after that. And this is where this might come in clutch, because it does mean that we couldn't actually do another assault. But I'm not sure to what end, because we would still be knocked out. And if you have all the cards, so we won't have any cards at all. And the units we will use, why wouldn't we use them in the first assault? Yeah, so I do think, actually, the difference is a crystal. So that's what's different. But we are talking about if we use Sparring Power now, and I do think the chance that crystallize in this stack is much larger than here. So my reasoning is we do want to assault in the last turn, because we can stay one more turn on the mine. Yeah, I'm definitely using Sparring Power now, because we can get these 2 cards with motivation. So we are popping it for our 5th turn, which does mean we get a wound, very nice. We get a whirlwind, that doesn't do that much. We get Peaceful Moment. That's actually quite nice, because it can ready the Utum Guardsman. And the Ruby Ring, which is really important, which does mean the crystallize is here. And I do think at that point the red mana from the motivation is no longer relevant, because we do have the Ruby Ring. So we are popping this to draw the last 2 cards. And there's a crystallize and a mana draw, really important cards. And we do get a red mana token. Alright, so how do we do this? I think we stay here definitely one more turn. Idea being that we can use crystallize with the white and get a blue from the mine, so we have our full complement. So we can move the discard pile over. Then we do have the Ruby Ring, the Offering, Mana Bolt, Firebolt. They're all important with the mana draw. This we can assign in the battle or not, so there will not be any information revealed, so we can always say we would have assigned it before that or not. The Chivalry is a good attack card. The wounds are actually not important, so why would we heal them now? So let's put them under the stack. The Underground Travel can just, with an underground attack, just initiate the attack. So I do think that's our movement skill. Since there's no swamp involved, it's all forest. We are starting on a swamp, but that's not a problem. So you're probably playing this now, which does mean we probably have to crystallize next turn. And this is almost useless, but let's see. I do think the Peaceful Moment is probably what we want to do now, which is the white die from the source. We can always crystallize this to get what we need. Actually, nothing of this is currently relevant. It might come in handy for after the battle. Actually, do we have a good shapeshift target? We've played all our standard cards, unfortunately, and it doesn't work on advanced actions, so that's really sad about this. Yeah, we cannot use shapeshift anymore. That's so sad. Okay, but this would give us 6 influence, and Beguile will actually be 3 more, because we are not at a fortified site or at a glade. Brings it up to 9. 4 we need for this, and the 2 wounds can actually just be healed from the others. I think that's the play here. Then we stay there, get our last crystal. Actually, either white or blue. We should probably get a blue, because with a blue or white die we can crystallize to... Actually, we don't want to use this anyway. And we can get blue or white here, so it doesn't matter at all. And we will get both from the sacrifice then to power anything else. Alright, let's get going. So I've stacked up all the cards. Most of them are not relevant for this turn. We stay here, get another crystal from the mine, use Peaceful Moment with the white source die to get influence 6. With Beguile, it's 9. This allows us to ready units for 2 influence per level. So this is 4 influence to ready the Guardsman. We could think about using any other ability, but the only thing would be mana. And this would cost 8 influence to ready again, so we are not doing that. And we are just healing the other wounds with the remaining influence, because we can get heal 1 for 2 influence. So we are just playing 1 card. We are picking up 1 more crystal, re-rolling this die. Actually, we do have the red from the motivation, but we do not want to crystallize a red, and there's nothing else to do with this. And we do have the Ruby Ring soon, so red mana is really not an issue at all. So we just remove that. The die comes up red 2. The dummy announces the end of round, so I will get rid of this so we have more room. And we are at the end of the game in the last turn of the last round. So we are now trying to take out the High Priestess, which does mean these tokens are not relevant for us. Let's not get distracted by them. And let's plan the assault. So I think it's fair to say that we are breaking the Ruby Ring to get as much red and black mana as we want. We then use Crystallize together with this here to get the last blue. And we can get either green or white, and since we are getting white from the sacrifice, I think we are getting a green token. We can then use this green token right away for underground attack. We have an unlimited supply of black, so that's just working out. Move 3 revealed spaces. No lakes, no swamps, but it's forest, and then the hidden valley, which will move us here and initiate the attack, and we don't need movement then. Then we have to see how much damage we can do. So first there is the sacrifice when it comes to damage, which is all of this, together with the blue crystal from here. So let's mark it like this. That's 18 ranged ice damage. Then we do have the mana bolt. Again, the black is nothing. So this is just free from the ring. And the black is also nothing we need to do. So one of these blue will just cast the mana thunderbolt. And with a white from here, so let's maybe mark it like this. We really have to keep track of this. But something like this will be another ranged ice attack 9. So we're up to 27. And at a point I think I will just use the auto mages to turn everything into siege, which means this lovely skill here gives us 6 physical attack. The catapults will give us 5 attack. I'm just powering it to have 2 more. That's 11 to the 27, that's 38. This is just free, besides the wound of course. Let's not forget about that. But it's 4 damage, so we had 42. With this we are at 43, so 5 more damage will actually kill it. So that's the High Priestess then. So I do think it's fair to say that we can win. That's so nice. Cool, cool. I didn't expect that. So at that point I think we just care about surviving and maybe killing some other stuff for points. We should probably use a white mana for mana draw. So put that here to get 2 of any color. It looks like a bit that green might be good. And we haven't used the source yet, but the reason is that none of this mana is relevant for us because we have the ruby ring. So we're using any die and getting 2 same color tokens. So I'm marking this with gold, although it's obviously technically not correct. As said, the one with the land is a basic card. So we can turn this with Shapeshift into an attack 4. That's so nice. So let's not put that here. Beguile is really not helpful because we don't have heroes. So this is something that we can use in the chain after the sacrifice play. Maybe let's get rid of the dummy altogether and our discard pile. So ruby ring, crystallize, then sacrifice. Actually, ruby ring, crystallize, underground travel, or sacrifice thunderbolt. Chivalry, mana draw. Fireball is just free. One with the land with shapeshift and one of these that should be green then. Let's just make it explicit. Actually no, let's so it's easier to track where they are coming from. So this would be movement 4, that's a fixed point of movement, and we are converting this into attack, which because of the alter mages then becomes siege attack. So we do have siege attack 4, which does mean I think we just killed the priestess, so now we are in the bonus territory, and it could be interesting to have another white mana, unfortunately. So we could pay green here, so we lose 1 damage point, but we do gain the ability to just kill something because we have unlimited black with tornado, or prevent an attack, depending on what's better for us. So the banner of protection might be something I want to use, or we are using this ability and just use this to get rid of our wounds because we don't have any healing left. So at that point this is just 1 point of anything, well 1 point of siege damage if we want to. Let's put that here, and the banner is something that we can use later, so let's put that here. Alright, let's see. There's a brutal enemy, that's a problem. Swift is pretty much irrelevant. There are more elemental attacks, there's a huge one. So we give all units or resistances, that would be something for the Guardian. This we could assign to the catapults. I'm tempted to use the Guardsman, not for the attack 2, but because I do think we don't need it. But instead block this, because it cuts down the damage tremendously. We can run this into these 2, and we can actually run this dragon into the Guardsman as well if we assign them the banner. But we do have to keep in mind that we can kill something at range maybe. So maybe we can just run this into the crossbowman and see if we can kill this because it has 2 attacks. So 18, we have gone down to 8 here, which is 26, 6, 32. Let's skip this for a moment because it's inefficient. So that's another 4, that's 36. The catapults were 41. This is 42. So can we even use the Autumn Guardians to give our units or resistances? Because we only have 3 left here, and this would be used, and those would be used. Well, we can always use the Firestorm, of course, even though it's inefficient. It would have been nice to kill something with this. The point we are losing here is the point we sacrifice to kill anything. So for example, one of the dragons for 7. The Firestorm could just kill this dragon, so we free up the card and the guardsman. That's probably something that we need to think about. So the card is free. The guardsman is 2 damage. And that's another one, that's 3. That should actually be enough. Yeah, it should be exactly enough to kill the High Priestess. Then we have killed this dragon and this dragon. So we killed the 2 dragons, but not this. So we are back to assigning that here and taking 1 wound. So we end up with 2 wounds. And the healing we have used with Shapeshift. Actually, this only needs 6 because we do have the Forked Lightning. Unfortunately, all these low armor tokens are either elusive or have resistances. We haven't talked about the protectors yet, that's so bad. I have a déjà vu with the last time I played this, because we do need to misdirect here. So I do think we let them defend this token, because then it goes up to 9. And with the Forked Lightning, 8 will just kill it. I think that's perfect. So the Firestorm will kill the Savage Dragon, I think it is, with Forked Lightning, misdirecting the defend. And I think everything else then just works out. I think it's a perfect plan. It leaves me with 2 wounds, one from... Actually, we have 2 enemies that are still missing then. So 3 wounds probably, but I take the win if I haven't misplayed anything else horribly in this match. Yeah, we can only assign 5 attacks to the units, and we have done so. So we need to activate the Guardians with the crystal here, because this we already used. 1 to crystallize, 1 for the underground attack. I think it's quite a grand finale. So let's see if we make any mistakes and go through it one more time without the thinking marker. Alright, I think we figured it out. We can win. That's so nice. I didn't expect that. Let's see if it actually works out. And we can actually kill even the 2 dragons, I think. So the plan I can come up with is to break the ruby ring. That's the first thing we do. We'll then have an endless supply of red and black, so we never need to worry about this again, which does mean some of the spells are actually free. The next thing is we pop the Thunderstorm for a green and a blue, so blue for the first land, green from the second, to crystallize such that we have a full complement of crystals. With this we can cast the Sacrifice, but first we use one of the tokens to do an underground attack. Again, the black mana is just 3. Underground attack means we are moving through forest, into the Hidden Valley. It actually does say we need to end on a fortified side, which is not. But I do think you can't have it both ways. Either it's an underground travel or it's an underground attack. I don't see why I should not be able to attack this. This is predating the expansion, and it's an assault, so the whole point is that you have an assault and you are circumventing the fortifications, but this has to count. If not, we would have to use pathfinding, which is there, which would mean we need 2 movement points from somewhere. I think we could still win, definitely win, so that's not a problem. But we are using this stylish underground attack from our mine, where we got all this power for the second sacrifice, to move and do the assault. So this is all taken care of. And in the range and siege attack phase, we start off with an offering. The spell itself is free because of the ruby ring. We then have 3 blue and 3 white crystals, which are here. The last one we just got, and here are the 3 white crystals. This is a ranged ice attack of 18. We then, next in line, so we should probably reorder this, so the order actually works out, is we use one of the might mana for mana draw and turning the red die, or one of the red dice of the source, green. So we're getting 2 green tokens, which I've marked golden here just to have an easier time following where this mana is actually coming from. So this was the first from mana from the sacrifice. So we do have 1 blue from the sacrifice, and now the green. The black again is free. To get a siege ice attack of 8, we are lacking might mana after all if we want to kill a dragon. So this is why we are doing this. Which does mean we have 18 plus 8 is 26. We are then using another white mana to use Chivalry. And at that point we actually need to activate the Alter Mages with a black mana that's again free, such that all of our attacks are now siege. It doesn't matter so far. But now we get another siege attack 6, which is physical. So also efficient against the High Priestess, which only has fire resistance. So from the 26 we are now at 32. We then use Shapeshift with one of the land with the other green token from mana draw for movement 4 that we convert into attack. So it's another 4 attack, and we are at 36. We are then using Firestorm, and actually we can do that in the beginning after the ruby ring, before even doing the sacrifice, because it's free. We have an endless supply of red and black. We are taking a wound, so that's the wound here, to cast Firestorm for Siege Fire attack 8. And since there are Elven Protectors present in the battle, the first enemy I attack will be defended by 2, so it goes up to 9. So we use the Forked Lightning, or one of them, for 1 damage, and the H fire damage, because it only has physical resistance, will then kill it. So it's 9 in total. With the defend, the Savage Dragon is actually killed. And this takes care of the defend, and none of the other tokens have any relevant abilities when it comes to the High Priestess. So this we probably should do right after the ruby ring or after the underground attack, before even casting the sacrifice, because we're now building up damage that we want to do in an attack, and it's not this one. So this actually has to do before this. But the defend is taken care of then. We are currently at 36. We are then using the second blue mana for Siege Ice Attack 5 of the catapults. So we are at 41. We of course use another Forked Lightning to target High Priestess herself. That's 42. So we're missing 6 damage, which is the Crossbowman with 3, the Utem Guardsman with 2, and the Sideways Pathfinding. for an attack of 1. All of them become siege attack as well. None of them are fire, nothing is inefficient, which does kill the High Priestess with 48 siege damage, which is a mix of physical and ice. So 6 is 12, 6 is 18, 4 is 22, 8 is 30, and 18 is 48. So the High Priestess dies, and we win. That's so cool. And the only unit we haven't used yet is the Autumn Guardian, so we activate them now with a crystal that we still had. So now all of our units have all resistances, which mean that the Guardians can just take the attack of the Fire Elemental and not be wounded. The Catapults can take the attack of the Griffins. We assigned the armor band of protection before the battle to the Guardsmen, so they have an armor of 6 now, so they can take the attack of the Lightning Dragon. Then the Crossbowmen and the Autumn Mages take 1 attack each of the Elemental Priestesses. So we've assigned 5 attacks of 4 tokens to our units. The Savage Dragon is dead, which does leave the Elemental with an attack of 3 and the Protectors with an attack of 3, which both wound us. So we get 2 wounds, in addition to the wound from the Firestorm that's self-inflicted. But that's it. We have played all our cards and we have killed 2 dragons. Actually, yeah, we did not play the Tornado yet. The black mana again is free. And we have 1 white token that we got from the sacrifice. And since we used green here, which is 1 less damage, we can now destroy target enemy, which just means we destroy the Lightning Dragon. It's just the most profitable target. So we killed both dragons and Elemental Priestess. We do have to retreat. So we are back at our mine, which is actually so nice because we get another crystal. That's another point. It's not relevant, but I'm happy about it. So what a tremendous end to this game. Let's clean up. We are going back here. We are taking a crystal. And since the dummy announced the end of round, I will not play another turn. I think in many of my games it comes down to this, that usually you have another turn, dummy does not. But if the end of a round was already announced, I'm not sure this is actually happening. So I'm not doing this. But we do have another crystal from the mine. The dragons are killed. Let's put them here. The other tokens, like with the Necropolis, will actually still linger. I'm not sure if they actually linger or not. Then all of this, of course, is discarded. So all the tokens and crystals we used. This is flipped. All of these cards are used, of course. This would have been re-rolled. The ruby ring is actually destroyed. It's also a theme in my games that I'm always destroying the artifacts, but that's where the power is, so it's not that surprising. We did actually cast 2 red spells, so the Sacrifice and the Firestorm, which gives us 2 fame from the ruby ring. So 1 fame per spell of the matching color. So these are all on the discard pile that I moved here. Pathfinding we also played, which does leave us with 3 wounds. Unfortunately, we did need the shapeshift play with 1 with the land to come up with the damage. Actually, of course, we could have used the Firestorm and not just not kill the dragon, but then we would have to deal with hits attack. So I'm happy with how it went. So this is actually that, as is this. So this is again 3 times 12, which is 36, not 32, if you can count, which I obviously can't if I'm playing for hours. So that's 36 fame, and this is 13 fame. And now I'm wondering how this works with the chivalry, because we did power it, but we did not. Yeah, we used the 6 attacks, so we did not actually get a fame or reputation. That's good, makes it easier, because I'm not sure if I killed, probably I killed this and the dragon. No, we destroyed it with tornado, so it doesn't matter. It's 13 fame with 36 fame, that's 49. So we go 1 back, it's 50, so 159. The board is 120, so we have 39, and that's the dragons. So we do get 2 faction tokens. We actually don't have a discard pile anymore. Let's just put them here. Faction tokens, of course, irrelevant, but there's another Cloak of Shielding and a Fire Gem, and the High Priestess is dead. So yeah, I think I'm repeating myself, but I really did not expect that. I did not think it was going that well, because we do not have Into the Heat to get like 15 more damage or something like this, depending on how many units you have. But it's probably an unfair comparison because the Autumn Mages we did have, and these are quite a huge unit, of course. I think these were the MVP of the whole game, because they do allow you to turn regular damage into siege damage, and that's just so important, especially if you want to snipe the avatars. And we used this twice, so I do think we had one of these broken or overpowered or really good cards, but we did not have Into the Heat. We did not use the Bow of Starsdawn. We did not actually buy Tremor, but we ended up not actually killing that many units, so I'm not sure Tremor would have been worthwhile, not the way I played at least. Maybe with Tremor we could have played differently, but I was running out of time. If you are not attacking the first avatar and the second night, you have to do it in the day, which is nice in this scenario because the Necropolis is actually a graveyard, which does mean you can use your sacrifices, for example, your spells at day. So this allowed us to defeat the Necromancer in the 3rd day and the High Priestess in the 3rd night. We did use the Flame Wave once, but it's actually not that much of a scaling spell. It just gives you 2 additional attack per token, which only with high settings is even 8 if you count the avatars. That's 16, that's plus the 5 you do regular get is 21. This is good, but it's not the same as 18 range attack from sacrifice, because it's not ranged. So only with the mages we can actually use that at ranged. And it comes with the fire element, which was okay against the necromancer, but not against the high priestess, obviously. And stuff like tremor or earthquake, which also just gives you 2 per token, can be scaled if the enemies are fortified to be 4 per token. That's a big deal. That scales so quickly. If you have 5 tokens, already 20. But again, without a Bow of Starstone or something like this, that can actually multiply your damage. And I did have a game with Into the Heat and a Bow of Starstone. That's just broken then at some point. Yeah. So I did not feel like, after even taking out a Necromancer, and it was clear that we can take out a Necromancer, but in the first plan I had, I would kill pretty much everything but a skeleton from his entourage and only reduce him by 4 levels, which would mean that we would have to get him down another 8 levels. This is probably where I got the 32 from, stuck in my head, because 32 damage, if you just played everything, if you used all your units, all your crystals, your sacrifice, all your spells, all your cards, where is this coming from? So in the last turn of the 3rd day, I could not do this, obviously, so I would have to do this at the beginning of the next night, and these are all resources that I desperately need to actually kill the High Priestess. And I did think I would not be able to kill her because of the fire damage, because we went to the route of sacrificing with fire damage, and the only mine we had was red, so this was insanely good that we got this mine here, because the plan was to restock with red. And if we restock with red and get a white crystal somewhere, I have actually no idea where I would have gotten them, the sacrifice play would only be fire damage, and if you don't get red but green crystal, it would even just be 12, which is then half to 6. And suddenly, instead of doing 18 damage, you're just doing 6. So the mages would have been necessary to actually make this work. And I, for some reason, did not pick up the snowstorm, but the fireball. So we had this in the offer, but I actually said that if we get the firestorm, it's better because of the ruby ring, which is true, because I just cast it like for nothing with the ruby ring, but it is fire, and I knew that the elemental priestess will be fire resistant, so picking this up would have been much better for the long-term goal of killing the high priestess. Maybe there is a play with time bending. I think if I would have picked up the crystal mastery with sacrifice, this would have been insane, because then you get all the crystals back together with the crystal mastery, and you can do the sacrifice again. So at some point I have to play that, but maybe not in these high risk games. Yeah, so 2 of my main spells with the ruby ring, the sacrifice, and the firestorm actually did not work against High Priestess, which means I have to use the Automagus to make it work, which then again means I cannot snipe her. If I cannot snipe her, I will probably be knocked out. I do have the banner, but then I would lose the rest of my hand. I would need to make the first assault with only half of my deck, which doesn't work well with the sparring power. Actually, I did have this short confusion of not actually taking sparring power, with exactly this mindset that I might need to attack twice and I need the time. The time was actually okay. I was, I think, lucky with this. I think we played 6 or 7 turns. But even if it's 6, if you let the dummy go first with 3 white crystals and 21 cards, it can be that you only have 5 turns, not even 6. So this was lucky. But then again, in the other round, we were really unlucky with 1 turn short, so we could not do the hiring play with the mages. But then again, these would have been fire mages, so yet again, not damage that actually works against the High Priestess. And I think with these high levels, you actually have to snipe the avatars. If you want to kill everything, you really have to get all these combos, like both Starstone, Tremor, maybe the Flame Wave even, all the mages. So if everything comes together, then yes, I think it is possible to kill just everything. But we didn't need to. So we did not know what the layout was, but it was interesting to know that we can place the neutral tile here. It would have been the first tile anyway. So after going back from the necropolis to this tile here, in the last turn we then decided to actually reveal this by picking up the Stout Resolve, which in the end would actually have helped for the final assault. But you really can't hold on to cards like this for a long time. If it's in the opening hand, I think it was much better to go for the keep. With the keep we took in the beginning, and this was actually also a decision that was not that easy, to go here to liberate it and then use the Underground Travel again to go back. Which means that even after playing some cards in the first night, so in the middle of the second round, we did not actually leave the starting tiles and we did not reveal anything. And I think that's a theme with my games. If I'm working with the information I have and make plans for those, I can't plan for things that are not revealed, and I'm usually not just revealing for fun, unless it's really efficient. If I'm already at the edge of the map, I have the movement, then of course I will reveal, but it makes me really slow. And I had the opportunity, especially by getting the scouts, which I did not do, to get to the core tiles for the second day. And it might have been actually the better play because these elite units are just so much better. But the influence play in this game was also quite interesting because we did pick up Intimidate quite early. And even though the scenario gives you the reputation for liberating stuff, so the extra reputation I mean, we were flipping back and forth and were always slightly in the negative. And we did not even burn down a monastery until quite late in the game. So I was hard pressed for influence. This is not a really good influence game. We did pick up Beguile, which was probably for the better, to be honest, because it did enable us to pick stuff like this up after all. Without D2, that's another 2 points that you are lacking. The Peaceful Moment was the card that we picked up in the round, which was cut short, so we didn't actually use it. But I think it went quite well that we can actually ready the Guardsmen before the High Priestess, so we could use them to take the keep, I think, in the last round. Yeah, so I'm still baffled, actually. I did not expect to win this. I did not actually think about levels too much. As I said in the beginning, I wanted to make it a little bit dynamic. But then when you actually do have automations and stuff like this, it feels, for me at least, it feels a bit bad to then just go for low levels. It does take a lot of time to play this, so this might be a reason to go for something more relaxing, like level 6 and 6, and just play much faster. Please tell me if you would be interested in this format as well, because it would probably mean that I can do more games. So these are taking really a long time. I think I played for over 10, maybe 12 hours, and I will cut this down obviously for you. But these I cannot do all the time. So what I'm getting at is that I was prepared to lose 12-12. I never attempted that, of course. The best one was 9-12. But I'm so happy that it ended up with a win, especially with Braevalar. So in the beginning we started with the choice of Erythia and Braevalar. I'm always going like this. I think you know that by now, that I roll for 2 heroes and just decide on one. This prevents me from always having to choose between all the 7 heroes. And always going for the same ones or forcing me to go with the ones that I maybe didn't play that often. And of course I do like Erythia a lot. It's probably my favorite hero, but I do like all of them. And in solo I don't think the balancing is that much of an issue, and I do think Braevalar has very interesting stuff. I do like Shapeshift so much. I only could take it in the last round, of course, because it was the last choice. But you've seen it even here. I think I've used it twice in the last round. I think it's so much flexibility. Yes, it could have been +1 as some suggest. That would make it even better, of course. But Beguile is actually a nice skill as well. I think the starting heroes from the base game have +2 or +1, depending on if it's day or night, like the Bright or Dark Negotiation. Actually, it's +2 as +3. So he has always +3 if it's not fortified, and +2 in fortified. Arguably, fortified is quite important, but it doesn't depend on the day or night. And the 4 in the Glade is actually interesting, but it only matters for Magic Familiars, of course. Although it can matter for something like Peaceful Moment. But my point is the influence skill is solid, the Fog Lightning is good, the Shapeshift is good. I do like the mana skills. They give you 2 tokens with a lot of flexibility. And usually you either get a Crystal in a token or a Heal in a token, but not 2 with the flexibility, so these are actually also quite good. I think the Elemental Resistance might be the weakest one, where you just reduce the enemy attack if you take the attack, which just prevents a wound. That's pretty much all it is. So I'd rather have a healing skill, I think. The Feral Allies, I think, is actually quite okay, because it does reduce the movement cost to explore. It can be a big deal. It gives you 1 attack or reduces an enemy attack, and all these +1 or -1s, and this skill has 3 on the same skill. I always say this in my videos, that these + or -1s actually save you a mana or a card regularly. And this is just huge. If you save a mana, that's as good as if you had got net mana. So if you can use that every turn or every other turn, you get a lot of benefit from this. It might not be sexy, but it's really good. And then he has the Regenerate, which can be good. We use this to our advantage with Krang, I think, which also has the Regenerate skill. So it allows you to take more wounds, which can be good. And it would have been a way to get rid of the wounds in the 3rd day, which really bothered me. And the Secret Ways is, well, you've seen this in my last Braevalar game. It really opens up the map a lot if you can walk over mountains and through lakes. And you get a movement point every turn, which again is a single movement point. So I do think the skills are really solid, which I don't like, again, as the Nature's Vengeance, because it's just an attack reduction again, which is one of these off by 1 points, which is good. But then adding Cumbersome, well, there might be a really good play with some of the dragons, for example, to just play for movement. With the reduction of 1, you're already reducing the attack by 5, which then makes it trivial, for example, to kill a lava dragon, especially if you have a spell like Tornado. But all in all, I do really like that. I think the cards he has, which are 2 movement cards that are improved, the one that gives you a reduction of 1 for 1 terrain type is probably the weakest. It's still a movement point. It's always a movement point unless you're moving over planes. So the card in essence is just a 3 and 5 movement card, which I do again think is not sexy, but it's solid. It's definitely not as good as other cards of other heroes, but I do take these efficiency cards Like, I like them a lot. It's so satisfying to move into hills, for example, or swamps, or forests at night, or forests at day, without having to come up with this odd movement point. And that you can reduce the movement cost of one terrain type by one. I think that's probably a little bit too weak, because usually the terrains are so mixed up that you are not actually moving over the same terrain type, and you can't use it on plains because there are already 2 anyway. That's probably the weakest, but the other one I do actually like. The block is probably something that you rarely use because it depends on the terrain type. That's not that good, but to just have another healing source, that's good, that's solid. So you have a movement card that also doubles as a tranquility. I think that's okay. Overall, probably weaker than other heroes, but I do still like playing it. It's not like others are saying that I don't like them and that they are actually actively not trying to play them. I do like them. And it's the same with the other expansion heroes. Wolfhawk with Know Your Prey is such a good thing. And Krang, I don't think Krang is underpowered at all. So it's a Braevalar win, and it's actually the hardest game I've played from a difficulty perspective, with 12 avatars of life and death. I really wanted to play this again because of the faction tokens, both the enemies and the rewards, and the overall power you get from liberating the graveyards and the glades. Glades are such a nice terrain feature anyway that you want to visit. If you also get an artifact and can defeat 2 enemies, that's so nice. And what I do like, I also said this in other videos, is that you already see the enemies once it's revealed, which allows you to plan for it. Like the Earth Elemental, we know physical resistances in the game, so you do need fire or ice. And if you can get an ice shard, for example, or a fire gem, this completely solves the Earth Elemental. It opens up much more strategic options to know upfront where this is going, which also is good that you, on revealing the Necropolis or the Hidden Valley, you actually reveal all the tokens right away. You don't have to approach it first. So you can reveal it pretty early and then go somewhere else, and you already know all these tokens, so you can prepare for the battle. And I think that's so nice. And this split into more physical enemies, more elemental enemies is also something that I strategically like. In this game, I was going for the Necromancer first. I think especially because I did have the sacrifice and it was working on him quite well. But you can also decide that, depending on which direction you go for, you know where to find the avatars. But I think that's enough. Let's quickly calculate the score for those who are interested. So these are the 15 starting cards with the determination that we removed from the deck. We then have 5 wounds. We do have 6 advanced action cards, so 1 from the monastery and 5 from level ups. We did pick up 6 spells, so that's quite a lot. So 1 from the graveyard, 1 from the mage tower, 1 from the next mage tower, 1 from an artifact, 1 from a mace, and we probably learned 1 in the city. So this was from the artifact. This we got really early from the mace, so artifact and mace. Did we learn vermin in the city? I don't remember, yeah. But 2 mage towers, a mace, an artifact, 1 learning, and 1 from a graveyard. Did I already mention that? Yeah. Should work out. We do have 1 artifact left. We broke the ring. And of course we broke the book. So the standard achievement scoring will give me 2 per spell, which is 12. And 1 from each advanced action, which are also 6. So that's 18 in total. So 2 back and 20 forward. Then the artifact and the pair of crystals gives me 3 fame in total. The leader gives me all the levels of my units, so these are 8 and 10, 15. Then the Conqueror means that we get from fortified sites and burning down monasteries. So we did take 2 keeps, 2 towers and a monastery, I think. And it should be 10 points. For adventuring, we never do monster dance, and we didn't see a dungeon. We did see 2 altars, so only for mana we didn't do them. No spawning grounds, no tombs. So unless the graveyard or the glades count, I'm not sure we did any adventuring sites. Yeah, so I don't think there are any adventuring sites, but again, you might want to count the glades and the graveyard for adventuring sites, because why would you put a shield there? Maybe it's for multiplayer, I didn't read it again. So yeah, could be 6 points, but I'm not giving them to me. And I'm losing 10 for the wounds. I have 5, so it's back to 75. In this scenario, we then, like with the cities, get 10 per avatar and 15 if both were defeated, 35 points, which from 75 means we are at 110. And then we would get cards for a round that we did not use, that I will never get probably. Then for every card in the dummy deck, which is none, and the end of round was also announced, so no more points for this. And I do think that's it, which means with 110 and a board of 120, which we crossed once, that's 230. It's solid, I guess, but as usual, I cannot really judge if this is good or bad or where the points are coming from. I'm always landing in this area, roughly. Beyond the 200, definitely. But from this point on, I think it depends on lots of other factors. If I would have defeated like these stacks of tokens here, so there are the elemental tokens, and there are even more because we did not kill much from this. From the Dark Crusader, this is so much fame just lying there. So this would be just 5, of course, but 7, 2, 2, so that's 16 already. Another 6 for this dragon, that's 22. Here we have 10 or 11, 33 and 5, 36. So there's a lot of points lying there, of course, but it would still only get us to, I don't know, 260 roughly, 270 maybe. But that's the score. As usual, please tell me if I did any mistakes that I did not catch myself, especially things that void the run. That would be really unfortunate. I really tried to keep it together, but if you play for 10 hours, it's hard to not do any mistakes. We did make a mistake, for example, with the enemy in the beginning, which we then swapped out, which does actually mean that a defendability is lying here. This is why this is like a huge difference, because otherwise it would have been maybe even in the entourage. So you could call it cheating, but I call it fixing in this specific instance because we did not touch it. It did invalidate our initial strategy a little bit because we could not have killed it with concentrated swiftness. But since we did not go there, I do think it's better to fix stuff like this because the tokens from the expansion are limited. But again, please tell me if the run is void or if you find any other mistakes. Please also comment on the format if you appreciate the longer or the shorter videos more. What do you want to see more? I will definitely go into Lost Legion. What's holding me back is that Lost Legion with Volker is actually even more brain burning because you also have to factor in his movement, and you must not forget his movement and make any mistakes with this because this is really almost impossible to fix. I already reported on this like a decade ago in written form in the forums on BGG, and it's really hard to not screw that up. So this is what's holding me back because I do think it would take even more time. But I will get there, I will go there, and once the new expansion is out and I can get my hands on it in Europe, in English, I will definitely play that, of course. But again, I appreciate all the comments, and until then, see you in the next game.